This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Very good morning and welcome along to York for Yorkshire versus Hampshire women in what is touted to be round 7 of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup for both of these teams. Hampshire second in the table with 4 wins, a defeat and a no result. Yorkshire finding themselves at the start of the new season very competitive in Tier 1, 6th with 2 wins, 3 losses and a tie as well against Durham at Scarborough. As the table reflects, a very even competition all round. Blaze top so far. I'm Michael McCann, delighted to be joined by Aaron Viles. Dr. Jane Powell will be alongside later on. And worth clarifying as well, while we've got the chance to look at the table, a change in format this season that, speaking to plenty of commentators, players, coaches and journalists across the country, very few people still seem to be actually aware of it, because if I had £1 for every time someone referred to the importance of getting in the top 4 this season, I wouldn't be a millionaire, but I'd be building up quite a nice little savings pot. And in fact, getting into 4th this season has no use whatsoever, because we've switched from the semi-finals we saw last season where 4 plays 1, 2 plays 3 and it's a final, to the winner of the group stage goes straight to the final. So there's an eliminator 2nd versus 3rd. So Hampshire last season were runners-up, of course, losing to Lancashire in the final, but they wouldn't have had to even bother going through a semi-final this season. Going through would have been absolutely assured by luck of winning the group. So that's a bit of a quirk of what has changed there. 16 games across the campaign, and we've got a couple left in this particular block. But alas, the reason why we're talking to you in detail about the table 3 minutes after the scheduled start time is that currently the rain is playing spoilsport. Somerset versus Blaze at Exmouth is still not underway due to rain. Blaze have chosen to field. Lancashire versus Warwickshire in Manchester has also been delayed due to rain. But thankfully, someone alongside me who's always sunshine to be in his company. A very good morning to Aaron Viles.
Good morning to you as well, Mr. McCann. Good morning to everybody tuning in and seeing those pictures of the covers here at Clifton Park. I mean, we keep our fingers firmly crossed that this showery patch of weather does go away a little bit later on and we do get at least some semblance of a game of cricket in today. But yeah, I think as we'll discuss with regards to the decision at the toss, the weather could be a pretty big factor.
Yeah, of course, there's a general perception that DLS favours the team batting second. So Yorkshire have won the toss and chosen to bowl. We're scheduled to have a start in 11 minutes' time at 10:45. But just after that delayed start was confirmed, there was a further shower that required further coverage. So it seems improbable that we're going to actually be playing in just over 10 minutes' time. For now, let's give you the team news, because we certainly do have that. Yorkshire have made one change to the team that had a narrow home loss against Essex last time out 10 days ago. So line up as follows: Lauren Winfield Hill, the skipper, Georgie Boyce, Jess Jonathan, Steph Callis, Amy Campbell, Ness Blackwell, Maddie Ward, Beth Langston, Claudie Cooper, Jess Walston and Grace Hall, who is back playing for the first time in a year. She had a big shoulder injury issue last season. She only played 5 games, but one of them was on this ground where she took a couple of wickets against Leicestershire. And that meant particularly a lot to her because she's born in York. Her parents live just round the corner and she actually stayed with mum and dad last night in preparing for this one. So a big day for Grace Hall. Rachel Slater misses out with a minor medical issue that will keep her out for just this game only. And so that is how Yorkshire look.
Indeed, they do. As you said, just to echo that sentiment, Michael, great to see Grace back. Of course, she joined us in the commentary box throughout the entirety of the 2025 season, came in for many stints as a result of a long-term injury in that campaign. And yeah, just watching her, even warming up now, of course, a very notable bowler with regards to the action, very slingy.
The baby Malinga.
Absolutely. But yeah, fantastic to see. And obviously this game, as you said, will mean an awful lot.
And turning our attention to Hampshire, who will be formidable opponents for Yorkshire. So far, they've won 4 of their 5 completed games. They beat Essex by 5 wickets, Durham by 6 wickets, Surrey by 13 runs. They lost away against Lancashire by 6 wickets, but then they came back and beat Somerset by 5 wickets. So they're in very good fettle, and they look like this. Ella McCacken, Abby Norgrove, Rhiannon Southby. Georgia Adams is back after a month out with a quadricep injury. Naomi Datani, Megan Sturge, Amanda Jade Wellington, Rebecca Tyson, better known as Bex Tyson, Poppy Tullock, Daisy Gibb and Francesca Sweet. A lot to pick apart here. So Maya Boucher and Freya Kemp are out from Hampshire's last game. They were always going to be missing, having been a part of that win against Somerset, because they're on international duty with the England One Day International Series against New Zealand. Lauren Bell and Lindsay Smith, who didn't play against Somerset but have been available for parts of this season, also are not available for that reason. And so it means there's 3 changes from that lineup that won against Somerset. Maya Boucher and Freya Kemp missing, but also Nancy Harmon drops to being 12. Georgia Adams is back in. Daisy Gibb, the young, exciting seamer, comes back in. And Francesca Sweet, the talented all-rounder who had an excellent performance against Yorkshire for Leicestershire in Tier 2 at this ground last season, comes in and in a nice bit of cricketing symmetry. Almost exactly a year on from that game, we'll be back playing against Yorkshire for a different team in a different tier.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, great to see Georgia Adams back. As we know, one of the most consistent, reliable, dependable performers on the entirety of the county stage. And, of course, Francesca Sweet, she was exceptional here last season. I mean, one thing to really note about her batting, very strong, square of the wicket, especially through mid-wicket, quite bottom-hand dominant. We saw that with a couple of big sixes right here at Clifton Park last season. So even without those England internationals, and of course not having the likes of Boucher and Kemp, is a big loss. I mean, it would be to any county. Hampshire do possess an awful lot of depth, and especially the bowling there. Very varied. I think they've got good pace in there with the likes of Gibb and Tulloch as well. And the spin department, Wellington and Tyson, does look like a very, very good team.
Yeah, Amanda J. Wellington, one heck of a pickup, having played for Somerset last season in the first season of the restructure. So also just to let you know, in terms of how things work with the rain regulations, the first half an hour of play does not lose any overs to the match. But after that point, we start losing overs at the very specific point of an over for every 3.8 minutes that we are off. The easiest way to think of it is that it's almost exactly 15 overs an hour. So for now, we're not actually eating into the game. If the game were to hypothetically start at 11 a.m., then it would still be a 50-over game. But from that point, we start losing overs, and our cut-off time to get going is 4:24. The final, in a situation like this, would still need to be a minimum of 20 overs aside. But for this, a group stage game, we only need 10 overs aside for a game. So it could be an interesting day of some cricketing chaos to come later on, where this slightly more languid of formats generally compared to T20 actually becomes something of a smash and bash.
Yeah, it could do. And to be honest, I mean, that would be very entertaining for both sides as well. Of course, Yorkshire with the likes of Winfield, Hill, Jonathan, who's been in incredible form, Stair Callis, who of course will be representing the Netherlands at the upcoming T20 World Cup.
Amy Campbell. Amy Campbell was like T10's a bit of me. I'm having this all day. So it could be good fun. And then again, you look across the aisle, obviously, you know, the likes of Rihanna Southby, Amanda J. Wellington, whose strike rate against pace bowling in the last 3 years of English domestic cricket is through the roof. So intriguing possibilities to come. For now, we are not losing any overs, and we're quietly hopeful that we might get a start relatively soon. It definitely won't be in 6 minutes' time. As soon as we have further updates to bring you, we'll let you know. But for now, from the commentary box up here in York, it's goodbye and see you soon. Welcome back to York, where we're delighted to say, just a few minutes or so after leaving you, that it looks like, albeit maybe a slightly casual 10:45 start, we're getting as close to as good as that. So we will have only lost 16 minutes. And those of you that listen eagerly might remember me saying earlier on that you have to lose half an hour before you start losing any overs to the game. And so right now, it remains what it began the day as a 50-over contest. Great credit to the ground staff here at York, who've done superb work. Overnight, there was quite a lot of rain. This morning, there has been a couple of hours of pretty solid rain. And yet, by some miracle, we are still in a 50-over contest. At the moment, Hampshire second with 19 points from 6 games, 4 wins from their 5 completed matches. Yorkshire in 6th out of the 9 teams in the women's top flight with 2 wins, 3 losses and a tie at Scarborough. And I'm delighted to say that alongside me is former England captain, Yorkshire president and a permanent legend of women's cricket in Dr. Jane Powell.
Good morning, everybody. I'm quite quietly pleased that we've got some cricket going on, because as I was driving up, it was quite wet. So it's really nice to see that the batters are out there, the umpires are in place, and Beth Langston is just warming up, ready to take the first over.
Yeah, it's a good day to be a bowler like Beth Langston. These conditions should really suit her and what she's about. Away swing with plenty of variation. She's got a couple of slips in. 6-3 offside fielder. She gets ready to bowl to Ella McCacken. First ball of the game. That's a very nice start from Langston. Right on her spots. Power play time, of course, so only 2 players allowed out. We should run you through the team news. Of course, Anna Southby's at the non-strikers end. Yorkshire have made 1 change to the side that last time out had that home loss against Essex by 13 runs at Headingley back 11 days ago. Sensible leave by McCacken. So Yorkshire line up as follows: Lauren Winfield-Hill, Georgie Boyce, Jess Jonathan, Stair Callis, Amy Campbell, Ennis Blackwell, Maddie Ward, Beth Langston, Claudie Cooper, Jess Walston. And the big news, Grace Hall gets her first appearance in a year or so, having played just 5 games last season due to a shoulder problem. Comes in for Rachel Slater, who's had a minor medical situation that means she's out for just this game only. Meanwhile, for Hampshire, there is 3 changes to the side that last time out won by 5 wickets with 9.2 overs to spare against Somerset. Nia Bouchier and Freya Kemp are busy with England one-day international duties in the series against New Zealand. That also means that Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell aren't available for this one. So Hampshire shorn of their England quartet. So another very traditional leave from McCacken. So 3 changes for Hampshire from that team that beat Somerset. Maya Boucher, Freya Kemp and Nancy Harmon drop out. Harmon is 12th alongside Hannah Hardwick. And Daisy Gibb, the young seamer, Francesca Sweet, who played very well on this ground last season for Leicestershire against Yorkshire in Tier 2. Both come in, as does Georgia Adams, Hampshire's captain, who's back after a month out with a quadricep injury. Langston continues her run of dots. So that Hampshire lineup: Ella McCacken, Abby Norgrove, Rihanna Southby, Georgia Adams, Naomi Datani, Megan Sturge, Amanda Jade Wellington, Bex Tyson, Poppy Tullock, Daisy Gibb and Francesca Sweet.
Yeah, good first over this so far from Beth Langston, the old seamer who's been around for some time, just starting the game off nice and tight. 1 ball to go in the over.
Langston has converted it into a maiden, so as good a start as she could have wanted from the player that is nicknamed Mother Seamer within the Yorkshire setup, owing to her age and experience and what she offers. She's starting to build towards a life after cricket as well, in a playing sense. Beth Langston, she's actually been part of what's quite a nice initiative from the ECB, a player-to-coach qualification system to basically speed up and make it easier for high-level players to transition into coaching. So there's a whole generation of women's cricketers from around Langston's era who are a part of that. So Alice Davidson-Richards, Alice Cranstone, Sophie Love, Fran Wilson, who's now coaching Gloucestershire, did it. A good initiative from the ECB to try and help those players make that transition. Jess Woolston to bowl the first over from the City end. It was Langston who got us going from the Rugby end. Woolston, who's not quite had the season she might have wanted so far. She's only picked up 1 wicket. But that is right on the button from Jess Woolston.
Yeah, and very much in the right area, which is tempting the batter to go after that one to try and drive it, and it wasn't the right length for that. Maybe a little bit of a way drift as well.
And it's Southby facing up. Southby, who will be feeling nervous, even more so than someone who's got the normal nerves of opening an innings, because this season so far she has just 33 runs at an average of 6.6. It's a horrid ball from Woolston, who's got it all wrong. It seemed to get stuck in her hand a bit, and it dribbles down through fine leg for 5 wides. So that's a bit of a freebie from Yorkshire.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you don't want as a team. You've kept the pressure on from the first over, and then the next ball is wide down leg side, and Winfield Hill couldn't get to that one. So, as you say, Hampshire now have got 5 runs there without it coming off the bat. And another ball.
Better from Woolston and flicks straight to short mid wicket. Langston had a 5-4, but Woolston has been trusted with a pretty similar version of that field. 2 slips, point cover, extra cover and mid off, and then mid on short mid wicket and deep fine leg, and S. Blackwell fielding just in front of us. It's nice from Woolston. It might be the first runs off the bat of the game, specifically the first run off the bat of the first game, but that's a confidence booster for Woolston in a way. Got a bit of movement and found the inside edge of Southby's bat, and Southby will be mightily relieved to be at the other end, particularly after that run of form I mentioned. 5 against Essex, didn't get to bat in the game against Warwickshire, ducks against Durham and Surrey, 4 against Lancashire, and then just started to get a bit of confidence from making 24 against Somerset last time out. In the right spots once more. If we sound like we're slightly bunkered away today, it's worth mentioning that we don't have our effects mic, unfortunately. We are just inside the pavilion here at York, shielding away from the rain. So that's why you might not be catching those sounds of bat on ball or encouragement from the fielders that you might be used to.
Yeah, not so much us shielding from the rain. It's the equipment that obviously we need to shield from the rain. We're not that precious.
Yes.
As Woolston comes in again, and that's short, and it's pulled round to square leg, and that'll be a boundary.
Yeah, great shot from McCacken. That is the first 4 of the game, and Ellen McCacken once more showing her class. She's been in good nick this season. 118 runs so far at 38, which isn't bad at all early doors, including a 90 against Essex.
And unfortunately, this is not the start that Jess Woolston would have wanted, but that's fairly half-tracker, really. That's a fairly easy shot for a batter at this level. Got to keep the ball up into that good area.
Trying to finish off in a better way, but that's wide. So, unfortunately, from a Yorkshire perspective, any pressure built up in the first over has very much been done a bit here. McCacken, a name that will be known well to those of you who followed women's domestic cricket pretty closely. She's had an excellent 2025 before a horrible injury. She was playing so well in domestic cricket that she was definitely bringing herself into England conversations as well. McCacken respects what's a good ball. So end of an expensive over from Woolston. 2 overs gone. None score. And it's worth noting as well, we're speaking to an analyst about Ella McCacken, and they know everything, these lot. The last 2 seasons in women's domestic cricket, she's averaged comfortably above 50 against seam bowling, which won't surprise you to know that that's one of the best in the country. She's slightly less invincible against spin, but particularly against seam at the top of the order, she's got quite the record.
I think historically, and most teams start with seam. So if you're opening the batting, then you're more likely to have faced seam, and therefore you've got more used to it. It's much more difficult against spin, where the pace is not on the ball, and you've got to make the decisions as to, do I move my feet? Do I come forward to it? Do I go onto my back foot? And we'll see how it goes on from here as Beth Langston comes in once again, and that's short but fielded at a wide mid-on. And there's no run.
It was fielded quite well by Blackwell because that kicked up off the turf. She had to sort of do her best Mary Earps or Hannah Hampton impression, timing the jump well.
Yeah, I think I've learnt over this season that nothing phases Innes Blackwell.
Yeah.
So she'll have just kept her eye on the ball and just responded to whatever was happening there, and she did that very successfully. Langston in again, her play and a miss.
Really well bowled by Langston. It's a beautiful spell being built here by Langston. She's bowled 8 balls. She hasn't gone for a run, and she's been in all the right areas. Langston so far this season with a best of 2 for 25 off 3.5 overs in the game at Surrey. Oh, Langston's got the inside edge there. Southby was in all sorts of trouble. She might get 4 for it, though. She will get 4 for it. Well, that's the bit of luck that you need sometimes when you're out of form and struggling for runs. Southby gets her first boundary.
There's rain coming in. The umpires are going together at the moment because it's a question of, will it blow over? Will we stay out, or do we have to go off? And one of the problems the batters have got here is they don't really need to panic in a 50-over game, but what they don't know is it going to be 50 overs? So there's that urgency almost of, I've got to go for anything that I feel is slightly loose and try and play some shots. So it's a real catch-22 scenario as the covers do indeed come on.
It's such a shame, 2.5 overs of cricket, and it's been on my mind to mention at some point that unfortunately the forecast suggests we are going to get quite a few more of these showers here at York across the rest of the day. And in fact, before I even had the chance to say it, the weather has come in and played spoilsport once again. So we've already lost 16 minutes with the late start, and we're off now at 10:58. So if we're not back on by 11:10 a.m., we do start losing overs at 3.8 minutes per over lost to the game. And the minimum amount for a game is 10 overs per side. We'll keep you up to date with all those permutations as and when, but this does look pretty heavy. So we'll be back relatively soon when we can give you an update. But for now, Hampshire making a solid enough start, scoring 11 off Woolston's over and finding themselves with 15 runs scored without losing a wicket from 15 balls. And it's quite a heavy shower coming down. So I fear it might be a little while till we're back next with you. But we'll do our best to keep you across everything that this means. But for now, from York, we'll bid you a temporary farewell from the commentary box.
know, others said they weren't coming.
Welcome back to York, where the sun is out, briefly popping its head up above some fluffy clouds, but then also some unfortunately much darker and more ominous clouds as well. And we are reduced to a 48 over a side game. As a result of the rain, we have used up our half an hour where we were not losing overs. So now we have lost a couple from both sides of the innings. And of course, on top of that, we could lose more. Langston to continue her over. And that is a beautiful square drive. Shot of the day so far from Ella McCacken. Absolutely delightful. 4 of the best runs you'll see.
Yeah, just over pitch there from Beth Langston. It's never easy for both batters or bowlers when you're coming off and going back out there, but that was a lovely shot from Ella McCacken, who just leant into it and just stroked it through the covers.
Does Langston respond? And that's a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. Might have felt like she's got away with that a bit. It was, of course, Anna Southby, not McCacken. Beg your pardon. Commentators, much like players, human beings and we make mistakes. And Rihanna Southby will feel all the more confident for that. She has been very much out of form at the start of this season. It's a better ball from Langston, got a bit of shape in, up around that waist height, had Southby in some discomfort. Into the third over, 19 without loss. You say tricky. Dr. Jane Powell alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, on commentary. I think it's harder for batters, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I think it is. It's just, you know, the bowlers haven't got time. They've not been able to warm up properly. They've not got into a rhythm. So sometimes you can come out and feel a little bit like undercooked almost, because you've done your warm-up right at the beginning of the game. You played an over, 1.3 overs in Beth's case and 1 in Jess's case, and then you've come off.
You're just getting going.
And then you don't go out and do any more bowling in between. So we hope that Yorkshire will hope that Jess Woolston gets a better line and length, and that's a good start to the second over from her from the City end.
Yeah, Woolston's first over went for 11, including about 6 wides as well. Well, yes, 6 points. 5 in one go and then a separate one. Kacken settling into her work. The ground does not have as big a slope as this particular camera angle might suggest. I'm in a good space.
Good setup here at York Cricket Club. You know, you can see, well, from our vantage point, we can see 3 different cricket grounds here, and obviously during the winter there's rugby as well that takes precedence on the grounds as well. So a lovely setup here at York Cricket Club, and the girls always enjoy coming here to play their games.
Woolston to continue. Into the pads, it's going a long, long way down leg. A shout in the faintest of hopes from Winfield Hill. One senses the kind of shout that sometimes is more to maybe stop opposition batters sinking of running a leg by, but these two weren't interested anyway. One of the big questions for Hampshire in pre-season, asked in the ECB Reporters Network previews, was will the domestic players step up when England stars are away? Maya Boucher, Lauren Bell, Lindsay Smith and Freya Kemp being away will be tough. A game like this is a real question for that for Hampshire. Swipe and a miss. Well bowled by Woolston. Much better second over than the first for Jess Woolston.
Yeah, there was a bit of width on that, but Ella McCacken didn't move her feet across at all, so her head wasn't over the ball, and that's why it looked like it was a uncontrolled swipe, and all she needed to do was just get across with her head a little bit, whether that she feels she's front foot or back foot for that shot, and then just she'd have been in a better position to play that shot.
And is flicked away, over-pitched on the pads, meat and drink for a player of Ella McCacken's quality, who had been a little slow and steady for her 4 of 13, but doubles her tally hit.
Yeah, nice shot there. It's very much going down leg side that, and McCacken just kept her head still, leant over the ball and just helped it round to square leg.
That being said, and I might be wrong, but I think Woolston was trying a slower ball there, and I don't actually mind that if I'm looking at that from a Yorkshire perspective, particularly to McCacken. And I'll tell you why after this ball. Woolston finishes the over nicely. The over goes for 4, 23 without loss after 4. On the analytics, she's excellent against seam Ella McCacken, one of the best performing batters right across the domestic circuit, but has had a little bit of a weakness when it's come to slower balls and picking them and getting out to them in the last few seasons. So if, and I believe it was just from the way Woolston might have been holding the ball there, that's what she was trying, that ball that got flicked away for 4 then. And one can understand why she's thinking of it, particularly in this matchup. Use the modern parlance. Langston to continue. She's shortened her run up this season. She's benefited massively from it. She's had so many problems from injuries. She's found that this has made a big difference to her game. To produce more deliveries like that, because she's had awful luck with those injuries over the years, Langston. She's sometimes maybe a slightly forgotten member of that England World Cup winning team in 2017 because she didn't play but was in the squad. She's a very modest mother hen of this group, is how I describe Langston. Very self-effacing, someone that almost doesn't give herself enough credit sometimes. Langston this time straying onto the pads, and it's an easy put away for Southby. By Beth Langston's high standards, it's not a great delivery. Southby's into double figures.
Yeah, and going back to the Jess Woolston one that was flicked off the pads in a similar vein in the last over, I think when you're in the power play situation, you haven't got the fielding cover that you'd necessarily need for chances in that area, so to speak. So I think, especially during power play, you've just got to try and keep a tight line and length and put the pressure on the batters from that perspective so that they're worried about scoring. And that's a much better ball and a much better line from Beth Langston there.
Southby will hope, having put that away confidently. She hit that lovely square drive as well off Langston. Maybe today can be her day. Had this difficult start to the season, 33 runs at 6.6. Someone that once upon a time was right in that England conversation. Southby this time has only managed to pick out a point where it's fielded by Maddie Ward. In fact, it was last summer where Katya Whitney, it's always worth listening to, from Wisden, said that the next cab off the rank for England keepers below Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont is Southby. It's always been an accusation that the best keeper in the country doesn't bat well enough. This is Southby. Southby's this time only able to get straight to Blackwell at mid-on. Katya Whitney going on. It's always been the accusation that Southby's the best keeper in the country but doesn't bat well enough. When McCacken got injured, she opened, and her arc as a player is on a very upward trajectory. She's the best rounded pick as a keeper in the country, but from a year or so ago, that stock for Southby's just fallen a bit in terms of that particular set, but it gives you an idea of what high esteem she was held in, and she's going to get more runs here. Just turning away off the back foot. 2, Claudia Cooper does the fielding. Ends another over of solid accumulation. 29 without loss after 5. And when you consider the inconvenience of the rain delay as well, these two openers have negotiated it very nicely.
Yeah, they've done well, and they've waited for that ball on or outside leg stump, and I think they picked up the majority of their runs out on that leg side, and that's the problem for the fielding team when it comes to where are you putting your field. Is if you're setting a 6-3 field, then you're almost inviting the batters to work it into that leg side, which if you keep a tight line and length, then you bring in bowled and you bring in nicks into question. But if you're bowling it so that it's on leg stump or outside leg stump, then it's almost a freebie for the batter, which they've taken full advantage of.
Alston starts her new over with one is not given as a wide, so presumably is taking a flick off something on the way through. The way McCacken is staring suggests that she very much thinks that she didn't get anything on it. Umpire Gareth Cross, who some might remember playing for Lancashire once upon a time, is unmoved. Julia Jarvis is your other umpire at square leg right now.
Yeah, a bit of a standoff stare there, wasn't it, from both umpire and batter. The result is a dot ball.
And this time just guiding into the gully where Johnson does the fielding. Do let us know in the YouTube comment section as well where you're watching from. Fantastic to have your company right across the globe on the live stream. There is no luck at the Costa del Southport, where they're still yet to bowl the first ball of that one between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Lancashire so far just below Yorkshire in the table, 2 wins from 6. Warwickshire just below Lancashire, so it's 7th versus 8th there. This will be single, just nudged neatly in front of square leg for 1 by McCacken. And the other game today, it's Blaze versus Somerset, who are in a bit of trouble at Exmouth. 37 for 3. Somerset so far with 3 wins, then 3 defeats. Blaze top of the table with 5 wins and just 1 loss. And this round sees Durham sitting out. There's 9 teams, so of course 1 can't play in each round of fixtures. And it was Essex Surrey yesterday. Neatly blocked back, Alston finding a better rhythm. And in that game yesterday, it was a really good game at the Oval. Essex 227 all out, and Surrey were in a right old pickle at 150 for 7, but yet again, as they so often do, showed their immense batting depth. Surrey staring down the barrel of a fourth straight loss, but Ailís Cranstone with 31 not out, and Priyanath Chatterjee, the Scottish international, with 37 not out. And Surrey actually ended up winning by 3 wickets with almost 8 overs to spare. Straight at cover from Southby. So what that means for the table is that Surrey have 4 wins from 7, 4 wins and 3 defeats. Meanwhile, Essex have 3 wins and 5 losses. They're 5th in the table, but what you have to remember about that is that Essex are the only team in the competition who've played 8 games. So they've played 1 game more than everybody else, and sometimes actually 2 more. Of course, some of that will change after today. It's well bowled by Wilson. There was some appeals.
Yeah, that was too high, I think. You know, but that's a much better over from Jess Woolston, who's just brought it straighter and brought it more outside off. With that ability to nip it back into the batter, she's got to almost start it outside off stump to bring it back in towards the stumps. Anything that is too straight is working its way down leg side.
There is that table. The top 3 go through to the next stage of the competition. It's been changed from last season, so an eliminator, 2nd versus 3rd, and that gets the right to play first in the final. Lancashire, the defending champions, having beaten Hampshire in the final last season. And as much as it feels like early season, we're not far from the midway point. 8 games being half of your campaign. It's a double round robin. Langston to continue in the, what I would describe as tentative sunshine. How would you put it, Dr. Jane Powell?
Actually, I think it's looking quite promising at the moment. I think the weather's coming from over
rugby
rugby grounds, and it's not looking as bad as if I look over the city. So
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
hopeful that it's going to be good for a little while.
Yeah, we need a bit of optimism. Akin hitting very stylishly, but straight at point where Jonathan does the fielding.
It's good to have Jess Jonathan back. She wasn't here for the last game that Yorkshire played. She went back to Australia for her best friend's wedding, so it's good to have her back. I'm not sure she'd be enjoying playing out in these weather conditions. She won't be used to this very much, but a great asset to the Yorkshire squad.
And flicks round the corner. 6-3 field means that there's no fine leg, and it's 4 easy runs for McCacken.
I think they've changed to a 5-4 now, but they've got a long mid-on the ring, and they've got a short mid-wicket and a square leg, and the fine leg, was quite square at that before that ball was played, so it's a long way for the square leg to try and cover. Just one slip in place now. That's half fielded at a short cover. Jess Woolston has recovered it, and they've only managed to get the one. That looked like 2 all the way, but it was a good half stop from Maddie Ward in the cover region.
Just jumping back, you are absolutely right. Mea culpa from us here, completely missed that in the team changes. Of course, it is 2 changes for Yorkshire because Jess Jonathan is back from her friend's wedding, and so Rebecca Duckworth, who come in for that one game and made 21 off 34. Duckworth did play in the Durham game as well, actually. Duckworth, having played those 2 games, drops out to make space for JJ. Ball from Langston, 2 full, and it's a delightful looking extra cover drive, which will beat Callis and get to the rope for 4. So Southby, who's had a very tough start to the season, is actually starting to look in some good nick here.
Yeah, she just waited for that ball to come in. Beautiful shape, kept her side on position and just hit through the ball there to hit a lovely 4 through extra cover. Very nice shot.
Suddenly becoming quite an expensive over for Langston, and I'm sure Lauren Winfield-Hill's starting to think of where she turns to next. 39 without loss, Hampshire going at almost a run a ball. That will only help their score further. So it's going for 10 with 1 ball left of it.
Yeah, in fact, Woolston started poorly and has got better from a run-scoring position, and Langston's sadly going up in the run-scoring.
Langston this time induces a chop shot from Southby, got herself in a slightly awkward position. End of the over, 40 without loss after 7 then. Don't be too fooled by the sun that you can see in your pictures. We've had a bit of a difficult morning with the weather here, but having been reduced to a 48 over a side game, I'm hoping that the worst of that weather is gone. I do remember, and you said this last season, you said this earlier today, and a few people told me it last season, Dr. Jane Powell, the weather does tend to come from that rugby stand away to the right as we look at things. And from there, I can see some nice looking clouds in the immediate vicinity, but then unfortunately behind that, some slightly darker, more ominous looking ones. So it's looking like a bit of a 4 seasons in one day kind of thing. Woolston to continue. Back of the length, and just nurdled for what will be a comfortable 1. They are going to push for the second, and it's a good decision. Gets the afterburners on and gets back quite comfortably, McCacken. One thing Yorkshire are missing from this stage of the game today is the presence of Rachel Slater. And Slater has made it a very happy knack this season of getting some enormously important wickets early on. Evan Knight, Bryony Smith, Tammy Beaumont, Eve Jones, 4 of her scalps this season. Slater with that left arm angle. She's, of course, not available.
Yeah, and Slater's a big loss, I would say, because she just starts off the innings so nicely. You know, she's one of those bowlers who right-handers do find left arm over the wicket bowlers quite difficult because you automatically think it's going to go across you, but if you have the ability to cut it back in, which she does, then you're forever, shall I leave it, shan't I leave it? And then often you can be caught out between in your mind as to which shot you're about to play. So she'll be a big loss today.
And goes a little shorter, and it's a good-looking shot from McCacken, who nice and high, very technically correct, up above the bounce, driving down the ground for one.
Good fielding by Sturkallis there.
And you can see the towel in action. That demonstrates just how wet it has been. The outfield is in magnificent condition for the amount of rain it's had, but it has had a solid amount of rain, so Callis is really to show all her strength to try and keep drying that ball. It's not, in some ways, ideal from a bowling perspective. You lose that shine, that swing quite quickly. It's just turned away for no run by Brianna Southby. 25-year-old who came through the system at Surrey, was there till 2024, part of the Surrey Stars and Oval Invincibles before, joining the Vipers in 2023. Also played for the Southern Brave as well, and was a 100 winner with the Superchargers. You can certainly build up quite a kit collection in women's cricket.
Or in any cricket. There are lots of players who play multiple franchises, as that's bowled short and it's just pulled round for an easy four for Southby there.
Rihanna Southby looks in really good touch here. She's had a difficult season so far, but she's played a few shots today, including this one. A swivel pull, lovely and controlled. Blackwell was down there, but had no chance. That suggests she's getting back towards her best. 24 against Somerset last time out after scores of 5, 0, 0 and 4 to begin the competitive senior season before it. She was one run from going past what she made against Somerset, and she's going it over a run a ball. That is, if you believe in the commentator's curse, there's some proof of it, because it's not one of her finest shots. A bit of a bottom-handed swipe, but luckily for her, not nicked to Winfield Hill or the waiting catchers. 47 for none after 8.
Do we still have power play 10 overs with 48 overs, or is it 9? 10 overs, I believe.
Good question, because I believe it would be 9 or 10. It is 10. Thank you. First change in the bowling, and it's Ines Blackwell, who, of all of Yorkshire's talented youngsters that have burst through and got chances in Tier 2 last season, is the one that has most grasped the nettle and has managed to play her way into being first name on the team sheet. Fearless 16-year-old all-rounder. It's very commonly bowled first change this season. You can see a little fact file on her there. His first ball sees McCacken wanting a quick single, and Southby was right to send her back, because that would have been an easy run out for Amy Campbell.
Yeah, Amy Campbell's quite lively in that area, and she seems to have long arms in that area as well, and so she's got that ability to pick up, and quite useful with either a right hand or a left hand.
Well, again with her big in swings, flipped into square leg. For one, Ines Blackwell, who took 4 for 61 in the game against Durham. She was on a hat-trick, and then in the run chase pulled Lauren Filer for a magnificent 6 that Yorkshire men's captain Johnny Bairstow actually commented on Instagram, saying what a shot, catching his attention. Someone that is quickly making a name for herself. That game against Durham was the first time she's taken more than one wicket in a game for Yorkshire. She got a wicket on debut against Middlesex. Well, this is skied up. This could be out. Campbell has lost it in the sun, I think. It's ended up nowhere near the ball. Well, I think Amy Campbell's misjudged that, and that is a very, very fortunate life for Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, I think not only was it in the sun, I think it swirled around a little bit, and they're always difficult to judge when they go up so high there. You can see, and it's like, well, where is it? I think I'm there, and then all of a sudden she realised that she wasn't near that one. But a good ball from Innes Blackwell to cause that missed shot.
Yeah, those over-the-shoulder ones are very tough. But I think Campbell will probably be disappointed to have misjudged it to the extent that she didn't get anything on it. Shorter from Blackwell. It's a bit of an awkward jab from McCacken.
It's chopped down a little bit and it just bounced to the side of the stumps, but that was another good ball from Innes Blackwell. We see it from this replay, just the ball coming back in to the player quite prolifically, and she has to jab that down and it just misses that off stump.
Yeah, she's skiddy and awkward, Blackwell. There's a lot to like. That's got to finish a tidy first over from her. 49 without loss. Blackwell unlucky to not take a wicket in her first over in getting rid of Southby. A few more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell, and then she'll be joined by the excellent Aaron.
Yeah, Innes Blackwell showing a maturity way beyond her 16 years, and just going back to the 6 she hit against Lauren Filer, she reminds me of a young Lydia Greenway, who's now the England selector, when facing Catherine Fitzpatrick in her first international, and she got hit on the shoulder and then got another bouncer the next ball and hooked her first 6 or 4 as well. So it's just like, well, I hope that Innes develops as Lydia did back in the day. Good morning.
Good morning to you as well, Jane. Well, that's certainly the hope, isn't it, for Yorkshire?
Yeah, it is still morning. I was just checking.
It is.
Yeah, we seem to have sort of started late and not sure where the time was there, so I had to check myself just to check that it was morning. So welcome on.
I did the exact same thing just before coming on. Yeah, I've done that in the past. Good afternoon, and it's 5 to 12.
Yeah.
But no, an absolute pleasure to be here. Fingers crossed that the sunshine stays as well. Clifton Park looking a picture at the minute. So I'll be looking just to set the fielders on the offside. It's been a strong start, this, hasn't it, for Hampshire, of course. It's one of those difficult situations because it has been so stop-start with the weather, but so far, both McCacken and, of course, Southby, well, they've looked very comfortable.
Yeah, I'm sure that Hampshire will be more pleased with the power play than Yorkshire at this stage. But it's interesting how a couple of wickets can change things quite quickly. So Yorkshire will be pushing away to try and change that second figure. That slash through the covers. Straight to Maddie Ward out there. Is that Maddie Ward? Yes. Last year, Maddie Ward was the only one with orange shoes. This year, Claudie Cooper's got orange shoes. So now I have to check on that as well. Claudie Cooper's out here at Deep Square Leg. So that's Maddie Ward out there patrolling the covers.
Indeed it is. Team 50. And, of course, the 50 partnership also comes up between Southby and McCacken. McCacken on strike against Woolston. Goes on to the back foot. That'll be no run. Yeah, just looking over to our right, of course, I did hear you a little bit earlier, Jane, the fact that the weather has been approaching from just over the top of the rugby ground. A few ominous clouds approaching, but keep our fingers firmly crossed that they do evade us here at York Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's looking a bit ominous. Although the ground staff in that picture there are looking like it's a summer afternoon.
Again, McCacken can't quite beat the fielder. Beth Langston it is on that occasion. This is precisely the start that Hampshire would have hoped for. Of course, without Maya Bouchier. With England, Freya Kemp. Just goes to show the depth of batting that they've got. They've still got the likes of Norgrove. Of course, the captain, Georgia Adams. Fantastic to see her back. Mimi Datani and a certain Francesca Sweet as well. Down the leg side.
Yeah, there must have been something on that because once again the batter is looking like, why wasn't that a wide? So there must have been something on that the umpire Gary Cross is unmoved.
Certainly is. End of the 10th. Hampshire are 50 without loss.
And, you know, that's Jess Woolston has pulled it back really well. She went for 11 off her first over, then only 4 and 1, and then a 7, and then just a 1 off that over. You know, she's really started to get her line and length, but it's taken her 5 overs to get to that situation, and you've got to think that Lauren Winfield-Hill will be thinking about changing her from that end now. So just as she's got into a groove, and then it is probably time to change the bowler as Blackwell comes in once again from the rugby end.
Yeah, bowling here to Southby. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, with one-day cricket? Just as you said, because you do have that quota, your allocation, 10 overs, of course, over the duration of the game. A couple today, of course, will have to bowl 9 as a result of those 2 overs lost. Well, bowls again here to Southby. Clipped away just in front of square leg for 1.
And what Yorkshire do have is 2 very good spin bowlers in Jess Jonathan, who you would argue is one of the best spinners in world cricket, and Claudie Cooper, who did play for the England Development 11 just this last week against New Zealand. So they've got 2 high-class spinners that they can turn to at any stage.
Certainly do. Claudie, as we mentioned on many an occasion since last season, also has that knack, the ability to get those wickets early doors. Bit of a golden arm in that first over.
Yeah, her percentage rate for taking a wicket in the first over is extremely high. Something, a percentage we ought to work out, really, because we often talk about it. But she does just seem to pick up a wicket in her first over. Certainly last year in Tier 2, I think she did it in the first 6 to 8 games.
Well, we have got our answer from last season, courtesy of our colleague, Mr. Michael McCann. It's Blackwell bowling here to McCacken for no run. It was 60%.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, that's outstanding.
Most people will dwell on, I got a wicket in the first over in that game. Do you remember that game? And there's 6 games out of 10. She was picking up a wicket.
Sensational stuff. Well, again, that one played nice and straight down the ground. Quick single is taken. Whoever it was with the efforts at the non-striker's end. In the end, though, McCacken scampers through safely.
Yeah, good single there. You know, it looked like it might be a bit pressured, but it wasn't. It was a very sensible, quick single taken by Hampshire.
Well, a tidy over yet again. Just 2 runs conceded from her second. Hampshire are 52 without loss after 11.
Yeah, tidy start from Ines Blackwell, you know, and I'm sure the opposition won't have seen her bowling before, so it's often difficult when you're not sure who's coming in to bowl. It's bad enough if you do know the bowlers, but if you don't, then sometimes it's like you've got to watch it even more closely. She's had the half chance that went up in the air that was lost, and then she had the one that was chopped down that just missed the stumps as well. So she'll be pleased with that, but knowing Ines, she'll be like, oh, I'm here to take wickets. That's what I'm here to do. So she'll be determined to just keep that tight line and length as Jess Woolston comes in for her 6th over.
Yeah, from a captaincy perspective, Jane, guessing that's the right decision here, because she has begun to find that rhythm, get into that groove. That one muscled down the ground. It will beat the dive of the fielder, and that will be 4 runs. Almost dismissive in its nature by Ella McCacken.
It looked like it could be an attempted slower ball as well, but it's an easy shot for Ella McCacken. It's that big stride and just powers through with her hands.
Ready. Good start to the over this for Hampshire. What's that one? Very, very fine. Goes down to Ines Blackwell. the field in. We've seen a couple of those shots early doors, haven't we,
Yeah,
Jane?
I think we've seen 3 now, and on another day that could be 3 wickets, you know. So you've got to ride your luck whilst you've got it, because that wasn't very far off at all. It just caught the inside edge and just missed the leg stump.
Another nice delivery that from Jess Woolston.
Yeah, well taken by Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's come up to the stumps now. I don't know if Southby was batting outside a crease, but she'll now be much more aware that she's got a wicketkeeper right at the stump, so she'll be less enthusiastic, should I say, to leave her crease to play her shots now. If she misses it, then she's in trouble if she's going to dance down the wicket.
That one slightly shorter, picked up very early, pulled powerfully out towards deep mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 more. Another excellently timed and well-placed shots, courtesy of Rihanna Southby. And Michael mentioned this a little bit earlier, even though she has had an uncharacteristically quiet start to the campaign, she is a seriously talented individual.
Yeah, and I'm not taking anything away from Southby there, but that was a very short ball that she picked up very quickly and just helped it on its way. And I think that's a better ball there from Jess Woolston. Sorry, I was just in mid-flow about to say Jess has got to improve her length of her ball and just make sure that she's putting it in the area that makes it difficult for the batters, not easy. And if you're dropping it too short, then batters of this quality will take full advantage of it, and that's what we've seen there. They played some great shots, particularly the pull shot to a short pitch ball.
Well, here is the final delivery of the 12th over. Southby again plays that one a little bit more deftly, delicately, just out towards point for 1. So the end of a very fruitful over that for Hampshire. 10 runs from it. The Rose and Crown 62 without loss after 12.
Yeah, and if I was the captain now, then I'd be thinking about definitely changing the bowling from that City end. I think you've got to try and break this partnership, because they're starting to get, it sounds a bit crazy after only 12 overs, but they're starting to get very comfortable. And I say starting is because I think Yorkshire have given them quite a few runs that they've not had to do much about. So all they've done is punish the bad balls, really. There's been a fair number of 4s hit, and there's also been a number of extras that have been given them as well. So Yorkshire will be wanting to try and break this partnership.
Well, here is Blackwell. That one very full. Well stopped in the end by Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Yeah, that's that wide Yorker, you know, and I think it's the Yorker is an underplayed, underbowled ball, and that's a very good execution of it by the young 16-year-old who just managed to get it under the bat.
Here she is again. Southby, that one shorter, pulled. This could go straight to the fielder, and Yorkshire have got there first, courtesy of Inez Blackwell. A fine catch out on the deep boundary rope, courtesy of Beth Langston. And Hampshire now 62 for 1. Southby, the batter, to go for a well-made 31 from 36.
And there's the 2 different age groups combining to take that first wicket, the youngster and the elder stateswoman of the team as well. But wasn't Inez's best ball, but it was a great field placing from Lauren Winfield-Hill and a very straightforward, well-taken catch by Beth Langston. It wasn't an easy catch because it looked like it was about to go over her head as well, so she did have to take it well above her head, but a good innings has been brought to a close by Inez Blackwell and Beth Langston, and I'm sad to report that there's some rain coming down.
Yeah, that is coming down quite a bit now, unfortunately, as we just see the new Hampshire batter in at number 3 will be Abby Norgrove.
You can see the rain on the screen there, you can see it coming down, and the umpires are bringing everybody off.
Well, that was a very timely wicket then for Inez Blackwell and for Yorkshire. So we are coming off, unfortunately, for rain here at Clifton Park. As you can see, the ground staff moving the covers into place. Well, we'll take a short break here on the commentary as well. Just a reminder of the current score before this rain break. Hampshire are 62 for 1.
Welcome back to York, where 4 seasons in a day has continued. We had a bit of hail. We came off. That was 24 minutes ago. So we're back at 12:29. By our calculations, we think that we most likely will have lost 3 overs from either side, and it's a 45 over a side game. We don't have official confirmation on that. That's broadly what we were looking at. From the last shower, we'd already been shortened to 48 overs a side. I know quite a few of you were commenting on how beautiful our drone shots of York were that you've just been seeing. I think we should clarify that those are very much sadly not from today, where even when the sun has been out, it's been out very tentatively, and there's been frequent clouds around as well. Some of them quite ominous. So those are, as the great Blue Peter once said, some that we made earlier. Innes Blackwell on to continue her over. She took a wicket with the last ball before that rain poured down. Rihanna Southby with a season's best of 31 off 36. Caught by Langston off the bowling of the 16-year-old prodigy, who is set to continue now. It's beautifully straightly driven down the ground by Norgrove. That's the kind of shot that gets you often underway feeling some confidence as a batter. I'm delighted to say alongside Michael McCann for our second resumption of the day, our third start of the day of one kind of another is Aaron.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, you can just see there as well that moisture also just slowing down the ball a bit. It's a nice shot that from Norgrove. We have also just seen the confirmation there, as we expected. The overs have now been taken off, so it will be a 45 overs per side affair, at least for the time being, of course. There is still that threat of rain throughout the day.
But it's always nice to know that your 3.8 times table is in good working fettle. That's a key life skill right there.
Here's Blackwell again. One slightly dragging back the length allows for the Hampshire batters to scamper through with a quick single. It is oddly specific, isn't it, that? 1 over every 3.8 minutes.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing that I always think is if it was 3.75, it would be 15 overs an hour. It would be actually quite easily calculable in that sense.
So that one will be a dot ball. Can't quite evade Jonathan on the offside. So that will end the over. Of course, rather pronounced break in between those deliveries, but Hampshire are 64 for 1 after 13.
Yeah, insert your bag joke about Innes Blackwell and getting on with bowling your overs quicker here. Elsewhere, in Costa del Southport, they've got some play. Lancashire 36 without loss in a 42 over a side game after 7.4 overs against Warwickshire. Eve Jones and Seren Smell out in the middle, and Somerset having a tough time of it with the bat. They are 33 for 3, all of the threes. Their captain Sophie Luff has gone now as well. In fact, beg your pardon, little refresh of Cricket Archive, which wasn't auto-refreshing. They're 96 for 5 off 29 overs, so it hasn't really got much better than 33 for 3. I guess you could say a slight recovery, led by 32 from Hazel before she went. On now from the City end, someone who's been a massive part of Yorkshire's season so far. Jonathan starts by being turned away by McCacken for 1. Now, this battle of Jonathan versus McCacken I'm particularly interested in, because speaking to a couple of analysts on the circuit, if Jonathan has taken the same information in, I'm intrigued to see how she uses it. Now, of course, she's now bowling to Norgrove. McCacken's got off strike, but that battle will come back soon. McCacken is dismissed every 3 for 3. I guess you could say a slight recovery, led by 32 from Hazel before 23 balls. She faces with spin where she's brought onto the front foot. That is very high for a top order bat. Norgrove this time blocks that one back. For contrast, her balls per dismissal when McCacken is on the back foot is 79. She's a much, much better player off the back foot against spin. She wants to rock onto the back foot against spin most of the time. Circuit. If Jonathan has taken the same information in, I'm intrigued to see how she uses it. Now, of course, she's now bowling to Norgrove. McCacken's got off strike, but that batter will come back soon. McCacken is dismissed every 23 balls she faces with spin where she's brought onto the front foot. That is very high for a top order bat. Norgrove this time blocks that one back. For contrast, her balls per dismissal when McCacken is on the back foot is 79. She's a much, much better player off the back foot against spin. She wants to rock onto the back foot against spin most of the time. That's a nice shot off the back foot from Norgrove, straight to cover.
Well, that's very intriguing then for Jonathan, because Jonathan, very round arm, looks to target those stumps. Has bowled quite full this season. Wonder if we'll see just a slight change in approach then to McCacken. Again, taking the pace off that one, looking to drift it there to Norgrove. And just try and tempt her into one.
Yeah, absolutely. McCacken will look to rock back where possible. Short, a little too short. Norgrove picked up the length nice and quickly, but it's one of the two sweepers. Very traditional sort of spinner, power play out kind of field. The other thing to note about McCacken, who is now on strike, is she's got a bit of a strike rate weakness against spin that is tight on the crease, spin bowling that is released close to the umpire. Now, Jonathan won't quite do that. She's bowling left arm around here. But that could be particularly intriguing when it comes to the presence of Claudie Cooper. Good tight over, just 2 runs off it. 66 for 1 off 14. Tight start from Johnson.
Certainly was. Saw there on the last delivery as well, just dragging back the length just a touch, allowed for McCacken to play that one off the back foot. So again, that is definitely a battle. Now that you've said that, that we'll be looking out for very intently indeed. She's looking to just get it a little bit fuller than that though. You want it on that good length, almost get the batter playing in 2 minds with the shot.
Lovely spell from Blackwell so far, 1 for 6 off 3. Blackwell driven nicely enough, but straight to Callis mid-off. For a pitch that's been covered, uncovered, has had a spot of rain on it. Can't really say it's played with anything that seems like it's got any demons in there. It's always seems a pretty good wicket here at York. 60-metre boundaries all the way round. No particularly big slopes to worry about, so no real shorter or more accessible ones. Blackwell will get just the one down to Wolston. Or Norgrove will get one, I should say, off Blackwell.
Well, just going back to that, it is something which I observed a little bit earlier. We saw a couple which rose up on the bat a little bit, but nothing which is alarming for a batting team. For the most part, the carry has been nice, bounce has been even. It's looked like a rather nice batting track, at least from our vantage point here in the commentary box. But one thing that I would say, the bowlers have got to be very careful bowling short. I know that we saw Blackwell get her dismissal of Southby with the short ball. That one pace taken off. Played out towards backward point for 1. If you don't have that extra degree of pace, or it's not a well-disguised slow.
And again, in a very nice spot. Someone who is consistently showing a maturity well beyond her years. We've thrown her in, and the composure she's shown for a young cricketer is outstanding. Something you rarely see. She's a good cricketer, she'll only improve. She's consistently performing well in Tier 1 cricket at 16 years old. And she'll bowl at a really good pace in a couple of years, but that time she's straight onto the pads of Norgrove, who might get her first boundary or might just hold up.
No, I mean, that comes back to that conversation we're having about the outfield. I mean, it has rained an awful lot, and you can just see it's slowed up entirely there. It's a lovely shot, and I think that on a nice, warm, dry day, that's easily going for 4, but especially down towards deep mid-wicket, and I think there's a little bit of a slower patch as well down towards the advertising hoardings to our left. You've got to run hard. I think that's going to be the key today.
Driven into the pads. Nice running from the non-striker. McCacken was alert to the possibility of a single, which won't go down on Blackwell's tally because it's a leg by. 71 for 1. Good little spell this for Yorkshire. The last 3 overs have conceded just 9 runs and picked up a wicket. And of course, that wicket came just before the rain.
will, unsurprisingly, continue to be Jess Jonathan on the City end. Yeah, of course, before that Essex game, which she missed out on as a result of heading back to Australia, celebrating her best friend's wedding. She was at one point the leading run scorer and leading wicket taker in Division 1.
She's having a great season. 2 for 27 against Somerset. Assume that all of these are off 10 overs unless otherwise stated. 1 for 32 or 4 in the game with Surrey. And that's about as bad as it's got. 1 for 32 or 4 is a little expensive, but it was hardly terrible. 4 for 18 in the win against Blaze. 4 for 30 away against Lancashire. That's a good way to endear yourself to the Yorkshire public as an overseas player. And 1 for 50 in the tie against Durham. That was quite high scoring. She's building some pressure here on Norgrove.
Yeah, it's just consistent. It's a word that we use an awful lot when it comes to spin bowling, but being metronomic, just putting it a line and a length consistently, time and time again. That one slightly shorter, that has popped straight up. Jonathan calls for the catch, and that is a simple caught and bowled for the Australian overseas start. Hampshire lose their second, Norgrove departs for 5. The Rose and Crown at 71 for 2 here in the 16th.
Yeah, just got in more than 2 minds, about 3 or 4 minds, Norgrove. That classic thing of a spinner building dots for an over, 3 dots in a row, inducing a bit of a nothing shot, really. Norgrove didn't quite pick the length, didn't quite commit to going forward or back. Ends up eventually sort of rocking back, but it's nowhere near short enough to be pulling. And Jess Jonathan could probably catch that with her eyes closed.
Yeah, just looking back on the replay here, comes back to what we said about being caught in 2 minds. Didn't fully commit to the pull shot. In the end, it just spoons up in the air. Jess Jonathan, well, she was never, ever going to drop that.
And so you've been mentioning that wicket tally. She's added to it once more. This is her 6th appearance of the season, and she is already on to 13 wickets. She's kept things pretty tight as well. We don't yet have fancy cricket for Tier 1 women's cricket. We should. You can get fancy sport from almost anything these days, but she'd be one of the most expensive and bankable players in such an endeavour. Georgia Adams on strike. Starts with a sort of guided drive down the ground. Her first appearance in a month after a quadricep injury.
I was just about to say, I mean, Georgia Adams would also probably be quite a highly rated and valued selection. Here she is against Jonathan. She advances down the track, can't quite beat the infield, so remains a dot ball. But yeah, for Jonathan, she has been an inspired signing. What an over that is, a wicket maiden to round out the 16th. Hampshire 71 for 2, and of course we've spoken there almost entirely about her bowling exploits so far this season, but she is safe as houses with her catches. We've seen her patrolling at backward point throughout the campaign so far, and let's not forget, not 1 but 2 centuries as well against Lancashire and Durham respectively.
Well, I know a lot of these fancy games have dynamic pricing. She'd be at that point where she's the most expensive player in the game, pretty much. Blackwell to continue. Straying down the leg side. Nice, effortless take from Winfield Hill when those are not easy at all. Because this is where you get to the point, and someone like Adams would be in this conversation as well. You get your most expensive players, and how can you shoehorn as many of them as possible into your team? And how can you trade across the season so that you make a bit more extra money so you can get a few more of them in as the campaign goes on? So that's a quick single in front of mid-on, and it's not picked up cleanly. I think even if it had been from Cooper, the purposefulness of the running, the scamperage from both batters meant they would have been fine.
Yep, and that comes back to something which we have already touched upon today. It's intent with the running. I mean, that is the other thing, of course. Aside from the outfield, the ball is going to be a little bit slick at times. So if you're putting the fielders under pressure, if they just take their eyes off, it allows for those singles to be taken.
Run for Adams. Didn't get to bat in the game against Warwickshire, so this is her first innings of the season. That was a day where I think it's fair to say the luck shone. on Hampshire. Warwickshire batted first. All the top 5 got 50s. They piled up 354 for 7. It's driven straight to cover. And having piled that score up, Bex Tyson, the best bowler, 3 for 66. It rained and they never got back out. I don't think it's particularly controversial to say that if you're Hampshire, you love the game, you love being out there, but that might be the day where, you know what, might not have been the worst thing. Didn't get the chance to chase 3-5-5 to win, albeit we have seen scores going through the roof across the country. It's a particular result of professionalism. They are going to take a single here, and it's a good single. 5 yards to the left of Callis, who's of course a right-handed thrower.
Just going back to those games between Hampshire and Warwickshire as well. I mean, they've had some doozies already in the early stages of Tier 1 cricket. Think back to the season opener last year, it was a tie. 212 runs apiece.
I remember Maya Boucher showing that she'd be very useful in a game of 10-pin bowling, rolling the stumps down from about 10 yards or so in the final ball of that game to ensure that it was a tie.
Just going back to George Adams as well. Of course, comes from a ridiculously high standard of cricketing pedigree. So that one driven nicely. Callis again will do the fielding, shy at the non-striker's end, and that will be a single to round out the over. 17 have gone here at Clifton Park. Hampshire 75 for 2. But just going back to Adams, the Adams family, of course. Her dad, Chris, a legend down in Sussex, and watch out for her sister Molly as well, who is also playing for the Martlets, or the Sharks, as they're known as in white ball cricket. I mean, it really is such a rich and storied family name.
Yeah, and for a long time, Georgia Adams looked like that England call would never come. And she talked in quite a lot of interviews about kind of mentally accepting that. Jonathan starts a new over from the City end. He's driven down the ground well, decent tumbling stock, good cricket round, stopped by George Boyce. But then, of course, it had a happy ending ultimately, in the sense that not long before a World Cup in Ireland in September 2024, Adams did get her England opportunity, played a couple of T20Is. Straight at cover. One of those players that, you know, when eventually does hang the boots up, I count myself unlucky to have not played more for a country. Straight back at Johnson. Good battle here between two of the best on the circuit.
She has been outstanding at the domestic level, though, hasn't she? Season in, season out, both as a batter, a leader. Here she is advancing, and that is taken. Good catch by Amy Campbell. And Hampshire just beginning to wobble slightly here at York Cricket Club. The visitors 76 for 3, and the captain goes for just 1. Jess Jonathan continues on her merry way as well. 2 wickets and counting on return for the White Rose. And this turning into a very bountiful spell.
Well, as if it wasn't enough for Amy Campbell to get the satisfaction of getting the big fish of Georgia Adams with a magnificent catch. Add on top of it how good Campbell will feel because of the catch which he lost in the sun a little bit and wasn't able to even get hands on when Southby was on 23. It just gets in a little bit of a tangle. It's a bit of a bottom-handed flick, but Campbell has a lot of work to do away to her left. And don't forget that she's got that finger injury as well. She's got a dislocated finger, a pinky finger, on her left hand, which makes this even more awkward for her. Just slightly out of shot there. That is as good a catch as you'll see. And anyone who's been on a cricket field will know that when you've had a not-so-good moment in the field, it only makes all the more satisfying and a bit of relief as well. So now the experienced domestic campaigner of Adams is replaced by another person who that description very much goes for, Naomi Datani. And stress fracture for a lot of last season. Starting by just turning Jonathan away into the onside for single to get her off the mark. The campaigner of Adams is replaced by another person who that description very much goes for, Naomi Datani. And stress fracture for a lot of last season. Starting by just turning Jonathan away into the onside for a single to get her off the mark.
You can just see here Jonathan marshalling the field, full of confidence, and, well, why wouldn't she be? This has been a tremendous start to her day's work. Again, just shuffling a couple of fielders on the onside. The re-bowl that one, though. Strays down leg, so wide is signalled by the standing umpire. Yeah, initially it was more of a deep mid-wicket. Fielder's just gone over to deep forward mid-wicket. That was the alteration. So again, it's taken off into McCacken playing on the back foot. End of the over. Another tidy one from Jonathan, and a successful one with that wicket of Georgia Adams. Hampshire 78 for 3 after 18.
Yeah, so if you go to just before you had that rain delay for the hail, so 12 overs, 62 without loss. Since then, 6 overs, 16 for 3. To include that wicket that Blackwell took just before for that brief heavy shower. Gatani's got to help lead the fight back. Now this is a good matchup for Yorkshire. Naomi Datani in the last 3 years of women's domestic cricket averages 6 balls per dismissal when facing right arm away swing. Now, of course, you've got to remember that because she's a left-hander, Blackwell is offering exactly that. Of course, this is maybe happen. This isn't necessarily a bowling change to take that in because Blackwell was on anyway. But this is a matchup that Yorkshire might fancy.
Let's get pronounced movement. Datani on the defensive, and might I just say as well, what a start it has been for Inez Blackwell. 1 for 14 from her opening 5 overs in the game. A surface which, as we've said, is very nice to bat on.
She's always looked comfortable ever since her debut last season. Slightly back of a length, and Datani can only drive to mid-off. She came in last season in what was one of Yorkshire's toughest games in their Tier 2 campaign against Middlesex at Headingley, a week after Middlesex had beaten Yorkshire by 10 wickets in the T20 last League 2 final. And in the Metrobank One Day Cup, she took 1 for 39 off her 10 and got 30 as well with the bat. I know even some of Yorkshire's own camp quietly told me afterwards that even they were a bit surprised by quite how well she came in and did with both disciplines in a pressure game. Yorkshire lost the game by just 7 runs, but Blackwell was actually, from a Yorkshire point of view, arguably their player of the match. That's very nice lines. That's exactly the area that Blackwell will fancy herself to Datani here.
The one thing that always gets me as well about Inez is just how comfortable she looks. For such a young bowler, 16 years of age, completely calm, completely in control. And as a captain, I mean, Winfield Hill completely backs her, regardless of the situation. So again, a nice testing delivery to the left-handed Datani. Just runs it down towards deep third, and that will be a single to round out the over. Hampshire 79 for 3 after 19. But even back to those early days in the Tier 2 team in 2025, I can't really recall an instance where you've gone, well, Inez looks out of place here. She is slotted in seamlessly, and that step up from Tier 2 to Tier 1 is not something to be glossed over.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is she wasn't by any means the first Yorkshire player to get their chance. She had to wait until August. There was quite a few others that were slightly sort of ahead of the queue of her in some senses. I mean, there's also the fact that in terms of school and exams and availability, that's also been a bit of a factor. And cut straight to the aforementioned Blackwell at point. Bit of a star of the future, but also quickly becoming a star of the now as well.
That one's swept away by Datani. Just beats the effort there of Grace Hall. Will at least be a single. Will stay a single. Datani just had a little bit of a slip down the non-striker's end. I do like these fields that Jonathan is setting, though. The fact that you've got Campbell and Hall so in close in the 25-yard circle. So McCacken fancies to meet the pitch of that latest delivery. It's very attacking. And of course, Jonathan has completely earned that right as well. As a spin bowler, you relish opportunities and field placements like these. Was that one slightly misfielded by Jess Walston?
I think it's hit her in the shin. It can be quite painful sometimes, but the way she's moving, I think she's come off okay.
Nice spin though for Jess Jonathan. 2 for 7. So we're here in her 4th over of the game. Slightly shorter again in comparison.
A few people in the YouTube comments rightly highlighting the importance of Ellie McCacken here as the anchor, and all of her ability and talent can hold this innings together for Hampshire.
Datani just jabs that one only as far as Jess Walston. That'll be the end of yet another very economic over. Just 2 runs conceded by Jonathan. Hampshire are 81 for 3 after 20.
Just a little over 4s, but that doesn't tell the full story. The last 8 overs, they've scored at not far over 2s. 19 for 3 from the last 8. I actually think if you're Hampshire, you don't necessarily, you obviously mind that. That's not a good thing. But you don't necessarily mind scoring slightly slowly for a period of time. A rebuild is needed between these two. McCacken, someone who had awful luck with that terrible injury last season, but before then was completely flying. And shown signs of getting back towards that level this season. This time McCacken will get runs, and we'll get 4 of them. Perfectly placed, perfectly timed, completely in control. Slightly short and wide from Blackwell, but classily put away.
Certainly was. Yeah, Maddie Ward, that would have been an almighty chase coming over from deep point. As you said, just very, very well played. Again, looked in complete and utter command of that shot, did McCacken, and she's having a really good season so far, isn't she?
It's strange to think she's only 23. It feels like she's been around for a long old time. Facing a 16-year-old is that time McCacken has launched this over mid-wicket for 4. 2 full, 2 straight, in the shot, in the slot even, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, that is quintessential McCacken, something we've seen not only in the One Day Cup, but of course in the T20 Blast. Yeah, just a very entertaining cricketer, someone with an incredibly high ceiling, and well, for Hampshire, they'll be hoping they have her services for many, many years to come.
Shorter this time from Blackwell. Is Ward, who's into more of a cover point to that previous shot. And McCacken putting Blackwell under some real pressure there. Blackwell will be much happier getting the chance to bowl at lefty Datani, who's only just come out there.
Time heaved away.
Sweeper again. 10 off 4. And Blackwell has bowled an excellent spell, but you'd have to say, and not just in terms of the runs scored, I think the balls that she's bowled, this has possibly been her worst over of the 7. And you can sometimes go for 10, but there's an inside edge or something streaky. It's not really been that story. It's a little too short. It was half stops at mid-wicket by Campbell, slightly in the firing line there. Not really what you want when you've got a dislocated finger. He was explaining to me earlier in a very casual way that it's all fine. She's got the splint in the right place, and that means as long as she's doing that, that you know the bone will regrow back like this. And almost speaking much with Dr. Campbell, but he seemed very knowledgeable about where everything's at, which is good. So nice looking off drive. Keep it as a fielding Well taken quick single though. And just a bit of a counter-punching over from Hampshire. First good over that Hampshire have had in a long time. 12 coming off it. 93 for 3 off 21. Johnson 2 for 7 off her 4. Do these two batters continue that positive energy against Jonathan's excellence? It might not be quite so simple.
No,
I suspect.
completely agree. Unless there's something really loose here from Jonathan, she's not the bowler to go ultra aggressive towards, especially given the fact that she's already taken 2 wickets.
And is there a nick on that? There is. Datani's gone. Lovely take from Winfield Hill up to the stumps. Naomi Datani out for 5. Jonathan weaving her magic once more. She has 3 wickets in this spell, and Hampshire, from 62 without loss, have fallen to 93 for 4.
To be honest, Michael, it's come courtesy of some really good bowling. I know the previous over from Blackwell wasn't necessarily the greatest example of this, but Yorkshire have been bowling properly in tandem, and Jonathan from that end, the city ends here at Clifton Park, is doing so much damage. And you just look at the area she's bowling, she's really mixing up both the pace, the line, the length. It's very difficult for either of the Hampshire batters to really settle into a groove, settle into a rhythm. On that occasion, Datani hopes to go on the back foot, doesn't quite fully commit to the shots. It's just a tickle behind to Lauren Winfield Hill, who takes a very smart grab. Into that next here for Hampshire is someone who we've already seen at this ground in the past. It is Francesca Sweet, who, as we said even before the broadcast started, Michael, was extremely impressive for Leicestershire in 2025.
Goes and guides that short mid-wicket. She hit her first ball on this ground last year, bowled from that city end for a massive 6 over long on, but decided, I think rightly, to give Jess Jonathan a bit more respect than that. Decided to have a look at one. He not only struck a half-century, but it's pretty much run a ball half-century, and was one of those players that really stuck out to you as being a Tier 1 cricketer in waiting, really. Just struck on the pad, drifting down anyway. 1 of 3 to come in today. I mean, easier said than done, but she's basically sort of slotting into Freya Kemp's spot in the lineup. Push to cover, still yet to get off the mark. She loves a bit of a bottom-handed strike. She hits the ball in unorthodox areas. It comes from playing rackets. She's actually an amateur champion in that sport. She hits a ball hard square the wicket on both sides. Doesn't tend to hit very straight very often. Tends to hit more through that sort of wider long mid-wicket kind of region. She'll get off the mark here to finish the over. She'll keep the strike, 94 for 4 off 22.
Yeah, you can always tell when someone plays a sport like tennis, badminton, rackets,
Hockey.
Hockey's the big one, isn't it? Of course, you really do see that bottom hand come into play, because it's just the natural motile movement, isn't it, of the bottom hand itself. It's what you've essentially grown up doing in those racket sports, or in the case of hockey, with those shots. So, yeah, certainly someone to watch out for. And in club cricket as well. I mean, she has been destructive in the past.
Yeah, go on. It's well, I mean, you're looking at me like you'd like me to tell you. She got 293 not out in a club game once for Eversley against Railway Triangle in Division 2 of the Hampshire Women's Cricket League in last summer. I think that's the point where you say I might be a bit too good for this level. Claudie Cooper's on. Starts with a little bit of a long hop and a fantastic diving save away to her right by Ines Blackwell out there. Absolutely flying. Channeling her inner Hannah Hampton. It's a great stop. By the time she gets there, you're probably watching on the live stream thinking, oh, yeah, you'd expect that to be stopped. But the pace she showed just to get into that position and the timing of the dive was fantastic. Sweet's going back this time to a better ball from Cooper, no run.
Yeah, it was. That was very smartly fielded by the youngster.
Having just completed 7 overs bowling on the trot from round then, 1 for 27 off 7. Probably not a surprise that she's been replaced after that expensive final over of her spell, but all in 1 for 27 off 7, you take that every day of the week. Think of the fact that when she came on that first wicket partnership with Motoring, she's bowled 7 overs where she's gone for under 4s, and she got that initial breakthrough of getting Rihanna Southby out. So it's another very good stint with the ball for Miss Blackwell. Cooper this time just driven out to long on. Cooper, an ever-present for Yorkshire last season, very much justifying what was a big life change for her, moving from forever being in the Surrey pathway to coming up north and permanently getting fined for her posh accent. This time that's almost a spinner's version of a Yorker. She's been joking that she needs to work on her celebrations, because both in her hockey and cricket eras, the only celebration she's got is instinctively fist pumping with her right hand. It's a little shorter. It's not the best delivery, but she'll get away with going for just 1 off it. Cooper trying to settle into her spell. 99 for 4 off 23. McCacken is looking pretty comfortable at 1 end for 42, but she just needs a consistent partner.
Oh, 100%. At this stage for Hampshire, partnerships, and more partnerships, really. Still got batting to come, but someone just needs to be out there with the established batter. McCacken is providing precisely that role, and let's face it, she has looked $1 million for those 42 so far. Lovely change-ups of shot selection, really nice placement, good timing as well. Just needs someone not to hold down an end, but to just act as the foil to her batting so far. We see Jonathan bowling here to Sweet.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Sweet goes about this, because she's naturally an aggressive player. You don't get 293 not out, even in a good level club game if you're not. But even in Tier 2, Tier 1, you know, this is someone that likes to take it to the bowlers, but you're taking it to one of Australia's best. As it comes a little wider the crease at the time. You can see there again, Sweet is looking to deflect into those offside gaps, and she's also looking for those sort of bottom-handed leg side shots more than that more traditional straight driving options. Honestly, just quiet, well, not so quietly, because 3 for 8 off 5.3 is staring at the face in the scoreboard. But what I mean is just quickly building those dots. The over is, is half gone before you can blink. 3 dots in a row. Gives that one a bit more flight to tempt and tease. You see the bottom hand of Sweet coming through, gets it towards deep mid-wicket. She's pierced the gap between mid-wicket and long on, and that gives her the chance to come back for 2.
Just from memory as well, I don't think Jonathan has conceded a boundary
No.
yet. I think all of them have come from either singles or, in that case, a 2.
Gives that one more flight to try to tempt Sweet in. Sweet, she's had a funny old winter. So she signed with Glamorgan for 2026. Then Hampshire, after she came on trial with them in January, said, hang on a minute, we think you're quite good, we like you. Sweet this time will get 1 to deep cover. And, you know, the allure of playing Tier 1 cricket and signing a 2-year professional deal, of course, pretty hard to resist. So she signs that 2-year deal with Hampshire, but then has gone back on loan to Glamorgan, potentially for games this summer where she's not playing for Hampshire, as she is here. She played the first couple of games of the season. She's missed the last 3 with the England players being back in different forms, and then she's back today.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few cricketers for whom that's the case. Just keeps them sharp and match ready, doesn't it, by playing that Tier 2 cricket.
Yeah, Rebecca Duckworth got a ton on loan for Derbyshire not too long ago. Her and Rhea Fackrell for Yorkshire are doing a version of this. Fackrell hasn't played yet for Yorkshire this season in Tier 1. So a single just wide of ball at mid-off. Goes round to field.
Of course, Poppy Tulloch for Hampshire as well. She's spent quite a bit of time on loan at Glamorgan.
She's a right good bowler. Very bustling, very muscular, like bowls a heavy ball. Just push that through a little quicker. She's remodelled her action over the winter, Claudie Cooper. She, in her own words, she said changed my action to try and spin it more because that's my job. She's always someone for a good non-bog standard quote in an interview. A lively personality. It's into the gap once more for a single. She also may well win the award for having the most dedicated family support of any current professional sports person, Claudia Cooper, because, and I only found this out after the tie against Durham that Yorkshire had at Scarborough. This is guided away. Big chase needed for Boyce, who might just get there. Will just get there. Again, you're seeing the outfield make the difference in terms of slowing that ball up. And it actually came back due to a chance encounter in a fish and chip shot, which it turned out, as I was getting my fish and chips, so were Claudia Cooper's parents, Lauren and Mark. And I found out from chatting to them, they come to pretty much every game from London.
Wow.
And not just them, often other family members as well. They've got a whole spreadsheet for when she's playing, and now she's in the Sunrisers Leeds team for the 100. They've got a whole other, adding those games into said spreadsheet to come and watch. That's guided back. And it's not just them, they're sort of your core two, but others will come on top. So that's the end of Cooper's over, 107 for 4, and reasonably over 5 runs off it, and that's Drinks with the run rate at 4.28. They are some of the most dedicated supporters in the country, the Coopers. Yeah, I think of those football fans that chant about "We will follow you wherever you will go." Well, travelling halfway across the country and doing so is quite something. Intriguing passage of play there, because Hampshire were 62 without loss after 12, but now find themselves at Drinks in a bit of bother. 107 for 4, 45 for 4 of 13 overs. That's Blackwell, a big reason why. McCacken and Southby got going very nicely. Both openers got into rhythm. Southby made 31 off 36, her best score of the season so far, having had a tough start to it. And after Blackwell got the breakthrough when Southby found Langston in the deep, Yorkshire have managed to pick up a few more wickets since, which naturally is going to put a smile on the face of Yorkshire President Dr. Jane Powell, who's just settled into the seat back alongside me. What have you made of what we've seen so far?
I think both teams will be reasonably content at the moment. I don't think either team would be ecstatically happy, because Hampshire have built a good platform here that with 20 overs left, they can really just start to up the game now. And Yorkshire know that they've got to be really on the ball in this last 20 overs. The minute you start shortening 50 over games, it puts quite a different complex on the competition, because mindsets change. And now you're down to 20 overs, you're starting to think about, I wouldn't say bat with more intent, because I think they've been trying to bat with intent, but the field placings become crucial for Lauren Winfield Hill. The bowling lines in particular, as well as the lengths, become key. But, Yorkshire came back into it, because I thought Hampshire started very strongly, and to get to that situation where they were 60-odd runs without 62 for no wicket, for Yorkshire to pull it back to 4 wickets down, 107, that's put a slightly different complex on the game. So neither team will be extremely happy, but both will be content at this stage, and both look to push on from this moment on. And as I say that, I'm looking over to my right, and there's a dirty, great, big black cloud.
You've been the optimist for the weather today, so I didn't want to sound like the Grinch at Christmas again. But the
You've got to be realist.
The wind, I can see from people's hair in front of us, because we're actually inside the pavilion and not inside. People's hair is sort of cartwheeling around. The flags are truly fluttering, and tends to come from behind that rugby ground end, and that is coming closer and closer, and depressingly only looks more and more ominous, unfortunately.
Yeah, Yorkshire staff member Anna Spencer is running to get more layers, or get under cover, I think. You can see she's running around the field there as we look to reconvene here, and it's Maddie Ward coming on from the city end.
Yeah, I'm intrigued about this. Taking Jonathan off. Maybe they'd like to have her up their sleeve as an option for the death. That's a loosener from Ward. In truth, a bit of a horrid delivery, and it gets swiped away for 4 by Sweet from the first ball after drinks.
Yeah, and that's that ball there is just there. I think she got away. It just dropped, so it wasn't a no ball height. But sometimes when you're playing youngsters, they don't have the consistency that you'd want, especially as after drinks. So comes in, and that's much better. The second ball, and it's stopped. And they're thinking about a 1, but sent back there.
What a spell from Johnson. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 11 for 3.
Yeah, she's outstanding. If anybody wants to see somebody as a role model, there she is.
Again, still trying to find her rhythm. Sweet mistimes. Can't make contact. Maddie Ward, who does a bit of everything for Yorkshire, was kind of found out almost accidentally as a bowler, though, in some pre-season work before the start of last season. That time he's cut away, and that's beaten Hall, who's got a big chase on what is a sopping wet outfield. Going to comfortably get back for 2, and they could have looked at a 3rd, because just the way Grace Hall's pulled up there, throw was a little bit awkward. She has, of course, had that year out with a shoulder problem. She's holding that right shoulder. Hopefully it's nothing of too much concern. We haven't seen her with the ball yet, despite 6 options used by Yorkshire. Quick and flatter from Ward. Out for 1 more. Maddie Ward, who so far this season with the ball has picked up 3 for 38, including 2 in 2 in the game against Surrey at the Oval, and then got a wicket against Lancashire and 1 against Durham.
Change of field. Grace Hall's been moved into short cover. They take a quick single by working it round onto the leg side.
That being said, I think you can actually make a case as Ward completes her first over, 8 off it, 1-1, 5 for 4, that Ward's best spell of the season was actually the spell against Essex, because even though she didn't pick up a wicket, in the absence of Jess Jonathan, Yorkshire really needed Ward to step up. She bowled a full 10 overs and she went for just 32, which is exceptionally tight in the modern Metrobank One Day Cup 50 over game. So Ward should be feeling confident with the ball.
She's a good young player. But even good young players can sometimes not bowl as tightly as they wish. As Claudie Cooper comes on now from the rugby stand end.
He's gone for 10 off her first 2, Cooper. And nearing the milestone, it would be her second 50 of the season, 90 against Essex, and then scores of it 11, 44, 30 and 13 since. Sweet just blocking that one. Of course, he was involved in the England Development 11 as well. Last week against New Zealand at Durham. Took 1 for 46 off 10. And this time cut away. Chase out there for Ward. Comfortable 2.
I'm intrigued to see that the cover fielders are Beth Langston and Maddie Ward. You know, it's nice that they've put the youngsters out in the outfield, isn't it? Beth Langston will like me to say that, you know, as she runs around that outfield.
Do you wonder how much longer we're going to get here? I know you might be confused seeing sunshine in your pictures, but from the direction the weather comes, it does not look great. Continuing. We have, of course, seen already twice today that it can change so quickly in pretty much a matter of seconds. So the rain starts thumbling down again. Not too surprised. Full from Cooper, straight at Hall. And remember, we will be losing overs instantly if we go off. Such is the nature of this. Reduced to a 45 over a side contest now. A bit more flight. Cooper trying to tempt Sweet. End of the over. Nice tight one from Cooper. 3 off it. 1-1-8 for 4 of 27.
Yeah, good over from Claudie Cooper there, keeping a nice tight line and length, backed up by some good field placings by Lauren Winfield Hill, which restricted the runs in that over. And they'll be wanting to keep it tight as they move into the next over. There's only 18 overs left.
Yeah, and you're right. You said this a little while back about the rhythms of the game. You just lose a few of those middle overs, and just that slightly greater need for urgency. Ward gets into a second and drives down the ground for one. Elsewhere, Lancashire have brought up their 100. Southport 100 for 2 off 21. Maddie Penner and Ellie Frelkeld out there right now. Somerset having a much tougher day with the bat. Cut straight to the ever-reliable Jonathan at point. Somerset rebuilding quite nicely. Annika Leroyd 80 not out, 163 for 5 off 42. Trying to fight their way to a good score against the table-topping Blaze. Sweep missed by Sweep. Ward will have to re-bowl.
Good take by Lauren Winfield Hill there. It's drifting down leg side, and she kept her, for all you budding wicket keepers out there, kept her head still, took her hands to the ball, and easily took that one, which is the most difficult one to take.
This time Sweep will get single up to cover. In for it, West Chiltingham and Fakenham CC. Then she came for it Sussex in the county setup since she was under 12, then signed for Leicestershire last season. Hampshire this season.
Yeah, I think there's a good pathway for a number of girls now that they can go via Tier 3 or Tier 2 and make a name for themselves and be picked up by Tier 1. And that's a real bonus for the women's game, as that's work round backward of square straight to Innes Blackwell, and there's one run.
And of course the lack of relegation with that creates a different dynamic to, say, men's cricket. Glamorgan will come up next season to make it 10 teams in that Tier 1. So there'll be 10 in Tier 1 and then 8 in Tier 2. It's a 9 and 9 split this season. Finishing off for over, and another single to finish it. Fifth of the over to go with the wide 6. In total, 124 for 4 off 28. After a few more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Ellen.
Yeah, good 50 there from Ella McCacken. You know, she's ridden her luck out there. She's played some extremely good shots, both sides of the wicket, and brings up her 50 quite nicely off 64 balls, and has played a good anchor innings for Hampshire. I think going back to the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, you know, I think I'm a bit harsh, because I think we should have promotion and relegation, because I think the only way you start to see how some players deal with pressure is by putting them in pressure situations. And one of the factors for young girls coming through is they very rarely play any game that really means anything. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, DJP. That one given plenty of flight by Claudie Cooper. Yeah, adds to the excitement as well, doesn't it? Of course, we see that in the Men's County Championship. The degree of jeopardy, I think that's how I'd describe it.
But also the County Cup, that's one of the great things about it. As that's driven down to long on, where Sturkallis comes in off the boundary for them to take a single. I'm going to predict about 5 minutes max, 10 minutes before it's pouring down.
Have you noticed the rotation, though? It's been us every time, hasn't it?
I think I'm going to be a meteorologist after this weekend. Much as I hate it, I'd prefer it to be sunshine and a full game, because that's hit through the covers, but the one-handed Jonathan just sticks that hand out and stops the ball, which was a slightly shorter ball. So Cooper will be wanting to put a bit more air onto it. She half slog sweeps that out to the mid-wicket boundary, square leg, and Beth Langston picks that up, and there's 2 runs there.
Indeed they are. That is the end of the over then. So after 29, Hampshire 127 for 4.
The umpires are looking at each other here, but continuing. majority of people out on the ground are making their way towards a covered area, just to give you all a clue back there.
Yeah, you can see the rain just starting to come down. A bit heavier here. Maddie Ward bowls here to Ella McCacken. McCacken straight to Campbell. What another brilliant catch that is. As the rain continues to fall, so too do wickets. It's a 5th one for Hampshire. The Rose and Crown 127 for 5, and that is a big wicket. McCacken departs for an excellent 51.
And it's that management of the game, because the rain's coming down. That's the 2nd time that Hampshire have lost a wicket just as the rain starts to come down. And that's game management. That's nothing to do with shot choices. It's all about game management. Did you really need to play that shot knowing that you're going to be coming off the pitch after one ball? And as I say that, they're all walking off because the rain comes down, and that'll be a disappointment for Hampshire, because they wouldn't want to have lost the inform or set-in batter of Ella McCucken, who's on 51, and she's now gone. Caught very well by Amy Campbell, who I could argue she couldn't get out the way of it, if I'm honest, but she took it extremely well. It was hit firmly and both hands to it and took the catch.
Yeah, it was a really good catch, wasn't it, by Amy Campbell? Very much a reflex catch, I think that's how we would describe it. But yeah, unfortunately, we are off for rain here at Clifton Park again. The weather, a little bit of spoil sport in. It's been a stop-start day of action here in Yorkshire so far. So we will take a break here in the commentary box, and when we return, we'll be providing you with all of the action as Hampshire hope to continue their innings. The Rose and Crown 127 for 5 at the start of the 30th over.
thank you all, but that was a 40-40. So we might be continuing innings hopefully.
Yeah, for another hour, I suppose.
Several sugar cones. Straight in the nose.
It's not great, it's
Yeah, they get stuck in and wing through. Who gets going? Yeah. Just over 400 and not a bit pedestrian, isn't it? I came in last year. I came in last year. That's how we played. Being Essex. true story, don't you? The Australian national British League Rugby League women's come out. And the guys have done interesting. All I've done was a very good ladies ball for Yorkshire in England. She retired in time. Hey? Not retired, but she was Scarborough. She's away for England now, you know, during Chester the street, isn't it? Hey, just fine, that. I didn't know that. West Down County, that all closed off with fencing and that. It was the same at Scarborough, you know, behind the ball down, up the building down, all that was fenced off. If you walked across the pitch, you could get West Down, good fencing areas against behind all the toilets.
First one Maddie ball on school.
England, India, 50 every time. Especially, you know, big Patterson, stood on that ground, took out his arm and took him out. What that thing was, took the bit of the ground, till we complain about Yorkshire external. They got this fan beat one. Moving anywhere else.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just here to let you know that weather permitting, play will resume at 2:45. Play resume at 2:45, and game has been reduced to 38 overs per side. Umpires Gareth Cross and Julia Giles.
Welcome back to York Cricket Club. We're just about to get restarted in this game between Yorkshire and Hampshire in the 2026 Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. As you can see there on the screen, Hampshire 127 for 5. We have lost a few more overs since that previous delay with the rain. So Hampshire have got 8.5 overs remaining. It will be a 38 overs per side contest here at Clifton Park. And delighted to say that alongside me, as has been the case throughout today's game, is the wonderful Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, great to have you back here for what should be an intriguing end to Hampshire's innings. If you're in this situation as the batting team, how would you go about this? Because there's not too much in terms of overs left, but 5 down with that threat of rain could potentially come into consideration with the DLS. How would you approach this if you're Hampshire?
Yeah, it's a tricky one really, because you've only got 8.5 overs left. Amanda Jade Wellington is going out there, and she's renowned for her quick fire 20-30 runs, you know, so they'll be looking to push on a little bit, but at the same time, with 5 wickets down, they don't want to lose too many wickets, because as the number of wickets you lose will affect the DLS score for Yorkshire coming to bat second, because let's remember that the score will be adjusted for Yorkshire. It won't necessarily be the target that we see at the end of this innings. So they'll want to push on and get as many runs as possible, but they'll want to do it as safely as possible and not get bowled out, basically.
100%. Completely agree with that summary. So it will be Wellington who'll be on strike to face this first delivery after what has been a lengthy delay. Of course, lunch has also been taken during this hour or so. It will be Maddie Ward to resume her over on the city end. Ward it is to Wellington. First delivery is a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, and again, Lauren Winfield-Hill moves across so well on that. She might not have got that fully in the gloves, but she got her body behind it, and so it prevents any runs. Spinners' respect for spinners here. And Jade Wellington respecting Maddie Ward with that one. Probably just getting her sighting, getting her a look at the pace, what she thinks it's going to do. Drives that nicely down into the leg side. They've gone 1 and they're thinking about 2, but Claudie Cooper comes in from the boundary and restricts it to 1.
Yeah, you can see there as well just how much moisture is on the outfield. It almost dribbled its way out towards Cooper on that latest delivery, so it's definitely going to be a factor in these remaining overs in regards to running between the wickets, unless you're going to go aerial, maybe hope for a 1 bounce 4 or clear the ropes for 6. Those boundaries are not going to be as easy to come by.
The rotation of the strike is a good idea for Hampshire at this stage. Keep looking to just rotate the strike and therefore hopefully play into each other's strengths as you go.
Oh, sweet it will be. Strike here against Ward. just strides into the shot. Get it beyond mid-off, and that will be dot ball to round out the over. 30 have gone in this first innings of the game. Hampshire are 131 for 5.
Good over there from Maddie Ward. You know, she took the wicket off the first ball just before the rain came, but then came out and apart from the wide ball, you know, very much was under control, allowing the opposition to get singles, but not allowing them to have big free hits anywhere on the field.
So coming on to bowl here from the ground end will be Inez Blackwell for what we believe, with the allocation, will be her last over. Maximum of 8 can be bowled. Frontline seamers and Yorkshire bowlers here did ever so well. Doors did the 16-year-old 1 for 27 her first 7 overs.
Yeah, and as long as she doesn't drop it short, this might be quite tricky. There, she's just helped that round. I think the umpire was signalling a wide there.
Indeed, it has been. Yep, so that will be 5 wides to kickstart this, the 31st over the Hampshire innings. Something as well which our colleague Michael McCann has very aptly shown us here is the fact that Amanda Jade Wellington has one of the highest strike rates against seam in the game. It's around the crease, 20% of those deliveries. So it's an interesting battle for young Blackwell. Plays that one very late, just taps it down towards third, and there's a little bit of a misfield there by Georgie Boyce. Allows for the Hampshire pair to come home for the comfortable single.
Yeah, and Yorkshire will be disappointed with that because the field was in the right place and could have stopped them getting that single. What you want to do is keep pressure on by restricting runs.
He's taken off, that one just drilled through extra cover. There's a real chase on here for Grace Hall, and in the end, the ball emerges victorious. Really nice shot that from Francesca Sweet. Hampshire move on to 141 for 5.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just leaned into it, step, head over the ball, and just struck it through the cover. And great effort from Grace Hall, but the ball was just hit too cleanly.
How does Blackwell respond after that? Does well. Top ball, smart fielding there by Jess Jonathan. She's been an ever-present today. Not in the usual position of backward point. She's predominantly been in at cover.
Yeah, Jess Jonathan's adjusted her angle a little tiny bit.
And very straight from Blackwell. Umpire very helpfully signalling for the leg bite.
Yeah, you can always spot the umpire. They put their hand out ready to signal the leg bye. If ever you're watching a game of cricket and think, did they hit that or not? Just have a look at the umpire. They've normally raised their wrist ready to tap it against their thigh.
Blackwell this time to Wellington. Wellington turns that square of the wicket for 1. I'll tell you what, it's also very difficult in terms of what would constitute a strong score in this game, because it has been so stop-start, and with the threat of rain around a little bit later as well, it's a little bit difficult to measure a par score as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, it's never easy to predict a score, but I would guess that they'd be looking to get at least 180 to 200. Would give them something to bowl at.
Certainly would. That is the end of over number 31. Hampshire are 144 for 5. So with 7 overs remaining, I think 200 probably. That would be 8 runs and over, wouldn't it? Extra 56.
Yeah.
I think that will be the first parameter or milestone, especially with Wellington and Francesca Sweet, who's got that history of this ground as well for Leicestershire last season. But this will be a very interesting couple of overs. Jess Jonathan has got 3 for 11 from her opening 6, going at less than 2 runs per over. Bowling at first here to Francesca Sweet. Sweet goes aerial, lobs that over the top. And Georgie Boyce will just have to spectate that one as it takes a couple of bounces out towards the boundary for 4. Really good shot that's from the Hampshire batter.
And forcing a change in the field, so Innes Blackwell is coming into the ring at backward square and Georgie Boyce is staying out on that long off boundary.
Amy Campbell as well, was previously on the onside, comes in, short extra cover. Sweet, wants to play that one late. Quite evade Maddie Ward. A really good shot to kickstart the 32nd over. Sweet again looks to carve that one away.
A bit of cat and mouse going on at the moment with Jess Jonathan and Sweet here, because she's been hit for a lofted 4 and the last 2 balls has been dot balls, so it's really a question of who's going to get the upper hand in this over.
So far, it has to be said, this has been an outstanding riposte from Jess Jonathan. 3 consecutive dot balls after that first ball boundary. This time, looks to sweep that one around the corner. It's Blackwell doing the fielding, but of course, as any bowler will tell you, it's all about closing out with that final delivery. You do not want all of that hard work to be undone with a 4 or a 6 here.
And these two will know each other very well. Jess Jonathan, who will be playing for Queensland back home in Australia, and Amanda Jade Wellington, who will be playing for South Australia. They will have faced each other numerous times.
Well, let's see who will emerge on top. Wellington plays that one very deftly indeed. Just dabs it down towards third for the single. So even though Sweet kick-started that over in sumptuous style, Jonathan concedes just 6. Hampshire bring up the 150. And visitors 150 for 5 after 32.
Yeah, and there's just 6 overs left. Is it 6 overs?
Yep.
Hampshire will be pleased with the start that they've posted again after the rain, because they've pushed the score on and they're looking quite comfortable here.
Indeed they are. So we'll see the return here of Claudie Cooper from the rugby ground ends. 16 from her opening 4 overs. Here is the off spinner. That one a full toss. That one has been dispatched downtown for 4 runs. Nice use of the feet there from Amanda Jade Wellington, who, as we know, a proficient player of spin bowling, although on that occasion it was a bit of a gimme.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, yeah, being a bit rude probably to say, I think even I could still hit that one at this stage, but that was very much a free hit. But she hit it very well.
That one almost finds its way towards the patrolling Grace Hall. It's on the second time of asking, so just a single down there to wideish mid-off.
Yeah, well fielded that, because that was going quite fast, and sometimes they're quite awkward when they're shin height, especially with a half volley. So she did well to stop that one to a single.
See there, Winfield Hill really just marshalling the different fielders into position. Johnson comes into the covers, was previously at point. That one slashed away. Shoot on there for Georgie Boyce. The Hampshire pair think about returning for a second. Rather wisely turned down by Wellington. Be difficult as well for the spinners. The ball's probably going to be a little bit slick as a result of the outfield being a tad bit wet. A large break in between spells as well, as that one really fired in. An arm ball from Claudie Cooper.
Yeah, I think she saw Wellington advance towards her, and so she just decided to fire it in a little bit to stop her from getting underneath it. And you can see that there's a lot of discussion going on now from both the batters and the captain and the bowler. They'll all be trying to second guess what anybody else is trying to do and trying to combat that.
Cooper it is again to Wellington. Wellington shuffles in the crease, plays that one. Free cover point. Still taken. Decent over this for Hampshire so far. 7 runs with delivery remaining.
Yeah, you'd want to try and get out of this over with very little now, and Hampshire will be looking for the boundary as well.
And they'll get it. Right on cue. Dr. Jane Powell. An excellent sweep shot. Superbly executed by Francesca Sweets. What was a decent over for Hampshire turns into a very good one. 11 runs from it after 33. The visitors are 161 for 5.
Yeah, I think definitely Hampshire's over that one, and it'll be very much like take every over as it comes now, but let's try and build on that. These two are doing very well to build a partnership, and they're making it look quite easy at the moment. So the wicket looks a good one for batting on, so that's never a problem when you come to York. But what is a problem for Yorkshire is their line and length, and making sure that they put the ball in the right areas to try and cause a little bit more thinking from the Hampshire players. And as I say that, I can see Beth Langston taking her jumper off to come in from the city end. So the experienced Langston to come in to bowl now from that end.
Indeed, she will be. Imagine as well she'll bowl out from that end as well. The fact that we've still got 5 overs remaining. Still has, well, in theory, could have had 4, but have 3 here. Just wait for the overshirt to be taken off the field of play.
Yeah, the umpire didn't want to hang on to it, so he sent it off with 12th man Ria Fackrell.
It does look lovely, doesn't it, bathed in the sunshine. Of course, it's been a very stop-start, indifferent day with the weather. Looking over to our right, some wispy clouds and blue sky. Only hope that will stay the entirety of the afternoon. Langston just getting ready then to bowl here. Up first to Amanda Jade Wellington. Wellington just chops that one into the surface. No run.
They're the awkward ones from a batting perspective. You know, can we take a run? Can't we take a run? You know, the wicket keeper, if they're the one to pick it up, has got to pick it up and turn and throw. So you've got to take all these things into consideration. But that's played nicely through backward point, and it's going to run over the boundary for 4 runs.
Yep, really good use of the feet there from Wellington. It's something which we touched upon with regards to those stats, looking to change the bowler's line there and makes plenty of room against Langston. Just shuffles back, exposes all 3 of the stumps, carves it away down that region between backward point and deep third. It really was.
Yeah, and, you know, I think that she's improved her batting enormously as Amanda Jade Wellington. You know, when she first came on the scene, she was just a, and I don't mean just a spin bowler, because she's a very good spin bowler, but she's really becoming an all-rounder now with her batting as she hits that one out to deep square leg for a single. And I saw a few Hampshire supporters saying, shouldn't she be promoted to number 5? You know, she's coming at number 7 because she is regularly scoring runs for Hampshire, and there's a call by some of the loyal fans to move her up a bit because she is so reliable.
Is certainly very capable, very destructive with the bat in hand. So too is this batter, Francesca Sweet. Looks to swivel that one on the pull. And it goes as far as Inez Blackwell. So another single scored there as Sweet moves into the 40s. And she has been a really good pickup though. Wellington, as we've seen, he has gone by for the Western Storm and season at Somerset. Proper all-rounder, a 3-dimensional, all-faceted cricketer. Someone who's been an incredibly good addition for the Rose and Crown. That one just dabbed down towards deep third. Should at least be one, could be two, indeed it will be. Running there between the Hampshire pair, moves them closer to the 170s, so around about 200, Jane. All definitely on.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And that will be the target, at least, I think, for Hampshire. Yorkshire will be happy if they keep them under that.
Very full, just about dug out by Wellington. Drops the bat on it for the single, and that will be the end of the over. So the visitors 170 for 5 after 34. Wellington moves on to 19. Francesca Sweet remains unbeaten on 40. And for the first time today, we'll see a bit of Grace Hall on the rugby ground ends. And what a fantastic moment this is as well, Jane. Of course, someone very much a local to this neck of the woods. Michael was mentioning earlier that familial connection to the city itself, of course, to the club as well. Playing for the first time in what is over a year, so this is fantastic to see. Grace Hall back in the fold for her home county.
Yeah, known in a friendly way as the baby Malinga, because she has a very wide arm slinging type of action. So we'll see whether the surgery and all the rehab that she's done comes to fruition now. She hasn't played because of that shoulder injury.
Starts off pretty well there, just conceding a single. See there the two Hampshire batters as well. In conversations with great regularity.
Yeah, as a batter, it becomes more difficult with this slinging action because it sort of skids off the wicket a little bit more. Most bowlers come up and over the top, but Grace definitely comes almost round the side.
That one is aerial by Sweet. Chips it over the top and will take 3 bounces out towards the cover boundary for 4. She now moves on to 44 and 49, and this really has been a dashing knock from the Hampshire batter.
I think this is right up both Sweets and Wellington's main game, if you like. They like to attack the bowling, and they've got carte blanche to do that now. There's only 3.4 overs left. They might as well go for their shots, and they're doing it very well. They're doing it with ease, you might say. You know, they're just hitting through the ball, and they seem to find the boundary with ease.
How does Hall reply after that one? Rater should just be the single. So shy towards the striker's end. Field Hill couldn't quite direct it onto the stumps, but I do think Wellington would have been home anyway.
Yeah, I think if you've noticed, both Jess Jonathan and Amy Campbell in the last 2 overs have thrown to the end that Amanda Jade Wellington's running to. I think they see her as a more likely run-out candidate than Rebecca Sweet.
Here is Hall to Wellington. Wellington, that is outstanding from the Aussie. Innovative, enterprising, and exceptional.
Yeah, great shot. As you say, very innovative. As it comes in, you'll see here she decides fairly early there that she's going to hit that round. If she'd missed it, she'd have been in trouble, but she certainly didn't miss it and middled it to hit it round to what would have been third man, but ended up being fine leg with the shot she played.
To do that against pace, audacious with a capital A. Here is Hall again. Really taking the pace off that one. It's again down towards Georgie Boyce at third. Also have a change of commentator at the end of this over. I shall depart and make way for Michael McCann.
Yeah, it's a bit, certainly, you know, if I was out there, I'd be trying to get Georgie Boyce to come in a little bit because they're taking a single to her on the edge of the circle. It's almost like, let's risk it a bit, come in a little bit, and let's see if they'll take a single there as well, because they're taking singles too easily at that stage.
Well, that'll be the end of the over. Hall's first one goes for 12. Hampshire are 182 for 5, so I shall make way. I'll be replaced by Michael McCann. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom, courtesy of Dr. Jane Powell.
So 3 overs to go. It's one of those scenarios where Hampshire now just put their foot on the gas and keep going, and Yorkshire try to restrict them as much as possible.
From the city end,
Three overs, 18 balls, at least one a ball they'll be looking for, and probably more. And if they do get 18, then they'll be up over to the 200 mark, and that will be their target as they go into these last 3 overs. But Jess Jonathan is coming on for her last over from the city end.
Yeah, to use a baseball analogy, the bases are loaded. Here for Hampshire, they're set to launch. They've got the perfect pair there to do it. Jonathan trying to put the squeeze on. So it just works that for 1. 3 runs away from 250s in 2 seasons at York, having got one for Leicestershire on this ground last season in defeat. One of the knocks that helped get the attention of Tier 1 counties. It led to her joining Hampshire, but she will spend time on loan at Glamorgan this season as well. Suddenly the sun is truly shining here at Scarborough. You'd never know that we've had any problems with rain all day. Listen to the enterprising Wellington, who's a little more conventional there. She's one of my favourite players to watch bat and bowl, Amanda Jade Wellington. She's truly box office. She's showing it again here with a valuable cameo. That's gone straight through everybody. The flick off something on the way through. It will be... There's a run off the bat by the umpire. Maybe there's a little inside edge. Sweet.
Definitely beat her in the flight, I think, there. And she was fortunate to get away with that one. But you pay your money and you take your chances, they say.
It's down the leg. Jonathan will have to reball that one to Wellington, who is never quite against spin. Against almost half the ball she faces off a spinner, she either charges, sweeps or reverses. She's very proactive. And she's content to just take 1. Winfield Hill was interested, but the run out was never really on. Even though the direct hit would have been fine.
You could see that she was looking to do that. She knows how to play the game. She knows how to rotate the strike, and she's playing a very good innings here and giving strike to Sweet, who's on 48.
Whacks that one away for what will be just 1 more. Brings Wellington into strike. Someone who's one of the first to truly embrace life as a women's franchise cricketer, you'd say, really, Amanda Jade Wellington. Her last appearance for Australia coming in 2022. Has played the Aussies at international level on all 3 formats. Seems content enough to take 6 singles plus a wide off that Jonathan over. 189 for 5 with just 2 overs left. Sweet 1 short of the milestone. Lovely partnership between these two. 62 of just under 7, so they're actually scoring at around 9 and over, and that has lifted Hampshire to 189 for 5. But remember, there'll be a DLS adjustment on here as well. They'll get a few extra bonus runs for the fact that this hasn't, by any stretch of the imagination, always been a 38 over contest. I don't think it'll be a lot of runs, but a few little bonus runs on top. The final over of the innings that will come from the rugby ground end. Penultimate over of the innings overall. Wellington is doing all sorts to make life awkward for bowlers with her moving around. This time goes on the reverse. It's gone through everything.
Yeah, nice slower ball, actually.
These are the kind of change-ups and the moments you practice these change-ups for Grace Hall. And to someone like Amanda Jade Wellington, who's got an excellent record against seam bowlers, coming in at the back end and causing all sorts of chaos. And he's right in the channel. That's a valuable dot from Hall. She's just regaining a little bit of a sense of control here between Hall and Jonathan in the last 8 balls. Back to a runner ball rather than something more. slow ball from Hall. It almost had a bit of a lollipop ball feel about it, but trying to be awkward. Sweet gets a single and gets to her 50. Very well batted, Francesca Sweet. Into the team with Freya Kemp busy on England duty, and gets herself her first 50 for Hampshire, having signed on a 2-year contract after impressing on trial in January. Certainly making a name for herself, having got the same milestone against Yorkshire on this ground last season in Tier 2 for Leicestershire. Is launched just wide of Campbell at mid-off and will go for 4. So 4 more for Wellington. These two really rifling things along at the back end.
Yeah, and that's another good shot there, and she just looks for the gaps and she's able to put it into the gaps, and it just evades Amy Campbell running around just trying to take that catch, but she just wasn't. Another couple of yards and she might have stood more of a chance there.
All respond. It was quicker and trying a wide Yorker, I think, but Wellington's managed to squeeze that away, and that's wide of cover for 4, using the pace against Hall. What a shot this is from Wellington, showing all of her improvisation and tricks here.
Yeah, and the faster it comes, the more Amanda Jade Wellington likes it. She likes the pace on the ball so that she can just use the pace, and she does it very well. She's hit 2 lovely shots now, one over extra cover and one over cover for 4 runs, and they're 2 top quality shots. It would appear we might have lost the ball or something here. The umpire is moving
Jarvis
off the
going across to assist.
pitch for 7 more balls.
And just on that note, Amanda Jade Wellington has one of, if not pretty much right up there, the highest strike rate against seam of anyone in English women's domestic cricket in the last 3 years. She absolutely loves not just that pace on the ball, but often manipulating it behind square with your loops, your laps, your whatever you want to call it, your reverses. She's got all sorts of tricks in the locker, so very difficult to set field to. And Hall find a way to stop the rampaging Wellington. He can, off the final ball, which to Yorkshire's great relief is a dot. With 1 over to go of this rain-reduced 38 over-side contest.
56 deliveries, and included 5 balls.
99 for 5.
Beth Langston to bowl the last over from the city end.
It's a change of ends for Langston. None for 24 or 4 from
From the city
spell.
end, Beth Langston.
And a 5th over went for 9.
It's a glorious afternoon at this moment in time, weather-wise.
Should say as well, Jonathan bowled out 8 overs, 1 maiden, 24 for 3.
Yeah.
Continuing her excellent campaign with the ball. She's up to 14 wickets in 7 games. Winston to finish the innings. And Winfield Hill feels like there's a nick on that, and there is. What a take from Winfield Hill. Not an easy skill that. Off the edge of Sweet's bat, and Francesca Sweet goes for exactly 50, 199 for 6 in the final over.
Yeah, great piece of cricket there from Yorkshire. Beth Langston will have bowled that ball to Lauren Winfield Hill on many occasions, so they knew exactly what they were trying to do, and just nicked the edge of Sweet's bat and taken very well by Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps, and we'll see in this replay as Beth Langston comes in there. Winfield Hill, head still, come up with the ball, and there she is.
Number 8 for Hampshire,
Takes the catch, and the umpire Gary Cross has no hesitation, and up goes the finger.
Sensational bit of wicket keeping after what was a sensational partnership, coming together at 127 for 5. Those two have added 72 runs off just 48 balls. It might be the kind of partnership that defines the match. Really stretched the game away from Yorkshire somewhat. Sturge first ball, There's appeals against her. I think it was always dribbling down leg. Evan Sturge batted just once, batted twice this season, I should say, been out once. 10 against Lancashire, 1 not out against Somerset. Product of the Kent pathway, she's from Margate. She's part of the South East Stars Academy and then the Vipers Academy. Loan spell at her home county Kent last season in Tier 2. Sturge can't find a run there. She's got just 3 balls left to try and fashion what she can. And if you're Wellington, you're desperate for the strike here.
Yeah, this is where, you know, young players have to learn quite quickly. Look where the spaces are. There's a big space on the onside. All you've got to do is just drop the ball onto that leg side and run the single and give Amanda Jade Wellington the strike. But at the moment, she just seems to be trying to hit it almost too hard. She gets the single there.
Yeah, and Wellington was entirely uninterested in the prospect of 2, and rightly so. There was probably only 1.5 there anyway. And of course, 1.5 is 1 in the run out. So 2 balls left for Wellington, who's looked $1 million for yet another of her fabulous finishers knocks. And Langston do. It's the unusual and alternative way that Wellington bats so often. Wellington will want 2, and they've got to try and come back for 2. You'd think surely going to be a run out, is a run out. So Sturgis comfortably run out for 1 of 4, doing the right thing in the scenario, getting Wellington back on strike for the final ball. Neat work from Yorkshire though. Langston all too happy to whip off the bails. 201 for 7 with 1 ball left.
I'm not always convinced that's the right thing to do at this stage because they know DLS has got to come into play. Every time you lose a wicket, that's going to be in your favour from a Yorkshire perspective. So it's either 1 run or a wicket, and then, 2 runs and a wicket. And what she's ended up with 1 run, but a wicket to Yorkshire. So Yorkshire will be happy with that they've now picked up another wicket in their quest to try and make the score less that they'll have to chase. And they've got probably a similar scenario coming up as well with this very last ball of the innings.
Credit to Stair Callis, who was all sorts of calm and composed in the field. Great throw on the bounce. So Amanda Jade Wellington to face up. Poppy Tullett, 20-year-old, is at the other end. And Wellington, cool as a cucumber, leaves it alone, takes the wide. Sensible batting from Amanda Jade Wellington, who is kind of one of these cricketers that sort of led the charge on her social media output as well, in terms of building yourself and being more accessible to fans and letting fans into what life is like behind the scenes. She's got 1 ball to face, 1 legitimate ball to face, and this time it is a legitimate ball, and she gets it over extra cover, and it could well go for 4 despite the slow outfield. Campbell in pursuit, does manage to keep it in. Nicely timed dive. There's Boyce to do the rest of it. They've run for 3 and they've got through for 3. So what a lovely finisher's cameo from Amanda Jade Wellington. She finishes with 41 not out from just 27. Yet another of her trademark knocks in that regard, and it lifts Hampshire up to 205 off 7, 205 for 7 off 38. There will be a little DLS adjustment to make that target a bit higher. Just before we sign off for the innings break, a few thoughts from former England captain Dr. Jane Powell.
Yeah, I think that's a good total by Hampshire. They'll be pleased with that, and it'll be game on. You know, it's a good competitive score. Who knows whether it's competitive? We'll see that as we go through, really, because there could possibly be still weather around that could still affect, but Yorkshire did come back strongly when you think that Hampshire was 62 for no wicket to actually restrict them to that total. They had a very good middle few overs where Georgie Adams only got 1 run. You know, you'd normally expect her to chip in with 30, 40 runs easily. So they'll be pleased with those middle overs, and they'll be waiting now or looking forward to going for the chase of these 2, whatever the total is. We'll wait to hear what that total is.
So Hampshire looking to make it 5 wins from 7 games. Target listed as 213. So Hampshire have been given an extra 7 runs on DLS. Yorkshire looking to make it a 3rd win from 7. We've had the tea break, so this will be a very short mid-innings change. We'll see you for the run chase in not too long.
We don't even work like
Umpires Gareth Cross and Julia Giles. Georgia Adams leading our Hampshire. Georgie Boyce and Lauren Winfield.
Welcome back to York Cricket Club, where we are just about to get the run chase up and running. Yorkshire will have a DLS adjusted target of 213 to chase down in 38 overs to win this game. My name is Aaron Files. Alongside me is the wonderful Dr. Jane Powell, and yeah, we're just looking over to our right, Jane. A few more ominous clouds just beginning to lurk compared to the languid sunshine we experienced then.
I think we're all right this time around. Being a weather girl that I am this afternoon, I think we'll be okay. Looks quite high, so hoping that this will be a complete innings of 38. You know, what you don't want is these games to keep being shortened and scores and targets being adjusted. We've already lost 12 overs per side, so Hampshire had to deal with that and dealt very well with it, I might add, particularly Sweet and Amanda Jade Wellington towards the end, who put on a considerable number of runs, 70-odd runs in 40-odd balls. So Lauren Winfield Hill and Georgie Boyce will be looking to get Yorkshire off to a solid start, and then leaving plenty of space for the middle order batters to come in and play some shots.
Here we go then. It's Daisy Gibb with the first ball up here to Winfield Hill. Starts off with a dot ball. Just looking at the field, appears to be, well, it was initially a 5-4. It may have just turned to a 6-3. Indeed it has. With the mid-on. Slightly shortish mid-wicket and backward square. There's one slip ready and waiting. That is the Hampshire captain, Georgia Adams. Slightly wider, chopped down towards deep third by Field Hill. Gets her off the mark and Yorkshire up and running in the run chase.
Yeah, just angled down there, just to open the face of the bat. That's a pretty standard opener's shot at the start of an innings just to get the score moving. So a good shot there from Lauren Winfield Hill. Georgie Boyce will potentially look to do a similar thing just to keep the score moving. Gibb generating some decent pace here as she comes in.
Here she is against Boyce. Boyce leaves that one well alone. Of course, the Yorkshire opener, she would love an innings of real size and substance today. Scored 3 against Surrey, 4 against Lancashire, 18 against Durham, 17 in that previous game against Essex at Headingley. So certainly be looking to increase that tally for the season alongside her captain. This will be an interesting challenge early doors against Daisy Gibb. Just caress that one through the covers. A good diving stop there by Datani. Prevents any runs from being scored.
Yeah, I think Georgie Boyce played in that England development 11 as well, didn't she, against New Zealand earlier this week or last week against New Zealand up at Durham.
Yep, Phoebe Brett also played in that game. Took a career best fifer as well, which is really good to see.
Yes.
Left arm finger spinner, formerly of Worcestershire, now of Warwickshire. And slightly shorter in length from Gibb and allows for the escape outlet there from Boyce. A similar shot to what we saw from Winfield Hill with regards to direction.
Yeah, and I talk about that being sort of the easy openers get off the mark shot, and that's why you very often will start with 1 or even 2 slips, because if you don't get that right, then there's going to be that edge that will carry through to first slip. So both of these have played that shot now, so they'll be feeling that they've seen their pace a little bit better.
That latest delivery has Winfield Hill covering up on the defence. A really tidy start that from Daisy Gibb and Hampshire. Just 2 runs conceded from the first over of the run chase. Yorkshire are 2 without loss.
Yeah, good over from Daisy Gibb, getting Hampshire off to a very good start. That's exactly what her team will want. They want to keep pressure on right from the start, and she's done exactly that. Yorkshire and Hampshire will both be keeping their eyes on DLS scores to check that they're ahead of it or near it, so that should there be any rain, that they'll be in a position where they're within hitting distance, striking distance of it.
Well, coming on to bowl then from the city ends, we'll see a bit of spin early doors courtesy of Bex Tyson in a left arm orthodox from the opposing end. Will be Georgie Boyce up first to face this latest ball for the White Rose. Here is Tyson then bowling to Boyce. Starts off with a dot ball. Spoke already about Tyson so far this season. He's had a couple of really good performances against Surrey and Warwickshire respectively. Took 3 for 60 against the Brown Caps and 3 for 66 against the Bears. So took 1 for 41 against Essex early doors in the competition. But you look in the past 2 games, none for 28 against Lancashire and none for 36 against Somerset. So she will be hoping to add to that wicket-taking tally, as that one was well short of mid-on.
Yeah, that's It's the sort of shot you'd be looking to play, but you've got to keep your shape, and Georgie Boyce just lost her shape there, and bottom hand came through very early and very quickly. Fortunately for her, she did sort of not sweetly time it, and it fell in front of that mid-on fielder.
Here is Tyson again to Boyce. Boyce looks to drill that one wide or mid-off, but stopped by Amanda Jade Wellington. I mean, that really was an impressive, I wouldn't even call it a cameo, that was a proper innings towards the end, wasn't it, from the Australian, showcasing all of that enterprise and orthodoxy. Proved to be a really important unbeaten 41.
Yeah, it's a very good knock and a very telling knock, and very well played by Amanda Jade Wellington. He seems to do that on a regular basis. Certainly wasn't a one-off, that's for sure.
Boyce that time just leans into the shot, caresses it out through point for the single. Yet again, it's another fine over as far as Hampshire are concerned. Just the solitary run conceded from the second. Yorkshire are 3 without loss.
Yeah, another good over from Hampshire, and they'll be delighted with this start from their opening partnership of Gibb and mine's gone blank. Tyson, sorry, beg your pardon. Gibb and Tyson with the 2 runs off the first over, 1 run off the second over, so 3 is the total. And Georgie Boyce is, with that last run off the last ball, maintained strike, so she's now facing Gibb as she comes in from the rugby stand-in.
It's a good delivery, first up by Daisy Gibb. Just to give you a little bit more of an introduction, really, to Gibb, for those who maybe aren't quite au fait or familiar with her game. Just 20 years old is the Pembury-born seam bowler. Attended Hurstpierpoint College, which is down towards Sussex way, product of the Martlets pathway. Made a senior debut for the club in a T20 Cup match against Essex in 2021. Took figures of 3 for 4 in that game as well. Here she is bowling to Georgie Boyce. Yet another dot ball. Boyce was also a member of the Southern Vipers Academy in that same season. Was awarded her first professional contract with Hampshire in 2025. So certainly someone to watch out for heading into the future. That one played very straight by Georgie Boyce. A single down towards the aforementioned Amanda Jade Wellington.
A nice shot there, straight down the ground, and almost starts the run as she finishes playing that, and that's a very safe single, even if it's going to the fielder, as long as you go straight away.
Just prepares to charge in here from the rugby ground end. Again, that one played back down the ground by Winfield Hill. It's been a watchful, careful start this from the Yorkshire openers. And of course, as much as we've already discussed Duckworth Lewis Stern throughout this game, of course, it does have quite a profound impact once wickets start tumbling.
It really does, and that's probably in the back of their minds, but at the same time, you've got to maintain a little bit of pressure on the bowlers. And that's worked nicely around square leg, and they come through for the single.
Indeed it will be.
I mean, you've got to show some intent when you're batting, and intent doesn't mean you're playing big shots all the time. It means that I just work the ball into the space, and we can rotate the strike and just take a single off each ball. If you took a single off each ball, you'd be way ahead of any target, because that's 6 balls, six runs in and over. And sometimes I think we get into the mindset of looking for big shots all the time when we just need to keep the score ticking over.
Boyce this time looking to drive that one through cover point. Can't quite do so. Stopped by Poppy Tulloch. So that'll be a dot ball to round out the third over. Hampshire's tidy start with the ball continues. Yorkshire are 5 without loss after 3.
And that last shot was a real case in point. It was really well played, but played straight to the fielder, and there was no single there. So it's a dot ball. At the end of the day, it's a dot ball. You either score runs or you don't, and that was a dot ball. So it doesn't matter how nicely you played it, you've got to try and put it into the gap so that you can keep the score ticking over. I guess it's one of my little platforms, really. It's just like, stop looking for big shots all the time, but look where the spaces are in the field. Play it into the space, run the first run hard, see if you can pick up more than a single each time. And then as you do that, once you start doing that, pressure will come. A bowler may then feel a bit more pressure and give you a loose one that you can hit for the boundary.
Here is Tyson to resume from the city end. And here to Winfield Hill. Again, just playing the ball very much on its merits for the time being. We all know the former England international is capable of, though. Shown it on many an occasion over the years. Of course, has also displayed it on numerous occasions so far this summer as well. As Winfield Hill advances, lofts that one over the top. And that will bounce a couple of times over the rope for 4. A lovely shot down towards the covers and the trees on the opposing side of the ground here at Clifton Park. And that right there, Jane, a real signal of intent just to meet the pitch of the ball.
That's almost, if you saw that shot and you asked who played it, you wouldn't need to look at the answer, because that's Lauren Winfield Hill's standard shot. You know, a great shot, gets there, moves her feet, hits it straight over the fielders there. And then she tries to go onto her back foot and just gets there almost too early, and as a result couldn't manoeuvre that onto the offside where she was looking, and just got it to come round. Bottom hand came through and it just dropped down in front of her.
Again, just takes a couple of steps down, a little shuffle down the pitch.
And that's good bowling, because good batting, good bowling, because she's looking to show some intent and go there, but realised she wasn't quite there because Tyson put the ball a little bit shorter, and so good cricket.
Well, that one, again, aerial, just goes over the top of the pursuing Wellington. And that'll be 4 more. So that's a couple of boundaries in this over. First real sign of aggression shown by Lauren Winfield Hill. The Yorkshire captain moves on to 10. The White Rose on to 13.
Yeah, again, not quite as well hit as her first shot that she played there, but certainly good enough to get over the this field that is having to be set for the first power play, where you're only allowed 2 fielders out. So there's sort of high risk and low risk shots, and for Lauren Winfield Hill, that's what you call a medium risk shot, because she knows that she's got the power to hit it over there. The problem comes is if she doesn't quite middle it.
This time goes on the reverse, pops up. There's an appeal from Tyson. Just evades Rihanna Southby with the gloves, and that'll be the end of the over. A much more bountiful one for the home side. Yorkshire move on to 13 without loss after 4.
Yeah, and those two boundaries make a difference to the score, the total score, and it means that you feel that Yorkshire is starting to get the score ticking over. They now require 200, so they're almost down to into the 100 and plus runs, but it's just little milestones that you tick off as you go through. But Gibb is bowling very well, and she's only gone for 4 runs off 2 overs, so she'll be looking to maintain that as she goes into this, her 3rd over.
Here is Gibb then, bowling up first to Georgie Boyce, which just plays that one down the ground to Wellington for no run. Of course, Daisy Gibb as well was the wild card pick for the Oval Invincibles for last year's iteration of the 100. As we said, someone who has got a very, very bright future ahead of her in the game. Of course, with Freya Davies retiring, she's also got that additional responsibility here at Hampshire, heading into the future. That one glances down the leg side. Wide will be signalled by the standing umpire.
Yeah, she looks like she's got a nice action, you know, it looks nice and easy. Little bit of a skip part way in her run-up, but, you know, that's okay. You're allowed to be an individual, you're allowed to do your own things there as long as it doesn't affect the execution end of bowling, which is by the crease. And it looks nice and compact and looks like she follows through straight to the line of where she wants the ball to go.
It's another dot ball. Plenty early doors is the opening bowler for the visitors. Of course, as Michael mentioned earlier as well, of course, one of the changes for this game didn't play in the victory against Somerset. Last played against Lancashire, took 2 for 15 in that game against the Red Rose. So, again, she'll be looking to add to her current tally of 3 for the season. The other wicket coming at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. She got figures of 1 for 50. There's a huge appeal there for Gibb. And in the end, the Yorkshire batters will scarper through. Leg by, signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, and I think Lauren Winfield-Hill keen to rotate the strike there, and the minute she saw that, and we'll see here on the replay, as the ball comes in, it's swinging quite away. And looks like it could be just be missing leg stump. If you look where the wicketkeeper finished, as it hit the batter's pads, she was well down outside leg stumps, which is usually an indication of the angle of the ball.
That one a nice length bowl by Daisy Gibb.
Yeah, she's got decent pace, you know, she's got a good action. It should be repeatable, and she's showing a good form here.
Also the seam presentation on the in-swing, and that's something which immediately you look for with any opening bowler. Let's just tail it back in to Georgie Boyce.
It's nice to see all these in-swing bowlers after the likes of Anya Shrubsole led the way in 2017. It's nice to see all these young players coming in who can swing the ball quite considerably into the batter.
Ooh, that one slightly off the edge there of Winfield-Hill's bats. Races down towards deep third for the single. Of course, as well, during the lunch break here at York, actually the replay of the 2017 World Cup final was being shown, which I thought was lovely.
Yes. No, I was there. You know, it's one of those where you go, yeah, I was there. Where were you when we won the World Cup in 2017? Mind you, I've seen every women's version of the World Cup. So I saw the first one in 1973. So everyone that's been in this country I've seen. So I've been very fortunate, really.
Here is Gibb to round out the over to Georgie Boyce. We'll finish with a dot ball. So Gibb continues to just stifle the run-scoring efforts of Yorkshire here. 5 overs have been bowled in this, the run chase. The White Rose are 16 without loss. And, yeah, of course, that was historic, wasn't it? 1973, the first.
The first one, Edgbaston, the final.
Indeed it was.
Yeah, that was a great win for England, and really set the tone, I think, for English women's cricket. You know, I know that lots of people think that women's cricket only started in the 2000s, but it was going very strongly before that as well. So nice to see the girls. I'm looking forward to seeing them play in this Home World Cup coming up this summer.
Most definitely. Of course, involvement with players of both of these counties for England, the Netherlands, Scotland as well. Tyson bowls here to Winfield-Hill, and Winfield-Hill drills that down the ground, gun barrel straight for 4. Another imperious shot, courtesy of the Yorkshire captain.
That's probably her best shot to date, you know. Straight along the ground, straight down, past the stumps. No need to run for that, and you can see that. Lovely shot there. But she's having to, look where she's meeting that ball. She's a good 2 meters down the crease, so she's having to use her feet and make sure she meets that ball on the half volley. And with that, she then picks up a shorter one, rocks onto her back foot and hits it out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
And that delivery as a spinner comes courtesy of the first one, because she's had to adjust the length, she's had to pull it back, because Winfield Hill, the previous delivery, has met the pitch of the ball itself, so it does allow for those opportunities. Of course, pulling spinners at times can be a little bit risky. Boyce this time also decides to have a little bit of a shuffle, especially with the field placed as it is. You've got that fielder just lurking in mid-wicket. So you've got to direct it well. As the batter, it's a little bit of a moral victory. As that one straight up in the air, invading Pace Tyson. For a split second, she was interested. Would have taken an almighty dive, an almighty effort to get even remotely close to that, but a lot better. Just drawing the leading edge there of Boyce's blade. Boyce this time utilising the feet in fantastic style and elan. A languid shot down the ground, and the boundaries now, after a slow and uncharacteristically watchful start, Jane, beginning to flow with more regularity.
Yeah, and I was just starting to think, you know, Boyce with 3 runs off 19 balls has really got to start looking to score runs, because you can't just keep taking up balls, you know. The number of dot balls in an innings is the deciding factor often in 2 teams, and who wins out.
That'll be a dot ball to round out the over. It's another very good one as far as Yorkshire are concerned. 9 runs come from it. The home side 25 without loss after 6.
Yeah, and that was a much better over with the 2 fours coming off it, and one from Winfield Hill, and one from Bryce. And they're starting to show that if you're confident and move your feet to the pitch of the ball almost, that you can play through your shot. And that's exactly what they need to keep doing now and keep accelerating. The run rate at the moment is 4.17, and the required run rate is up to 5.8, I think it was.
Yeah, 5.8, 5.9. 5.88.
There we go.
To be specific. Here is Gibb then to Winfield Hill. That one up in the air. Almost caught by McCoggan.
Half a chance there.
Goes for 4 out towards deep square leg, but again for a moment, Hampshire very much interested.
It's a cruel game, isn't it? Because that was like, there's half a chance, and all of a sudden it's 4 runs, and you just think the difference between success and failure at this game is so small at times.
It's a good effort, wasn't it, from McCoggan, just bursting through the fingers at full stretch. And thunders into the pad there of Winfield Hill.
Hazel Gibb coming in from this rugby and is bowling extremely well. She's bowled 3.2 overs and only gone for 10 runs, of which one was that first ball of this over that could so easily have been a wicket. So she'll be pleased with the way that she's performing at this moment in time, but will be wanting to make the breakthrough for her team.
Is that one another dot ball?
And, you know, both sides are allowed to play well, so, you know, if the bowler's bowling well, the bowler's bowling well, you know, and you've got to try and find a way as the batting team, but the bowler is putting the pressure on and doing what she needs to do for her team.
Certainly has been a strong start for Daisy Gibb. She'd love to just get that first wicket in the column. One flicked down the leg side by the Yorkshire captain. A single 2 out of the tally. In terms of DLS as well. The score currently stands around about 21, of course. It does change very, very quickly if wickets fall. This has been a solid opening stand between the 2 Yorkshire batters. one, a real flash of the bat from Georgie Boyce.
Yeah, I think she's not exactly sort of on top form, and I think she's feeling like, well, I might as well just go for my shots, you know, because she's faced 22 balls now and got 7 runs, so the strike rate will be minimal at this stage, and she'll be wanting to try and accelerate that, not just for herself, but for the team more importantly.
Final ball of the over. Boyce, that one a lot more authoritative. I don't think it'll go for 4 towards forward mid-wicket. In fact, it'll just be 2. That'll be the end of the 7th over. So Yorkshire 32 without loss. Reminder, of course, of that target. It's 213 after the adjustments of the Duckworth-Lewis Stern. So White Rose require a further 181 for the victory in the remaining 31 overs.
Yeah, in fact, that was probably the most expensive over that Gibbs has bowled. I think she's bowled very well, you know, but the batters now have seen 7 overs, so they've seen 42 balls. So you'd hope that they start to pick up the pace of the bowling, the pace of the wicket, all those things that you're not quite sure when you're going out there. They should now have picked that up, and they'll be starting to adjust their stance, their approach to the next ball that's coming down. And with that, then the left arm seam of Naomi Datani is coming on from the city end, which will mean that the batter will have to just adjust their stance slightly more as well, because a left arm seam bowler tends to come into the right hander's hip, so probably a little bit more open with the left foot just to be able to combat that.
Here is Datani up first to Winfield Hill, and that one races off the edge down towards deep third. Single scored down towards Bex Tyson. Yeah, Datani so far this season took 2 for 43 against Essex, 1 for 63 against Warwickshire, 2 for 73 in the previous game against Somerset, and by far and away the best figures, 2 for 14 against Durham. So certainly someone who can provide a key breakthrough or two. As Boyce mullers that one down the ground, takes a couple of steps just to admire her own work. Smart fielding as well by the groundsman down there. 4 more for Yorkshire.
It seems to be going a little bit darker out there. I think one of the things you see when the scorers flick the light on from the scoreboard, it's really bright now in this weather because of the overhead sort of conditions.
It's definitely gone a lot gloomier. That one turned around the corner. Well directed shot that by Georgie Boyce down towards the aforementioned Gibb.
And that's what I call good cricket. You've hit the previous ball for 4 and the space, just turn one round the corner. There's always a single by turning one round the corner, and that's exactly what she did, and they've now rotated the strike. So Datani will know that Winfield Hill would prefer a different ball to Georgie Boyce would prefer.
Winfield Hill just tries to guide that away on the offside, as far as controlling Abby Norgrove. No run scored there. Of course, this was an issue with Hampshire's innings, when we did see the rain clouds just hovering overhead. Precipitation started to fall. Saw not 1 but 2 wickets fall just as the players were coming off for a delay. So Yorkshire will not want a repeat of that. Winfield Hill leaves that one well alone. Wide is signalled by the umpire. Gareth Cross it is, the standing umpire, along with Julia Jarvis, who's currently at square leg. Always tell by the behaviour of the spectators as well when they suddenly start ambling towards the clubhouse.
Towards the clubhouse.
It's a telltale sign, isn't it? It's been a funny day though with the weather. Winfield Hill tries to crash that one away. through point.
Yeah, the right shot to play, but it probably just needs to open the face slightly and place that between point and cover, and that's the intricacies at this level of scoring runs. You know, when you're young, you just play the shot and you're not thinking about where you're hitting it, you're just hitting it. But as you progress up into Tier 1, then you've got to start thinking about not only how you play it, but where you're playing it.
Yeah, just looking out the window, I think it is starting to spit. And let's hope it doesn't evolve into anything heavier in the rain department. Tani bowls here to Winfield Hill. That one down the leg side, wide immediately signalled, and Boyce will almost jog home for the extra run. So far, these two doing a fine job just to lay that foundation, provide the platform for the home side in what is a big game early doors. They are to maintain the pace alongside the rest of that pack. Search for a top 3 spot. Win today would be very big indeed, as Boyce brings that down to deep third. With a single taken, of course, Hampshire, it would be a huge scalp. They are definitely one of the form teams in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. As we see the end of the over, 8 have been bowled. Yorkshire are 42 without loss.
Yeah, big over that from a Yorkshire perspective, even though it didn't appear to go for that many runs. It went for 10 runs, I think. So, you know, that's a big over in the context of this game, especially as we look over to the right, and it looks fairly set in, I'm afraid, coming forward, as most of the field, most of the spectators are definitely starting to walk this way. I can see some Yorkshire staff members definitely walking around this way now.
Yeah, there's the sense of inevitability that there will be some rain of some kind, as Georgia Adams, the Hampshire captain, has ball in hand here for the rugby round 8. Great to see her back.
Daisy Gibbs made a very good spell there for Hampshire. And that ball just evades Amanda Jade Wellington. There's a chase on, but the ball just wins.
Does indeed. Partnership now moves on to 46 between Boyce and Winfield Hill, and Boyce, who was the more watchful of the two, well, she's starting to just go through the gears. To Adams to reply here. One whicked away and towards the mid-wicket for one. Boyce moves into the 20s. See, that's how quickly it can change as a batter.
Yes, I do sort of think she was going a bit too slowly, but now she's getting up to speed, so she'll be pleased with that, as will her team.
Here is Adams to Winfield Hill, the battle of the captains for the first time today. Fielded by Datani, just for the single.
Yeah, I mean, are there players you like? Yes, there is. I like Georgie Adams as a player. I think she's got a really good cricketing brain. She seems to lead her side well, and she usually contributes with bat and with ball. You know, I followed her down with New South Wales, and she did very well down there in the Women's National League in Australia this winter, and she's just coming back from injury, so she won't be at match play at the moment, but she's just got that ability to contribute to the game.
She is to Winfield Hill again. Winfield Hill advances, just plays that on the deck for no run. Megan Sturge does the fielding on that latest delivery. Make that back-to-back dot balls to round out the over. So Adams' first one goes for 7. Yorkshire move on to 49 without loss after 9. This is why, yet again, Jane, ELS could be so important. Once we also get beyond this over, we will be guaranteed a result as well. You have to play 10 overs in the run chase for it to
From the city
Locked
end, Amanda
as a
J.
result as
Wellington.
opposed to an abandonment or no result. So after this, we will be getting something from this encounter. As Amanda Jade Wellington prepares to bowl here from the city end, replacing Naomi Datani. This now will be an interesting matchup. Boyce it will be to face off against the first delivery of the leg spinner. Stopped with a tumble by Norgrove. Just the single.
And that's 50 up for Yorkshire with that single in the 10th over.
Indeed it is. So providing that no further wickets fall by the end of this over, par score after 10 would be 31. That one plenty of flights. If a wicket falls in this over, suddenly it becomes 42. If 2 wickets were to fall, Yorkshire would be behind. It becomes 56. So this is why wickets are so important when it comes to Duckworth-Lewis Stern. Winfield Hill crashes that one away through mid-wicket for 1.
It looks like that rain is starting to skirt rather than come straight for us.
As we said, it's been a really funny day with the weather, so we have got quite a nice view of York itself. And it seems like for the entirety of the day, it has been chucking it down towards the city.
Yes.
And yet we've had, don't get me wrong, some very heavy rain. We've also had a hail shower as well, but it's not been that consistent to what we've seen out the window to the south of us. A funny country, isn't it, England, when it comes to the weather?
Definitely. And we do spend a lot of time talking about it as well.
Certainly do. It's natural, isn't it? Can be such a deciding factor when it comes to the greatest game ever invented. It's Boyce goes onto the back foot. There's a half appeal there by Wellington for the caught behind, but I think the reaction there of Southby, the keeper, told you everything you needed to know. Even so, strong start that from the Aussie. Concedes just 2 runs from her first over. Yorkshire are 51 without loss.
Yeah, and a good solid start at this stage, you know, with 10 overs gone. Roughly keeping up with the run rate. But, you know, the key thing is that if you keep wickets on the board, then you've got the chance to accelerate if you need to.
For
But
the
if
rugby
these
ground
two
now,
just keep
Naomi
going
Datani.
along at this pace, then that'll be what Yorkshire would want at this stage.
Change of ends here for Naomi Datani. Prepared to bowl here from the rugby ground end. For those who don't know why we keep on referring to it as the rugby ground end, there is quite literally a rugby ground just to the right, so that's why. Of course, the opposing side, the city end, because if you were to continue in that direction, head to the beautiful city of York itself, and it really is as pretty as a picture on a day like today. Minster always looks incredibly impressive. Here's the Tarney then to Winfield Hill. That one aerial just dropped by Megan Sturge. Again, that could prove to be a big moment. Going to a right, just burst through the fingers. Winfield Hill gets another life.
Yeah, I think that was more of a life than the first one. I think that was definitely 2 hands to it. We'll see in this, potentially in this replay, where she just pulls across it and both hands on it, but couldn't keep hold of it as she tumbled to the ground.
That one, a good stop in the covers by Poppy Tulloch. Again, I mean, that could change things very, very quickly. Winfield Hill, you'd argue, probably the key wicket as far as Hampshire are concerned. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of batting with the likes of Jonathan, Callis, Campbell as well, who has a fine record here at Clifton Park, but yeah, the captain, always a prized wicket.
Yeah.
It's a good ball from Datani.
And that's that left-hander's over the wicket that drifts away from the right-handed bat. And that was a good ball from Naomi Ditani.
Certainly is. Keeping Boyce on her toes there. Just to make the comparison as well, we'll give you that at the end of this over as to where Hampshire were at the same stage. So looking at it on paper, it's pretty close. Not very full. Just can't quite get the desired shot away.
Yeah, she's going from sticky moments to glorious moments, isn't she? There's no sort of in-between with Georgie Boyce. It's, you know, plays glorious shots, but then goes through a patch where she doesn't look like she can score singles or anything. And she's quite, she must be a difficult person to bowl at because of that, because she must think that you're almost on top and then she'll just hit you. I think this is her highest score for the season.
Indeed it is, yep. We spoke about that before, didn't we? DJP. 18 against Durham was the previous best. Came from 38 deliveries, so we'll just provide Georgie Boyce with that extra degree of confidence. Of course, she's a far better player than scores of 20 or 25. Someone who is more than capable, more than adept, getting at least those 50-plus scores. Here she is against the Ditani again. That one will be signalled as a wide. Yet again, though, decent over this as far as Hampshire are concerned. Just the one run off the bat, and of course that's the latest extra conceded. Needs to see out the over.
Yeah, much better over this for Naomi Ditani. She obviously prefers this end. There isn't a slope on the pitch, if anybody's thinking that. So it's nice and flat out here at York. So no reason why anyone would prefer one end or the other.
That one a more authoritative shot from Boyce. Stopped well by Adams. That will be a dot ball to round out the over. So after 11, Yorkshire are 53 without loss. And we go back to that comparison to where Hampshire were at. After 11 overs, the Rose and Crown were 52 without loss. So Yorkshire currently one run ahead in that comparison.
I think we've been lucky. I'm going to say it now because I think the rain has drifted that way. So I think that's good for us for this game of cricket, and it's got brighter, so that's always a good sign.
It is, and some spectators have gone over to the benches, so again, a positive omen. Let's hope that the rain does indeed stay away. Here is Wellington to Winfield Hill, opens up the arms, goes for the expansive shots, and that will be four. Delightful from the Yorkshire captain.
Yeah, she seems to prefer going down the ground with her shots. When she goes through with it, she hits some absolutely beautiful shots, and that's one there that just wasn't anywhere near a fielder and was just into all the space. One of the safest areas on the field to hit is back over the bowler's head, because you don't very often have a fielder right behind the bowler, and that's exactly what she did. Kept her shape and just hit down the ground. Now, Amanda Jade Wellington will come back from that. You'll see here, she'll just vary it now.
It's a good delivery. Next up, really testing the defences of Winfield Hill. The other thing as well that I do think we need to mention, it hasn't really spun today, has it? At least from our vantage point here. Being down at what is essentially long leg. Even just looking on the monitor, there hasn't been exaggerated turn on offer for any of the spin bowlers, really.
No, I guess what I would say with Jonathan and with Wellington and with Cooper is that often you beat players in the flight. So there's two armours to the spin bowlers, and that's another one straight back down over the bowler's head for another straight lofted drive for four. So, you know, with a spinner, you want primarily the ball to spin, but if the ball's not spinning, then you want to put as many revolutions on as you can to get flight and dip. And one of the things that will beat a lot of players is that dip on the ball. It's a bit like top spin in tennis, you know, the more revolutions you can put on, the more it will dip. and with that, then you'll beat players in the flight. So don't be mistaken into thinking it's not turning, so they're not effective. They've been effective purely because of that.
It's again that one down the ground by Winfield Hill. You could just see the two Hampshire fielders almost.
Yeah, getting straighter and straighter, aren't they?
It's premeditated. I think it was Francesca Sweet, the fielder at what was mid-off, has now moved back onto the boundary. That one played very late by Winfield Hill. Very fine as well, down towards deep third. So that will be a single to round out the over. 9 runs scored from it. Yorkshire 62 without loss after 12.
Yeah, and that, even though, you know, that looked quite a tricky shot, because she played it so late, then it was quite safe to run it down there. I wouldn't say it was necessarily deliberate, but it was certainly effective. And is different to an inside edge that runs down to fine leg. That's the key thing there. Often when you play a shot and you get an inside edge and it comes down through fine leg, that's the frustrating one for the bowlers, but that was quite well played there by Winfield Hill. And Ditani to continue from the rugby round end. There's a semblance of the sun trying to break through.
Key there being tried, unsuccessful for the time being. Can't but hope.
Always. I'm always half full. Cup me, not a half empty. Don't see any point in that.
Good attitude to have, Jane.
See the best in everything and everybody. Can be disappointed though as you go through life.
Oh, of
but,
course.
At the same time, it's the best way to be. As Ditani comes in once more, with her left arm over the wicket.
Oh, it was aerial, it was uppish, wasn't it? As it sliced away down towards deep backward point. Just one run between the Yorkshire batters. I think that the change of ends has certainly abetted Naomi Ditani here.
Yeah, she's bowling very well from this end. She's causing a few little thoughts for the batters. You know, what you want is the batter to have to think every single ball. You know, you've got the two options. You've got the, you know, sort of put it on the line and length, nagging, or you vary it a little bit and keep the batter thinking about what shot they're about to play. It's driven off the back foot, but can't get it past the fielder. And this is the area where Georgie Boyce is struggling a little bit to try and penetrate through the field on this offside. She's played some glorious shots, but on this offside she seems to have hit the field. She's played some good shots that have gone straight to fielders, and she'll be frustrated a little bit with that. She'll be wanting to avoid those fielders.
We'll touch upon that after this next delivery from Ditani. That's that one very full. Yorker lengthens. Boyce just jams the bat down on it. For yourself, Jane, from a batter's perspective, going into the psychological aspect of the game, how do you overcome that in the middle? The frustration of, let's say that you have gone a few overs, you're not finding those gaps with consistency. How do you maintain that even keel and not allow those frustrations to just tickle over into your game?
Yeah, I think you just have to build your innings, you know, so come back to that. Is just look where there is a space and just rotate the strike. If she'd played that one just onto the offside, just in front of her, they could have taken a single there. So, you know, just keep rotating the strike, because eventually you'll get a ball right in the slot you want it, and you'll be able to play your favourite shot to a ball that you want to play it off. At the moment, she's trying to force balls that aren't necessarily in her hitting zone into areas where they're being occupied by fielders. So you just have to keep saying to yourself, stay here and play your shots.
And that is going to be out. Ditani has got Hampshire's first. Georgie Boyce going for an expansive shot. Tickles it behind to Rihanna Southby. And Yorkshire now 63 for 1 after 13. Well, the change of ends certainly having the desired impact for Ditani and the visitors. And that is a big wicket. Georgie Boyce gone for 22.
Georgie Boyce was caught to the wicket by Rihanna Southby.
Boyce departs the field of play.
For 22.
The one of Yorkshire's prized wickets or prized batters
Batter number 3 for
out
Yorkshire,
into the middle.
Jess
Jess Jonathan, someone who already has 2 centuries in the Metrobank One Day Cup campaign so far. First one coming in the Roses match against Lancashire, and the next one, brilliant century against Durham. We will also have a change here in the comms box as Dr. Jane Powell goes for a very well-earned break, and in her place in a few moments' time will be the brilliant Michael McCann. Will be Amanda Jade Wellington. Continue her spell from the City end. It's an over that was from Datani. It's the solitary run conceded, and the wicket of Georgie Boyce. We do welcome Michael.
Thank you very much, Aaron. There's a Hampshire analyst a few yards away to our right whose heartbeat has just slowed a little after that wicket, and I'd imagine will be even more calm if Wello can pick up one more, because the game within a game here is that Hampshire rapidly need wickets before the rain might come. This time Wellington has Winfield Hill jabbing to her inside edge. We are eagerly across the Duckworth-Lewis permutations. Now Yorkshire is still comfortably ahead because of this very nice first wicket stand, but a bit more from the Wizard of Wello could change that. Winfield Hill is down the pitch and is stumped. Southby with the fast hands, and Amanda Jade Wellington has got Lauren Winfield Hill for 35. The Yorkshire captain's face sums it up. She knows how important that is with where the game stands, with how the skies are looking. 63 for 2. 2 fresh batters at the crease, both having not faced for Yorkshire. It is that cricketing cliche of add 2 wickets to the score and the game completely changes.
Well, it does indeed, and actually just looking at the DLS, I think that actually puts Yorkshire just behind.
2 runs behind, exactly as we were just saying. All of a sudden, were Yorkshire to be none down, they'd be 18 runs in front. If they were 1 down, they'd be 9 runs in front. But as a result of this bit of magic, Flight and Gale up above the eye line, lots of turn. That, my friends, is sexy bowling.
That is really good bowling.
Beautiful. And I think no matter who you're a fan of, even the most passionate White Rose fan, well, I mean, I guess if you're a White Rose fan as well, you might be used to seeing a bit of that from Adil Rashid over the years, or more recently, potentially later this summer, once her finger's not broken, Sarah Glenn. But this is Amanda Jade Wellington at her best. It's slow, it's flighted, it's looped, and you can see Winfield Hill's frustration. My goodness me. But Yorkshire's consolation prize is that it brings together the 2 most formidable players, arguably, this season in Stair Callis and Jess Jonathan. They've had a few very good partnerships together, and Callis is bang in form. She's facing a piped-up Wellington. This is exactly the kind of cricket we want to see, and that we hope will see this game to a natural conclusion. But if you could see the wider shot we can see of the skies, you'd understand why we're talking about the rain. Alice this time, as she loves to do, goes inside out with those hands through the covers, gets off the mark. She is bang in form. She has this season put together quite the analysis. 4 against Somerset, 38 against Surrey, but 61 off 42 against Blaze, 45 against Lancashire, 79 off 76 against Durham, and 65 not out off 60. She has back-to-back 50s, and she has 3 50-plus scores in her last 4. Meanwhile, JJ, as Aaron has already mentioned, has a couple of tons to her name. What a game of cricket we've got, if it doesn't rain.
What a matchup this is as well, between Wellington and Jonathan, and even Wellington and Callis. This really is an incredible trifecta that we've got here at Clifton Park today, as Jonathan attempts the sweep there to get off the mark.
Look, we're discussing it because we've got to, because we've looked at the skies, we've come off 3 times, we've seen what we've seen, but we really hope this doesn't come down to a DLS sort of run 1 in either direction kind of thing. That's straight at point fielded by Georgia Adams, who you would imagine will some point probably end up having her say in the contest, such as her excellence. It's very rare Georgia Adams is quiet with both bat and ball. End of the 14th, 64 for 2. Last 2 overs, 2 runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's been outstanding, hasn't it, for Hampshire? Really has galvanised them, given them a necessary boost. First one was Boyce, dismissed for 22. Lauren Winfield-Hill, Yorkshire captain, gone for 35. So what was once a 62-run stand between the 2 Yorkshire openers, well, Callis and Jonathan now out in the middles. We just can see that leadership group coming together. So much experience in that one shot with Adams, Wellington, and Datani.
Yeah, and what an addition this season as well for Hampshire to pinch her from Somerset. I know a few people in and around things at Somerset were absolutely gutted to lose her. And top class all rounder, but also in moments like that gives you so much on top. It's sort of chatting with Datani about her plans, but also you see it as she walks out of shots, always got a smile on her face, always injecting energy, relishing the battle. But as will Stir Callis, a determined Dutchie. She faces up to Datani from the rugby ground end. Callis can only pick out short mid-wicket. Give you a guide, Yorkshire 3 behind DLS at the start of this over.
You just see on the scoreboard as well, by the end of it, we need to be touching 70. So it's staggering just how much of an impact wickets can have. With that being said, though, still plenty of batting still to come here for the home side. We're seeing 2 of them in the middle here. Of course, there is a certain Amy Campbell who has got history here at York.
Yeah, hit quite a few sixes in the game last season against Leicestershire here, including one that almost hit us in the commentary box, and she finished the game with one that, from memory, almost went over the pavilion. It was so big. So she'll fancy a bit of this, but Yorkshire will hope it's a while until she's needed. Callis and Jonathan have had quite a few big partnerships this season. Hoping for another one here. One flicked away, but for the second time in the over, Callis picks out short mid-wicket. These 2 are far too experienced to be anywhere near as excitable as we might have been in the commentary box about the way this game has shifted in the last 10 minutes. They truly have seen it all before. Callis, of course, who will play for the Netherlands in the World Cup this summer and is a bit of an honorary Yorkie after being a diamond throughout the regional era. She'll get the honour of playing a game at Headingley for the Dutch in the World Cup, which I know she's rightly very excited about, against India. She's expecting what is another good ball from Datani. She's just building in the over.
It is, and she's got a wonderful attitude to the game as well. I know that we spoke about it at length last season, but she was here, there and everywhere across both of the tiers, of course, playing Tier 2 cricket for Yorkshire and also representing Warwickshire in a number of games across competitions. So she absolutely adores the great game. She is a wonderful ambassador for Dutch cricket. Very, very talented batter as well.
Full toss, and Datani will be so frustrated because she's bowled a really good over so far here, and yes, that's only gone for 1, but it's still released a bit of pressure. I think if Callis is in, that almost certainly does go to the boundary.
Comes down to game awareness, though, doesn't it, in the situation? I mean, it would be absolutely horrendous for Yorkshire to lose 3 back-to-back-to-back wickets within, what, a matter of 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, and it would continue a bit of an unwanted trend for Yorkshire, albeit it's one that's actually really not happened with the likes of Callis and Jonathan. It's slightly further down from the kind of middle order onwards of collapses, of losing big wickets in clumps. He bangs it in short again, and Jonathan is not intimidated by a ball like that. You can't bowl a bouncer to Jess Jonathan that's sort of belly button height. It's help yourself stuff, and that's a shame for Datani. The first 4 balls were so good in this over, but a full toss and then a poor short one releases the pressure. 5 off it, 69 for 2 off 50.
And that is precisely how I described that last delivery. It is a pressure release, that, for Jonathan. Gets her off the mark. I mean, in fashion as well with a four. Just made that one look effortless, and there was a big gap between those two fielders on the onside, so it's quite a low-risk, high-reward shot there for the Aussie. As for Datani, just something to think about. We have seen today, I mean, there was the almost anomaly, wasn't there, of Blackwell getting the wicket with a short ball, and a Southbit was about to be dismissed, but aside from that, mostly been dealt with.
What magic is Wellington? Those fingers here. You can see her blowing on them. It is a chilly day for it. We're somewhat sheltered in here, so we probably haven't emphasised enough how cold it is, but even in the sunshine, it's not been that warm. Not for long anyway. This off the back foot picks out deep cover. On 5 series of metrics that analysts use for measuring playing spin bowling, Callis is considered one of the very best players of spin of anyone, including the international players, when they drop in and play domestic cricket, across women's domestic cricket in the last 5 years. And that's on ability to sweep, reverse sweep, contact points, strike rate in the first 10 balls of spin faced, and a positive impact. This time Jonathan gets that away for one. Now you're probably thinking, some of you at home, maybe you're a bit old school, Michael, what on earth is positive impact? And that's a fair question. Positive impact is essentially the rate at which Callis is scoring off spin bowling is significantly higher than what you'd expect an average top order batter to manage it. So this is a big battle, Callis versus Wellington. Look around the corner. You know, it's such that I know from speaking to a few analysts across the country, often Callis is that good against spin, your matchups would actually dictate you might be more likely to get a seamer on slightly when she first comes to the middle, but Wellington is that good a spinner that you still back her and you keep her on, of course. This drives nicely, but for no reward.
See, there is another metric in there as well, just from a spinner's brain, which immediately comes to mind, and that is the strike rate in the first 10 balls, because as a spinner, that's when you're looking to strike. Especially when you've got a player who almost has those concrete shoes, they're sticking within the crease. She rocks onto the back foot there, slashes it away for no run. Will be a dot ball to finish the over. Yorkshire are 71 for 2 after 16, but as a spinner, if you've got someone, you can usually tell probably within an over, if that. Might take 3 or 4 balls. If you can see that someone's a little bit nervous, apprehensive, compared to someone who's happy to go out there, put the pressure back on you, or indeed just rotate the strike, it's quite the impact on your psyche. So that, for me, at least from a bowler's perspective, would also be quite important.
Yeah, and look, like any batter, right, it only takes 1 ball to get you out. I mean, Stair Callis was a perfect example of this, because you rock up to Tier 2 T20 Blast Finals Day last season, she possibly would have been the most bankable player there. She gets 1 in the semi-final against Glamorgan and then 2 will duck against Middlesex in the final. That's not to dig Stair Callis out, she's a great player, but it also reflects the brutality of the sport, right, particularly from a batting point of view. 71 for 2 off 16. Big change being made here, and a nice moment. Amanda J. Wellington using all of her charm to just calm Poppy Tulloch down, because this is a big moment for young Tulloch. 20-year-old seamer from Swindon, started at Hungerford, the same club as Lauren Bell came through at. Had a good loan spell at Glamorgan last season, but in her second appearance for Hampshire, she's got a chance to produce the kind of spell that might win the game for them. Starts by being guided out to deep cover by Jonathan. 1 for 56 against Somerset, including her first ever Hampshire wicket. Bustling would be the first word that comes to mind. She first came to a lot of people's attention. You don't really keep her, only sort of keep tabs more on the senior level of cricket at T20 Finals Day when she got Georgia Boyce and Stair Callis out. But she built a very impressive season of cricket under her belt for Glamorgan in Tier 2, and so she's now quite naturally sort of made the step up to life at Hampshire. Being annoyed by Callis, there was slight hesitation. They'll get 1 pretty comfortably though.
I was going to say, we saw that at Wheatwood, didn't we? In the, was it a Metro Bank One Day Cup game? I think it was, against Glamorgan. I think it was a One Day Cup game, correct. But she was ever so impressive. Definitely the pick of the Glamorgan bowlers, along with the leg spin of Poppy Walker.
Yeah, and she opened the bowling a lot for Glamorgan last season. And again, that responsibility of coming into a Tier 2 team and people are looking up at you thinking, what are you bringing to this side? It's a different level of pressure. and goes short. Just turn straight to point. Little period here without a boundary for these two. They're far too experienced to be too perturbed by that, but Hampshire will feel pleased that they're very much keeping a lid on things. 62 without loss after 12, remember, Yorkshire. So since then, in 4.5 overs, they've lost those 2 wickets and scored just 11 runs. Well, that's a slice from Jonathan. A little bit of luck there. Goes down to deep third. It was good to be nowhere near it. It's one more. It won't surprise you to know with a turnaround like that even though we don't have him hooked up to a heart rate monitor, the Hampshire analyst a few yards away from us, he's giving me a gentle smile now. He's breathing a little bit easier than he was 15 minutes ago, with it really looking like it was about to bucket down any second. And that first wicket partnership ticking on for Yorkshire. For now, we're okay. We'll see. It's a horrid ball from Tulloch. Just collapsed away to the offside, slightly lost her bearings in her action. It happens to the best of us.
It does, and something else which I think we do need to mention is also the required run rate, even if there isn't any further rain impacting this particular fixture.
Yeah, good point.
It's touching 6.5. Start of the innings, it was around about 5.8, so it hasn't jumped up or skyrocketed, I should say, beyond reach here for Yorkshire. But of course, this is why it's almost the game within a game. If this was a completely dry, gorgeous, sunny day, I think these two right now probably play this slightly differently to what we're seeing. But because there is that threat of rain, you don't want to be ridiculously far behind the DLS. They've got to almost put that at the back of their mind and be wary of it.
Well, they're tracking pretty much 2 runs behind it as we speak. Coming right arm around now, pulled down to deep fine leg, so 5 off the over, 76 for 2 off 17 then. At the end of the over, they've got themselves to being 1 run behind on DLS Yorkshire. Let's have a glance elsewhere on a day where it's been a great day for rain around the country, but we haven't been quite at a point where we need to build any arcs. Lancashire versus Warwickshire at the Costa del Southport has been reduced to 42 overs a side. Lancashire made 226 for 9, a card full of starts. Abby Frelkel with 39, Maddie Penner with 38, Kate Cross with a handy runner ball 34, Mary Taylor with 3 for 47, Warwickshire 99 for 3 at the halfway point. Pretty even Stevens there. Caris Pavley's flying though, 36 not out of 27. And Somerset were in a lot of trouble with the bat. Swallow starts a new over. And Wellington has Callis in a bit of an awkward spot. Somerset 222 for 9 off their 50 overs. Powered by 97 from Annika Leroyd and 43 from Griffiths. Callis is pushing back in this intriguing latest part of the Wellington versus Callis battle. Alex Griffiths with 43, and in reply, Blaze are going very well. Alice comes down the pitch and, well, she shaped to come down, then she rocked back, then she tried to cut, then she missed it. Grossing battle here. Blaze 164 for 2 off 32, chasing 223 to beat Somerset. This again become 4 dots in a row. Tammy Beaumont, 69 not out. Georgia Elle was 67 not out. Both aging like fine wines. Elle was probably the signing of the season last season for anybody across the board. They have put on 116 and counting. Wellington goes quicker and flatter, straight to short fine leg. Hopes of a run out, and it did need the dive, but I think the dive from Jonathan made sure she was okay. If it was a direct hit, it could have been very, very interesting indeed. And the throw wasn't quite perfect.
You'll see there, I mean, the dive does save Jonathan in the end, but the throw could have been a little bit flatter. Of course, Southby there having to reach for it and drag it back down onto the stumps. Even so, Such a heart-in-mouth moment, that, for the home side.
Jonathan won't get a single to finish the over, so it's another tight over. There's a question here for Georgia Adams about how she likes to play her poker, how she likes to use her chips. We've used 5 overs of Amanda Jade Wellington. How far do you keep going?
That is a great question, because of course she's only got a maximum of 8. So that is going to be very intriguing indeed. Whether or not we'll see a 6th over, or we'll see a change in the bowling from the City ends. We do know there won't be a change from the rugby ground end. It will continue to be Poppy Tulloch.
Yeah, it would have been pretty savage to bring Tulloch off. Gone for 5. Stating facts, of course. Great opportunity for someone like Tulloch, who of course has got Callis out last season, to try and do it again. 15 runs scored off the last 6 overs for the loss of both of the opening batters. There is no doubt the pressure is on Yorkshire at this particular moment.
Out to the right as well. Bright blue sky. Tulloch bowls here to Callis, and Callis falls that one through the covers. It'll just be a single though. Good fielding out there, wasn't it, from McCacken?
They batted very, very well earlier on and was somewhat unlucky. I mean, she absolutely nailed one to Amy Campbell at mid-wicket. One of those at 2 yards either side is undoubtedly a boundary. And did it as the rain started coming down as well. Bowling of Ward. This time in a nice spot once more. Poppy Tulloch from Swindon joined the Berkshire Pathways in under 10. Made a senior debut against Worcestershire in 2022. Part of the Vipers Academy and rolled on to being part of the Hampshire setup in the change of things that happened before the start of last season and were moved from regions to county. Tulloch again has Jonathan playing and missing. Nice that from Poppy Tulloch.
Again though, she does have to be careful here with regards to both line and length, especially if it is banged in a bit short, because there is a very big gap between deep fine leg and deep backward square, just out towards those benches where a couple of supporters currently sat. Really has got to maintain a very disciplined line here.
That's straight, and that's hit straight to Wellington at mid-off. Poppy Tulloch has got the massive wicket of Jess Jonathan, 78 for 3. Yorkshire's troubles continue. An enormous moment for the 20-year-old seamer who gets Yorkshire's oh-so-impressive Australian overseas all-rounder, who just got caught in 2 minds here as to whether she was trying to hit it hard along the ground or smash it over the top, and didn't really do either. Jonathan gone for 7, 78 for 3.
Well, that is another massive wicket for both of these teams, really. Just in terms of morale, Yorkshire's informed batters gone. As for Hampshire, what a moment that is for Poppy Tulloch. Jonathan, you could see, immediately knew did not have anywhere near the elevation needed to get it over the top of her compatriot Wellington. And that could prove to be a pivotal moment in this run chase, as one southpaw batter is replaced by another. Amy Campbell comes into the middle.
Well, she's early on it, and I think that's because it's a slow ball from Tulloch that has deceived Jonathan. Jonathan's not really trying to go over the top there. She's just early on it. That's why she chips it to mid-off. There was never really any intent to hit it over that fielder. It'd be nice to see that replay one more time at the right moment if we can. I think this is a change-up from Tulloch, and it's a great change-up. She just holds it back a little bit more. She just runs her fingers down the ball, and that's why Jonathan is early on it. Great bit of bowling from the 20-year-old. I've seen enough to convince me. So you can decide whatever you prefer at home. But the fact is the scorecard says Jonathan 7 off 12, caught Wellington bowled Tulloch. She was early on it. Was just caught, well, literally caught out, but just caught out by the change-up. So Amy Campbell, naturally someone so destructive, but hasn't quite got the run she'd have wanted this season, and is batting on painkillers with a dislocated finger. And starts by flashing away through point for 4. Well, that will give Campbell some confidence. You can't bowl a ball like that to a player like Amy Campbell. She's always going to flash her hands at it. She gets a boundary to get her going.
Well, welcome to the middle, Amy Campbell. Starting off the innings in typical Campbell fashion with a boundary. Really is good to see Amy back as well. We'll know precisely how destructive, how explosive she can be with the bat in hand. And well, that right there, a quintessential example of her role in this Yorkshire team, is to get off to a fast start.
It's a bit of a waft outside off to finish a successful over for Tulloch. So 82 for 3 off 19 at the halfway point of this rain-reduced run chase. Successful over for Tulloch. Campbell, quite a handy player to have out there, of course. I know it's a different standard, but to give you a sense of the form she was in 50 over cricket last season, 452 runs at an average of 90, which is almost Bradman-esque. And she scored those runs at a strike rate of 151 per 100 balls. When it came to Tier 2 Metro Bank One Day Cup cricket last season, Amy Campbell was the second highest run scorer, and it probably won't surprise you to know that she had the highest strike rate in the entire competition. But it's safe to say that hasn't quite moved into Tier 1 cricket as she might have liked. 12 against Somerset, 18 against Surrey, 2 against Blaze, 15 against Lancashire, and 6 against Essex. So she's yet to pass 20 in her 5 innings so far. I'd love to make a big impact on this one. She didn't play in the game against Durham Scarborough because of that injury, and she's playing on painkillers with her finger in a splint. Georgia Adams is back. So used to pressure situations like this. And Callis has sort of spooned this up over cover. She's got a little bit lucky. If cover was hovering more towards the edge of the circle, might have had a chance of going back and catching it. And it's 1.
Yeah, that wasn't the most convincing shot we've seen from Stair this season. It just spliced, didn't it, really, through the covers.
This is going to be interesting because Campbell is unlikely to take a backward step. And I wonder whether that physical injury as well might prompt her to be even more aggressive. Often can be the case with players. Maybe hit that straight to cover. Wide run rate just creeping up. It's now towards 7. Will be in the back of the mind as well. The clouds have suddenly parted like the Red Sea. That's flicked away by Campbell for 1. Good running by Callis as the non-striker. I'm sure some of you who were listening to us a few overs ago thinking, what on earth were you talking about? You're talking about DLS and going off, and you'd have to be here to believe us, I promise you. Suddenly the clouds have seemingly cleared. Callis gets this away to one of her favourite parts of the ground. Deep cover for 1. He's someone that likes to build her way into her innings, Stair Callis. Taking the time in 9 off 23, but then conventional then tends to look to go through the boards.
Well, this could be gone. It will be. Campbell has hit it straight into the awaiting hands of Naomi Datani. Her race is run for this game at York. Campbell departs for a runnable 5, and Yorkshire now really beginning to falter. The White Rose 85 for 4 towards the end of the 20th. Georgia Adams, as you said, Michael, having that desired impact on the game. Comes in for a second over and gets another big wicket here. as far as Hampshire are concerned.
Amy Campbell was caught
Well,
by
they've
an
lost
enemy
4
to
for
five.
22 now, Yorkshire,
George
since
Adams
they
for
lost
five.
their first wicket and that opening stand was separated. Just didn't quite catch this cleanly, Campbell. You can see in the reaction how frustrated she is. She's trying to sort of drag it from slightly... Well, no, I take that back. I was going to say outside off. It's not anything to do with the line she's pulled it from. It's the fact she was just early on the ball. It's clever from Adams. Adams just held it back. And that is what earns Adams the wicket. So 85 for 4 and a lot of pressure on the 16-year-old Ines Blackwell, who that iconic 6 hooked against a superb Filer at Scarborough. As mentioned there, Yorkshire men's captain Johnny Bairstow actually commented on the Instagram post saying what a shot. Reflected the kind of attention that it got as it was doing the rounds on the socials. But Blackwell couldn't see the chase home despite that magnificent shot against Durham. How they would love something here, Yorkshire, to help her do that here. She's got a best this season with the bat of 21. Best for Yorkshire ever of 30, which she got on debut last season. Quite get off the mark on that occasion. End of a successful over for Adams. And end of the 20th. So 85 for 4. Wickets in back-to-back overs for Hampshire. And since that opening stand, it's 23 for 4 of 8 overs. And so particularly given those circumstances and the fact that this game is very much in the balance, a understandably somewhat nervous Yorkshire president and once upon a time Yorkshire County Championship winning player back in the day, scorer of a test ton at Blackpool against India for England, and England World Cup runner-up, Dr. Jane Powell.
You need a long memory for any of that, Michael.
Well, luckily we've got them here at Yorkshire Cricket TV, and we're delighted to have you back. What a game we've got here, hey?
I need my sunglasses now. The sun is shining straight into my eyes through this window here. But good spell for Hampshire in those last few overs as they pulled the game right back into their grip.
Continue. That's a nice delivery to Callis, who will be aware that the responsibility really rests with her, and that the byplay here is, yes, Callis got 65 not out of 60 in the game against Essex at Headingley last time out 11 days ago. But Yorkshire lost that game by 13 runs and she ran out of partners. Callis has now got to see if today she can be the person that does take Yorkshire home.
Yeah, we need, Yorkshire need a few little cameos of 20, 30 runs each, you know, through the middle orders. It's a funny old game and you're never quite sure what will happen as Callis plays that one out to deep cover for a single run. But you can never say never in this game, and you've just got to keep persisting, keep going for your shots, keep rotating the strike and just see where it gets you. And then should you be in a position to then explode and go for the win, then that's what you need to do. But at this moment in time, then Hampshire will be very happy that they've sent Winfield Hill, Jonathan, Boyce, Campbell all back to the dressing room.
Hello. As Blackwell only guiding down to deep third to get herself off the mark. Ines Blackwell. I mean, it feels less relevant now in terms of an imminent need for it, but DLS is always an interesting marker of a chase anyway. And the DLS par at the start of this over for Yorkshire being 4 down was 112. So when you think that before that first wicket Yorkshire were 20 or so ahead, they're now 25 behind. This time is cut by Callis, who loves that area square of the wicket on the offside. Just to play very inside out through that offside, guided away with that bottom hand, using those wrists.
Yeah, and DLS is heavily weighted towards early wicket taking, which is what Hampshire have done, and that's why the score is so far ahead of Yorkshire at the moment. But as I say, you just need to keep plodding away, keep going. Just keep trying to rotate the strike, and you never know where you'll get.
Well, this time Nice inside edging. A few square legs. She's interested in two. There definitely wasn't two there, so we'll stick with one.
Yeah, no, I like that from Ines Blackwell. She's played, got an inside edge on that shot, but ran the first one really quickly and turned to look for two runs. And that's the sort of thing you want from young players, is don't worry about a missed shot almost. Push the run and see if you can push it to two.
Straight to Wellington, who just slightly misfields, and Callis was proactively ready for the possibility of a single. Anyway, that's Yorkshire's most productive over in quite a long time. They've taken 5 off it, and from the previous 8 overs, they'd only scored 23. They managed a 5-run over once. 90 for 4 off 21 is where it sits. And what Yorkshire have also got to battle here is some psychological demons, because they've had an unfortunate habit of losing wickets in clumps. 6 for 69 at Somerset in getting bowled out. 8 for 70 at Surrey in getting bowled out. 6 for 45 against Lancashire at Old Trafford at the end in getting bowled out. 6 for 62 against Durham before that last wicket stand from Woolston and Slater rallied and actually got Yorkshire to a position where they needed 1 from the last ball, and then Woolston missed it. Wilson knocked down the stumps and it was a tie. And then against Essex, they lost 6 for 56. So Yorkshire have had a habit in 5 of their 6 games this season of big collapses. As Wellington is back and is out to deep cover. So this is a bold move from Hampshire. I would say don't mind it at all. It's positive attacking cricket. They decided to get Wellington back on to try and cause further damage.
Yeah, as far as Hampshire are concerned, if they can knock over Callis in Wellington's spell, then they'll know that they're fully on top. So it's not just a brave move, it's a sensible move at this stage of the game.
Wellington this time has Blackwell just working that away for 1.
A nice shot from Ines Blackwell. For someone so young, she shows a calmness beyond her years.
Alice this time just jumping into a pad. She does have innings like this though quite often, Stair Callis. This reminds me a bit of the game against Middlesex at Radlett last season. Started quite slow but built and built. This time Callis can't find the gap. There was a great article from Sid Egan called the New York Cheesecake, cooked the Stair Callis way, low and slow. Talking about that innings, great bit of cricket journalism. Callis this time is opening her shoulders, is skying this, and he's getting this right between mid-on and mid-off. My goodness me, that's a bit of luck. It wasn't quite a catching chance. It's a moral victory for Wellington, but nothing more.
Yeah, it was definitely a missed shot, but the thing that concerned me most was that she didn't go to run the single until she realised that it wasn't going to be taken, and she could have easily been run out there, which would have been a real tragedy. A bit like, reminds me of Ines Blackwell when she had a no ball against her against Durham, and then got run out because it was a high ball that she had to take above her waist, called no ball, and then didn't realise that you can't be out caught off a no ball,
just got
but you can be run out in a no ball. Big learning experience.
Yeah, I mean, we're miles away from being side on. You're absolutely right. I think even if it was a direct hit, she just about got home, but there was definitely a moment or two where it looked like ball watching could cost her in that regard. You can feel the tension out there even from behind the glass booth in the pavilion. Alison Blackwell trying to help Yorkshire avoid what's been an unfortunate pattern of losing wickets in clumps. Georgia Adams is switching ends. 1 for 10 off her 2 so far. That continuing, beg your pardon. As this is smashed away through wide mid-on, it will be a very welcome boundary for Stair Callis, who's been struggling for rhythm a little bit. Well, I spoke too soon. This outfield truly is very slow after the rain. Great work from Amanda Jade Wellington. She's rightly got a big old smile on her face about it. Lovely stuff from her. It is in fact only two. Spoke too soon.
And great to have the experience of Georgie Adams on at this time for Hampshire. You know, this is exactly what they need. Mr. Callis pulls round on that. That'll be a single out to deep mid-wicket. Blackwell turned and looked for two, but there wasn't 2 runs there, so just the single off that one.
Got my bowlers in a little bit of it is Adams who's come on for Tulloch at this end. It's Adams that swapped ends, because of course it was Adams who got Campbell out from the other end previously. 1 for 15 off her, 3 from Tulloch. Nice little spell, and she got Jonathan out too. And Blackwell needed one. There wasn't quite one there. Nice diligent fielding in the ring. It's well bowled by Adams again. So used to situations like this, Georgia Adams just trying to turn the screw a bit. So that's beautifully struck, perfectly bisecting mid-off an extra cover from Innes Blackwell. Her first boundary, strong, confident cricket shot with the full face of the bat to bring up Yorkshire's 100.
Yeah, lovely shot here from Innes Blackwell. She just leans into it. Little bit aerial, but that's okay as long as you place it into the gaps between the fielders. We'll see from this angle. Just hit it nice and strong, straight through the line of the ball, through extra cover for 4 runs. She goes for the same shot or a similar shot next ball, and that's a dot ball. So that's 7 off that over, and a good over there from Yorkshire.
Well, Yorkshire needed that as well. Just tries to keep them in touch a bit. The required run rate has climbed up to 7.5 and over. And thankfully, looking at the sky, which suddenly looks so innocent and sweet and happy, as if you rock up today and think, what a lovely day it's been in York. My goodness me, you wouldn't quite be right, but we've got here 15 overs left, and hopefully we've got a thrilling finish here for you.
And Jade Wellington to continue from the city end. She's bowled 6 overs now. She's got 2 overs left. She'll be looking to pick up the key wickets that are left, particularly Stair Callis.
Got the big one on Winfield Hill. Straight at point. A very, very high proportion of Yorkshire's runs this season in this competition have been scored by either Jonathan, Callis or Winfield Hill. Obviously 2 of those are back in the pavilion as well. It's launched by Callis, who loves to hit in that very straight V against spin, and has done exactly that there. Overpitched by Wellington, neatly put away.
Yeah, super shot. If you see this, she opens her left foot and then just swings the bat through straight, and it goes straight over that long on boundary. She's gone again, and this time it's 4 runs through a wider long one, really. So that's 2 balls dispatched to the boundary for 4, and I'm sure Amanda Jade Wellington will be looking to alter it with the next ball. So Stair Callis just needs to keep watching every ball, play every ball on its merits.
Pressure firmly back on the Australian, who's been exerting it so much herself. Goes quicker and flatter and back of length. You often see that from the spinner who's just been hit by Wellington has. Moore now gets a chance to bowl at the 16-year-old Blackwell. That we're almost at the break part of this Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Blackwell is just putting it into her pad inadvertently.
Altering the field, pushing mid off out to long off. Suggest she's going to give it a bit more air. And a play and a miss outside off stump. That's 9 off the over.
2 good overs for Yorkshire back-to-back. They've taken 16 off the last 2, having had that real slowdown and that loss of 4 wickets as well between the 12th and 21st overs. I mentioned this competition having a break incoming. There's action at Trent Bridge when Blaze face Hampshire on Friday, and then 3 games on Saturday. Surrey versus Lancashire at the Oval, Yorkshire versus Warwickshire at Scarborough, which again will host the women for a second time in the Yorkshire women's professional era, with the white rose on their chest after that exciting draw against Durham recently. And Durham will play Somerset at Chester Street. This continues. Sweet missed. Very faint LBW appeals. Would have been hit in the second set.
Yeah, looked like it pitched outside leg stumpers.
Apart from that,
I've had a lot going for it.
again, and this is down the ground. It's not really timed, and Wellington coming across. Didn't quite get there. I think Callis knew that long off was out, but I think the way Callis likes to play inside out, she's looking to go over extra cover there. That's what she was trying to do. It didn't work because she was early on it.
No, she's been lucky at the moment. She's hit 2 skiers, or 2 or 3. And they've fallen in her favour at the moment.
Well, easy single there. And after those 3 games on Saturday, that's it for Women's Metrobank Cup competition action for a little while. We don't come back until the 13th of June, and there's a programme of 4 games, but Yorkshire actually don't play. So that's swept away, swept hard. Easily fielded by deep backward square. And Yorkshire don't play because, of course, Yorkshire have been added to the programme this season, so there's 9 teams. So the teams rotationally are always going to miss out on 1 round. Yorkshire actually, after Saturday against Warwickshire, next play in this competition when they travel to Durham on the 17th of June this year. Straight back to Adams.
But they will be playing Vitality Plus T20.
It's almost like you knew exactly where I was going, because we have a double header next Sunday. T20's going. That's worked into the gap for another relatively easy single. Blackwell maybe slightly slow to set off, but all worked out in the end. Good tight over from Adams. 113 for 4 after 25, which of course is not as it usually is the halfway point, because this is a 38 over game. Get your tickets for that last double header, which is rapidly coming around the corner. It's amazing how quickly the summer tends to start winding on. The women and the men go to Trent Bridge on Friday the 22nd of May. So the women play Blaze, who next season will become Nottinghamshire, and the men play the Notts Outlaws. That's Friday the 22nd of May. And then on Sunday the 24th of May at Headingley, the women play Surrey, which will be a tough challenge against the defending champions. And the men play the Derbyshire Falcons, who beat them at Headingley last season to end Yorkshire's knockout qualification chances. And we'll look to start their campaign in better form this time, facing them next Sunday after the women have played, of course, earlier on in the day.
So Tyson is coming back on from the City end.
None for 18 off 3 from her first spell. Straight on the reverse. Completely misses it, Blackwell. I think impact was outside the line with the first fill. Bear with us with LBW appeals from this end. We are at deep square leg and we don't actually have a camera at that far end of the ground. That's skipped through everything. Something.
She'll need to run hard here.
Back for a couple.
2 byes.
2 byes, yeah. An easy one for Southby. You've got the batter moving in front of you, doing all sorts, and Tyson trying to follow her and sort of spear it in. This time, just threw the shot a little early. The run rate steadily creeping on Yorkshire, but this partnership had started to gain a bit more momentum in recent times. One for Blackwell, who moves into double figures, just settling into her innings. It's Blackwell. Do have to keep reminding you and ourselves really that she is 16 years old. It's extraordinarily quick in terms of settling into this level. Is for Martin CC. Nice, this time sweeping hard. Up backward square.
Yeah, I think Georgie Adams has set a really good field here, and a lot of the time when Yorkshire are playing some good shots, whether Callis or Blackwell are hitting the well, it's going straight to the field, whereas Hampshire were finding the boundary quite a lot, and there's that reverse that is hit again. That one dipped very quickly on her.
Tyson does get a little bit off. Lightning Guile, 117 for 4 off 26. That's a nice first over back into the attack. Bex Tyson, just 4 off it. So, at this stage of things, Hampshire were 115 for 4. So Yorkshire 2 runs ahead where their opponents sat at this particular point. They are 7 runs behind on DLS as another measure. Because what you have to remember, of course, is that not too long after this point in the Hampshire innings was when that very dynamic partnership, the 6th wicket, came together between Francesca Sweet and Amanda Jade Wellington. They added 72 off 48 comfortably in terms of rate of scoring. To a slightly less extent quantity of scoring, the best partnership of the match. There's a Gibb. And Hampshire turned back to seam. Left alone by Callis. He slightly made room for herself and then couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, I think she was trying to come no wide out of the umpire there, but the ball was inside that line, so a very good ball from Daisy Gibb.
Gibb, a promising young seamer. A lot of pressure on her with the retirement of Freya Davies. Again, induces a play and a miss from Alice. For those unfamiliar, Freya Davies, once upon a time an England international, consistently excellent at domestic level. Davies retired at the end of last season, and her retirement definitely presents an opportunity for someone like the 20-year-old Gibb to get more responsibility. And situations like this give her a chance to show that. 2 for 15 against Lancashire, her best game so far this season, and back in the side today. And got Callis in that shot that she likes, kind of making room and jamming that bottom hand down on it to go through the covers, but she's hit that nicely but straight at cover. So Callis has just got to keep her composure here. 3 dots in a row. Hampshire will smell an opportunity.
Yeah, you can almost see the sort of frustration in her. She's retaken her guard. She's double-checked everything as if, you know, why am I not hitting this ball where I want to hit it? So she'll be just making sure that she concentrates and hits through the ball.
Again, it's nice. Well, Southby ends up conceding 1, and she's frustrated with herself because her standards are so high. But I was going to say it's pretty nice keeping from Southby because it's not easy back there, standing up to a seamer of Gibbs' pace. And you've got to think as well that Callis is batting differently because of Southby being up. It's something that I think isn't talked about often enough. When a keeper confidently comes up to the stumps against a seamer, it completely changes the way Callis is approaching that battle. again, and this time it's Blackwell's turn to play in this. What an over this is from young Daisy Gibb.
Yeah, very impressed with Daisy Gibb. I think she's bowling a good line and length, and every batter is struggling against her. Going back to your comment about, you know, people having to bat differently, they shouldn't really, because she should be playing to actually connect with the ball. But what it does is it puts a doubt in your mind about coming forward to play the ball, and that's the issue there.
Trying to finish off this good over well, and finishes it with what looked like a bit of a looping slower ball Yorker that Blackwell can only dig out. So that's a fantastic over for Hampshire. Just one off it, 118 for 4. So the partnership is developing for Yorkshire, but the problem for the White Rose is that the required run rate is starting to grow legs and it's starting to walk. It's up to 8.64 and over. So the question for someone like Callis, with all of her experience, is how and when does she up the ante?
Yeah, I think with 11 overs left, then you've got to start going really now. Not recklessly, and I think that's the problem, is people think you're almost reckless when you start going, but you've got to start deciding where your shots are and go for them.
Down the pitch, Callis, and the inside edge to fine leg.
Yeah, what I do like is Innes Blackwell is looking for that single all the time, and Callis sent her back there, but she's keen to get down and on strike, so that's what you probably need from your partner.
Stepping away again, Callis to make room. Has managed to get this into a vacant space at deep
Should
cover.
get 2 here.
Easily enough to come back for 2 for Callis. SEC Associate Cricketer of the Decade in 2020. Someone with a T20I ton against Germany as well for the Netherlands. Much quicker and flatter, and that caught Callis out. That was a nice change-up. And just coming back to you, that standing up to the seam, Southby was doing so impressively off Gibb. It stops you starting batting out of your crease. That's the big change, trying to get after that length. Change those lengths. She tries to go on the reverse, and she has managed to get it away. That's nicely timed by Callis, but this slow, sodden outfield means that she'll get just 2 on a day where the weather had been like this overnight, and throughout today she'd have got 4.
Yeah, that definitely slowed down. I don't think she middled it, but it definitely didn't run away as quickly as it has been doing. So that's something they need to take into consideration as well. And Georgie Adams now having a conversation with Tyson. 2 balls to go in this over. 4 runs off it so far. Little bit of change of the outfield. Mid-on is going out to long-on, and long-off is coming into mid-off. So just a switch of the straight fielders. The leg side fielder has gone out onto the boundary.
Snaking to see what Tyson's got in store. Callis moving very early. Oh, it's all part of the fun, the fair, isn't it? Tyson saying, fine, I'm going to make you wait. Callis steps across again now, steps away to leg, and after all of that, drives straight at mid-off.
Yeah, I sometimes think, you know, are you fooling yourself more than you're fooling the opposition? You know, you've got to be mindful of keeping your head still. So your head has to be still at point of release of the bowler, so that you can not only judge the length of the ball, but you can move accordingly. So you just have to be careful not to be moving at the point of delivery, and then you should be able to hit the ball.
Straight.
You can see how frustrated she's getting with herself.
Straight at extra cover from Callis. So the 28th over is done, 122 for 4. 10 overs left, 9.1 and over to win. And after a few more words from Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by Aaron.
Yeah, and the ball is firmly in Hampshire's court at the moment. They're definitely winning this game with the situation of Yorkshire needing 9.1 and over now. With 10 overs left, they need 91 runs It's not massive maths from myself, so before anybody thinks, wow, that was clever. 91 to win from 60 balls, so they need to really accelerate the scoring rate here, and they need to make sure that they run well between the wickets as young Guinness Blackwell is facing Daisy Gibb. Welcome back, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Jane. Yeah. It's an interesting game situation, isn't it? 91 to win from the remaining 10 overs. As you said, it does get to a point now where you need those boundaries with far more consistency. It's turned into a beautiful afternoon/evening, though, here in Yorkshire. Clifton Park looking a picture. Gibb bowls here to Blackwell. Blackwell makes room. It's a very full delivery. They'll take the quick single, shy at the non-striker's end. Blackwell, dare I say, if that was a direct hit, it would have been gone.
Yeah, if there's any fault I have, and I'm a great fan of Ines Blackwell, she doesn't always run quickly and do the basics of sliding a bat as she gets near the bowler's end by the crease, and so she looks a little bit sort of casual. I'm sure she's not. I'm sure it matters a lot to her, but she doesn't recognise sometimes that they can potentially throw her out at the end she's running to.
It's something which, again, will probably come with a bit more experience, but it's certainly something to consider and be mindful of. Here is Gibb to Callis this time. Callis premeditates the shots. Looking to flick that over the top of Southby. Taken in the end by the Hampshire keeper.
Gibb just bringing in the third man to a short third man and pushing out the mid-on to long-on. Alice getting a bit frustrated with herself here.
Shuffles across to make a bit of room, forces the shot really, and through backward point, and that'll be 4.
Yeah, that one could have been a wide, you know, and you just think, but she reached it and she hit it well between the gap. But just look at this one here. Yeah, that would have been a wide had she left it, but I think Callis has been frustrated a few times when she's thought it's been a wide and it's not been given. So I think she decided, I'm going to play this, and definitely placed it between those two fielders just there.
Yeah, not the most orthodox execution there.
Not elegant, but effective.
Most certainly was. How does Gibb respond after that? Callis again opens up the arms. Tatani this time at the non-strikers, direct it again. It's been very interesting indeed. Callis scampers through for the single.
And that potentially is the risk they've got to take at this stage. They've got to keep the runs ticking over. They've got 6 so far off this over. They could do with a few more.
They've just taken a time here. He goes ready to charge into Ines Blackwell. Well, again, tries to make a little bit of space. There's a bit of an appeal there. Daisy Gibb. Umpire immediately shakes the head, and that'll be the end of the 29th over. Yorkshire are 128 for 4. Still require 85 runs for the remaining 54 deliveries.
Yeah, and we look at the people that have yet to finish off their overs. Amanda Jade Wellington, I think, has got 1 over left, so Georgie Adams will be keeping her back for a specific time in her game plan. Tyson is bowling well from the City end at the moment, and Daisy Gibb is bowling superbly from the rugby stand. And so, you know, you'd think you don't need to change it at the moment, just keep going with Tyson and with Daisy Gibb.
100%.
Some discussion at the moment at the bowler's end. We've got Ditani, Tyson and Adams all having a little conversation there.
I was going to say, it's quite the think tank, isn't it, that Hampshire have got, even without those England internationals. So much experience with the likes of Adams, the captain, Datani, of course Amanda Jade Wellington as well. Here we go then, Tyson getting ready to bowl her 6th over of the run chase. Stair Callis it is, who's on strike. The Dutch international do something special. She pulls that one out towards deep mid-wicket. Should at least be 1, if not 2. I think it will be. Blackwell straight away darts down to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, good running by Blackwell there. Set off for the first one quickly and turned. I still like it to slide her back though, rather than just dink it in.
I completely agree. Those habits, they get built with experience, as Callis this time advances down the track.
I think that was a drop catch. I think that could have been a potential caught and bowled, but Tyson just dropped that one.
And I think the reaction there from Tyson suggests it may have been. It was a difficult opportunity, nonetheless. As Callis again opens up the arms, bashes it back down the ground. This time will just be a single for the Yorkshire batter. Moves her on to 42. Blackwell unbeaten on 11 as well. The big thing here though, Jane, is that run rate. It continues to climb, doesn't it?
Yes, and that'll put pressure on them. But they've just literally got to keep going. You know, a couple of boundaries and an over and suddenly you'll be pulling it back. But the key thing is you've got to be there. You can't score them if you're back in the pavilion. And so you've got to just hang around, really. But look, every ball has to go for a single. And if you can, then it goes for a boundary. And there's still too many dot balls.
Oh, that one has gone straight up in the air. This should be a catching chance, and it will be taken. Hampshire get their 5th. Blackwell, the latest Yorkshire batter, to depart. And of course, it's Naomi Datani with the catch. Not the first time we've said that in this game. So the partnership is broken. Yorkshire 131 for 5.
Yeah, that's a shame there. I think the youngster just feeling the pressure and just thinking, I've got to push on a bit here, and didn't get her head over the ball and turned her back to hit it towards leg and ended up just skewing it up on the offside. And if we're looking for somebody who's creative, then Maddie Ward is in now, and she'll be trying to play her reverse shots. You hope that she chooses the right ball to go for those shots, but she's certainly capable of doing that.
Well, she is. She certainly is an innovative character. So far this season, we haven't quite seen the best of Maddie Ward. Scored 19 against Somerset, 20 against Surrey. Scores of 5, 10 and 6 against the Blaze, Durham and Essex, respectively. So this could be a big opportunity just for Maddie to build a little bit of confidence. Did score some very handy runs here last season in the game against Leicestershire. As we know, very good sweeper of the cricket ball, both with the conventional, traditional sweep, as well as the reverse. Straight away, goes for the sweep, directs that very nicely indeed. The spin may take it to the boundary. Instead, picked up, scooped up with the right hand by Daisy Gibb. Yorkshire batters come home for the 2nd, and that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire 133 for 5 after 30. The White Rose require 80 for the remaining 8, and may not be the best mathematician in the world, but even I can tell that is 10 runs and over.
Yes.
Will be Datani on the rugby ground end.
From the rugby ground
Datani so far really has been brilliant from this side of the ground. Let's not forget that her first over of the game from the City end went for 10. Her next 3 have produced 1 wicket for 8 runs. So certainly has been a good change from both the bowler and of course the captain. Conversation that herself and Georgia Adams had a little bit earlier on. It's most definitely had the impact that Hampshire craved. 5-4 field here in favour of the offside. Many fielders 25-yard circle. Datani it is. Going up first to Stair Callis. Starts off with a dot ball.
You can almost see that Stair Callis is almost trying too hard, and that probably seems a bit strange, but she's just not flowing. She's just she's trying to put the bat to the ball instead of letting it swing through and just connect and time it well.
That one a full toss, biffed back down the ground by Callis. Take one heck of an effort as Wellington got there.
She did get there, but as it came out of her hand, it just hit the rope and rolled along the rope. So boundary there to Callis.
Yeah, that's good as well from Wellington, upholding the spirit of the game there. Straight away, just signalling that the 4 have been scored. So Callis now moves on to 46. Oh, that is a brilliant riposte from Naomi Datani. Callis has been clean bowled, and Yorkshire now are in quite a spot of bother. The Dutch international goes for a well-made 46 from 60. The home side 137 for 6 now. Still require 76 for the victory.
Yeah, good ball there from Naomi Datani, and it really emphasises the superiority at the moment that Hampshire have in this game. They're just on top and the pressure's mounting, and as a result it's just making it more and more difficult for Yorkshire to try and get up with the run rate, and they're taking chances that are just not there really. Good ball coming round the wicket. Interesting line from Naomi Datani. She's coming round the wicket as a left armer and firing it in at that off stump, and accurately as that, because she hit that off stump.
Yeah, she's been brilliant, hasn't she, in the past few overs, as Datani. Plenty of experience, showcasing all of that to great effect. Into bat now for Yorkshire will be Beth Langston. As for the rest of the order, still got the likes of Claudie Cooper, Jess Woolston and Grace Hall are the remaining batters in the shed for the White Rose. Feels like this would be a nice real partnership though. Langston is known for those big hits. Here she is facing off against Datani. Starts off by flicking that behind square. Should at least be 1, if not 2. Langston turns on a penny piece. Has to come back quickly. Indeed, she does.
Yeah, she made hard work of that because she didn't turn. She didn't push and turn. She sort of came up to the non-striker's end and then took her time to have a look before she got motoring again. And she'll know that that's not the best way of running between the wickets. And you're right, I think this could be the last main batting partnership that Yorkshire have. She's worked it round there again, and hopefully this time she'll turn and go quickly, and she's done that much better this time, so she's able to just saunter down the other end, and that's what she didn't do with the first one. So good player is Beth Langston, good understanding of where to put the ball, when to run 2, when to run a single. Very simply, in 2 balls she's picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, with 0 risk as well, that's the other thing. Hasn't had to go aerial. Thing is though, at this stage of the game, Yorkshire need boundaries. Langston strides into the drive. Will be a dot ball to round out the over. So another successful one for the Rose and Crown of Hampshire. Yorkshire 141 for 6. They still require 72 runs for the victory. Just 4 wickets still remaining. Here it will be Bex Tyson. Wants a bowl yet again from the city ends.
We've got a good variety of bowlers, have Hampshire, with the left arm seam, left arm spin, right arm leg spin, right arm seam, right arm off spin. You know, they've got everything that you would want in a balanced side, and used it to good effect you know, the experience of somebody like Georgie Adams, knows how to manoeuvre her troops, knows where to place the field, and she's done it very well today.
Yeah, she has. Such an invaluable quality the all-rounder possesses. That is astute leadership. That one, plenty of flight. Ward tries to biff it down the ground. And guess who's there with the catch? It's Georgia Adams. Takes it comfortably at mid-on. And Maddie Ward has to depart for 2 runs. Yorkshire, well, it's going to be very, very difficult from this situation. The White Rose 141 for 7. As for Bex Tyson, she continues to impress immensely with the ball in hand.
Yeah, disappointed for Maddie there, because she didn't give herself chance and just tried to go down the ground, but had not really seen much of Tyson yet, and just didn't quite get there or middle it. And as a result, it went straight to Georgie Adams at mid-on. So replacing her at the crease is Claudie Cooper. Go from one orange pair of shoes to the other orange pair of shoes. In my day, you all had to wear white. It had to be clean white. Mind you, you also had white pads and white clothing, so, you know, it's quite nice to see the colours. The 2 in orange shoes, Claudie Cooper and Maddie Ward. Maddie Ward just out and Claudie Cooper in.
Cooper, more of a bowler, of course, compared to a batter. Someone who can definitely pick those gaps, though. So in terms of strike rotation, can certainly do a good job in that capacity.
Yeah.
When it comes to power hitting, that's where it might be a little bit more dangerous. Looks to sweep that one around the corner. Wellington cuts off the scoring avenue.
Yeah, and that was a good shot, and that's why I was talking about Georgie Adams and field placings, because a good shot, but he went literally straight to Amanda Jade Wellington at fine leg, a short fine leg.
That one is aerial swept. It may have found the gap. Chase on here for Daisy Gibb. There's a little bit of a collision as well between her and McCacken.
Yeah, she's contributing well in this game, Daisy Gibb. She's bowled well and she's fielded well. She cut off 3 or 4 boundaries now, and that's a very athletic fielder out on the deep.
Halved away through point by Cooper for 1.
Yeah, nice shot. For a number 9 batter, that's 2 good shots. Well, 3 good shots. The sweep round to fine leg, then the one out to deep mid-wicket, and then the back foot shot through into the covers. That's all you can ask for with your number 9.
Langston now, a split second thought about going for the aggressive option instead. Guides it on the deck towards McCacken for 1. Well, that's the thing with Claudie Cooper. She can bat. It's just a case of boundaries towards the ends of the innings, but that isn't her role within the side. I think it would be a miss of the home side to really expect that from her every single game. But in terms of strike rotation, in terms of just hitting those 1s and 2s, as again looks to tickle that one fine.
And a good run from Beth Langston, who was ready for that one and just backed up well and took the single.
That'll be a leg by then to finish the over. After 32, Yorkshire 146 for 7. We'll have a quick change here as well in the commentary box. We shall bid a fond farewell to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being. And on in her place will be Michael McCann. So 6 overs remain. Yorkshire require 67. As for Hampshire, well, they know 3 more wickets. They seal the game. Continue to apply the pressure on the Blaze.
Yeah, we've got a game on here. Wide run rate getting a bit big on Yorkshire as Cooper can hit it straight to short mid-wicket. Yorkshire will fear that not for the first time this season a loss of wicket in clumps might cost them the contest, and I guess these are the growing pains of Yorkshire coming up into Tier 1 cricket. And very competitive in their 7 games so far. Tiny this time bangs it in. Cooper will get one, but Yorkshire needs so much more than singles at this point. Tani, the experienced campaigner's experienced campaigner. Someone that has so much to offer. It's quite astonishing to think she's 32. I really had to double check that. She's been a vet, studied sports science at Loughborough Uni. Come right through all these different eras of women's cricket, as is Langston, who she's bowling to. Langston will want to here. Well, I was going to say probably got to come back given the situation, but actually looking at the throw, it would have been a definite run out. Tani playing for Surrey Stars 2016, KSL Western Storm 2018, Sunrisers 2020 to 22, Thunder 23 and 24, who were effectively kind of Lancashire. And then Hampshire last season, but she had the loan move to the home county of Middlesex for a few games when trying to get fitness back. Banged in, absolutely crashed away. Fielded out there. Hampshire's ground fielding has been excellent.
Yeah, it has from start to finish. Really has been a calling card really for the visitors today. Also spoke about the Blaze there. We have had the first results here on Wednesday. The Blaze have beaten Somerset by 6 wickets down in Devon, Exmouth Cricket Club. The stage sets for that game. So the Blaze continue their fine form.
Hard down the ground and wide of mid-on, and will, despite the slow bob of the outfield, almost go for 4, but Wellington does the fielding. It's another one that's held up slightly on the result conditions. You sidestep the Blaze are blazing sort of pun. Come on, Aaron, it's obvious. They're top of the league. They've just won to go 6 from 7. Full and clear. Hampshire need a win here to try and keep up with them. Of course, bonus points also a factor. 4 points for a win, 2 points for a no result or a tie, nothing for a loss, and you get an extra point if you're winning. Your net run rate is 1.25 times better than your opponents. It's flipped around the corner. Will be more runs. It might be 4 of them. It is 4 of them. Gorgeous shot from Langston. That's a decent over for Yorkshire. It goes for 9. It's still quite not actually enough of what they need, but it's something.
It is, but this is the problem now, isn't it? The fact is, it's not a case of one boundary needing 2 or 3 single over from this point onwards. Also, speaking of, well, sides who desperately need wins, let's go to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, where Warwickshire are 183 for 6 after 35 overs against Lancashire.
Ooh.
So the Bears need 44 runs off 42 deliveries with 4 wickets remaining. That one going down to the wire.
Yeah, and whoever wins that could potentially go above a clutch of teams, could go above Somerset, Essex and Yorkshire in a very tightly packed middle part of the table, where we might well in between change of overs soon give you a look at that table. Sweeping pretty well is Cooper. One out to deep backward square. At the start of the day, Somerset were 4th, but you could split Somerset in 4th, Essex in 5th, Yorkshire 6th, Lancashire 7th, and Warwickshire in 8th, and Durham in 9th by just 3 points, those 6 teams. Albeit some had played more games than others. So all of them were split by less than a win. That's taken away by Langston. Going to come back for 2. It's good, hard running. Well, she's actually run out. Well, it always looked like the danger was going to be Langston at the keeper's end, but it's Cooper who's ended up getting run out at the bowler's end, coming back for the second. 157 for 8. It's a really good throw, and Cooper just ends up a yard or so short. So it's very neat work from Hampshire in the field. 157 for 8 then, and Yorkshire have lost another one.
They have, and on that occasion, I think it was just the hesitation from Cooper at the striker's ends. You can just see she was looking back to Langston, wondering if they wanted to take the second. You'll see it here, there. Yeah. That's the indecision, and that in the end has cost Yorkshire the 8th wicket. So, as you said, a smart piece of fielding to get the run out in the first place. As for Yorkshire now, trying to get beyond the white rose. As we just see the table there, it's incredibly close, isn't it?
Yeah, that group from 4th down to 9th. Now, this is before any confirmed result from today. So that doesn't include the fact that Somerset have just lost against Blaze. So Somerset now have 3 wins and 4 defeats. And that means that if any of Yorkshire, Essex, Lancashire, Warwickshire or Durham were to win today, they'd go above the West Country outfit in that table. And Blaze have extended their lead at the top, but Hampshire will hope to rein them back in. That's a dot to start the new over. Southby's caught that right on the end of the fingers and is ringing that like it hurts. On the track is Langston. Headed straight to point. Direct hit looks very close to me. I was going to say direct hit I think is out. We're absolutely not in line here. We're at deep backward square. But that must have been very tight indeed. Umpire Gareth Cross says that Langston had just about made her ground. Grace Hall to face up for the first time in a competitive senior game for Yorkshire in more than a year since her shoulder injury. And she's skying that up and just short of Wellington. Gets off the mark in the most fortuitous of circumstances. Yorkshire slightly riding their luck in this over, I might say. I'm saying as well, I don't think the Blaze got the bonus point in that game against Somerset because they didn't complete the chase until almost the 40th over. That's hit hard down the ground. That's a lovely straight and true shot. One of the shots of the day from Beth Langston. Very capable batter and shows it there. So it's a boundary to end the over. 163 for 8 with 4 left.
Even so, I think Bex Tyson has bowled really well today. Finishes with 2 for 41 from her 8 overs and got those wickets at a crucial time in the game. So I think she can be very pleased with her day's work here at Clifton Park. Yorkshire 163 for 8. Quiet 50 in the remaining 4 overs.
Time for heroes, eh? Here you go, Grace Hall. You spent a year out with a shoulder op, shoulder rehab. You're back playing. You're a bowler by trade. Do you fancy chasing 50 to win off the last 4, Grace? She'll give it a good go. And this is a ground that means so much to her. She grew up just a few minutes' drive away from here. I know when she got a couple of wickets here last season against Leicestershire, she said that it was one of her most special days as a professional cricketer. She's facing Georgia Adams, back after a month out with a quadricep injury. Someone who is ice cool under the pressure with her very straight wicket-to-wicket off-spin. Giving that a right good thump for 1. Solidly fielded by McCack, and they're going to come back for 2, and it's good running, and it's got to be in this situation.
Well, it does, but by my maths, even running 2 every single ball will get Yorkshire just short.
Yep, your 2 times table's working well. Love that.
That's a relief.
Off the outside edge. There's nobody behind square on the offside, so this could be 2 more. 2 more from... 2 a ball from here, and they finish 1 run short. That'd be a hell of a game. Just on the note of that game between Lancashire and Somerset and Blaze, I think, actually, having thought about it, they have got the bonus point. I think their run rate is just about good enough. Might need to double check that. As Adams is beating the bat of Hall. Because you've got to be 1.25 better than your opponents, and they've done it with 10.5 overs to spare. Now, sort of doubting my math. Is right in that kind of border. Anyway, Blaze have got 4.25.
That one should be 2 here. Indeed it will be. Just looking at that scorecard as well between the Blaze and Somerset. Tammy Beaumont, 99 not out.
Yeah, you can't beat a bit of class, and I'm sure there's a bit of Tammy Beaumont that wants to prove a little point with that England World Cup squad. Well, that's lolloped up into a gap. That's another bit of fortune for Hall, who's living something of a charmed life. Hampshire won't mind this too much, though, in the sense that that required run rate is getting big on them.
It's getting very, very close at Southport. Warwickshire now need 35 off 32. So that one whisked away, square of the wicket by Beth Langston for 1.
Yeah, she's unfortunate in the situation she's come into here, but Beth Langston has actually batted very, very nicely for her 19 of 12. She's got some classy shots in here. Yorkshire will fear it's too little, too late though. 171 for 8 then, with 3 overs left in the contest.
From the city end, Amanda
And
J.
Yorkshire do
Wellington.
something remarkable, just about hanging on to the coattails of this run chase.
Well, it would be something very special, wouldn't it? Exactly 14 runs and over. The 2 times tables on point, so too is the 14s. Or the 3s, depending on perspective.
Exactly. Amanda J. Wellington is back. They've saved one of their last aces up their sleeve to be able to play now, Hampshire. Wizard Wello. 1 for 27 off her 7. She's got 1 left. And this is it. And has Langston in all sorts of trouble. And she's a bit of a baby-faced assassin, Amanda Jade Wellington. She's not someone for the sledge. That's not really her style. Just lets the ball do the talking. She's got a real aura about her, though. That's just helped round the corner by Langston for 1. They are going to eventually come back for 2. And it's tight, and it's not out, but umpire Juliet Jarvis decided that was just the moment to go for a scratch of the nose, which only added to the drama. Well, some of you might have seen this. It actually happened in a Somerset game involving JV Overton not too many days ago, and this wasn't entirely dissimilar, and I think Southby's having a good laugh about it as the wicketkeeper. We certainly are here, as is a few people from the coaching teams of both sides around us. It's quite the time for umpire Jarvis to decide that the nose needed a good scratch. Oh dear. Here's Langston. Inside out, and that's misfielded by Datani in the covers. They are going to come back for 2 again. And they are going to get the 2 thanks to the desperate dive of Hall.
Well, the thing with this partnership, even if Yorkshire are to ultimately fall short, of course, is net run rate.
Of course.
Given how tight it is in the one-day cup, as that one just evades Southby, runs down towards the rugby ground. Should be 2 here, indeed it will be. Grace Hall actually thinks about coming back for a 3rd, but I don't think it was ever on. 2 by signal by Gareth Cross, the standing umpire. Every single one of these runs could be gold dust later on in the campaign. Hampshire today have bowled very well indeed. Here is Wellington to Langston, smeared away through point for 1. Heading into the season, it was one of the big questions surrounding the Rose and Crown. How would they favour, or fare, I should say, without the Big England internationals? So far today, they've fared incredibly well indeed. This time advances, plays that one through mid-wicket for the single. End of the over. Yorkshire 179 for 8. Partnership moves on to 22. White Rose, though, still requiring 34 runs for the victory from the remaining 2 overs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right to make that point with that England quartet, Aaron. I think the only tiny counter, if you're putting your Yorkshire hat on, is that while she's not away with England, Sarah Glenn's broken finger means that Yorkshire still, to their disappointment, haven't seen her make her debut for them. She's been very much at the ground, involved in the camp. They had a bit of a Wild West themed dress-up social night last week, which she was taking full participation in. They're yet to get to see the delight of her talents on the pitch, and Glenn was arguably, alongside Jonathan, Yorkshire's kind of big marquee signing of their Tier 1 era. But from a Hampshire perspective, I think, assuming they do go on to win this game from here, you're absolutely delighted. It's banana skin isn't quite the right word, but you're facing a newly promoted team who've been extremely competitive in their first 6 games. Yorkshire could easily have had quite a few more than the 2 wins they've already got so far, and a tie. And ultimately, Hampshire have exerted the pressure that has caused Yorkshire from 62 without loss to steadily lose wickets that has left them in this position. Daisy Gibb, young seamer, who's bowled magnificently. She deserves a wicket. She hasn't got one yet. Maybe this is her time. And she gets a dot ball, which is almost equally precious at this point. These are the kind of games that will make someone like Gibb just grow a little taller in that Hampshire shirt next time she pulls it on Friday, when Hampshire continue their magical mystery tour of the North and the Midlands as they head to Trent Bridge, their second away game in 3 days. Just losing a line there.
Yeah, that's going to be a great game, isn't it, on Friday? Battle of what's appearing to be first versus second. Incredibly well-balanced sides as well.
Yeah, plenty of time for it to be changed, but right now they're sort of streaking clear at the top of the table, particularly with both of those two winning today and then this big pack forming underneath them. Well, that's come off the trusty outside edge, so Hull will get 4 in the most fortuitous of circumstances, and that just about keeps Yorkshire alive here. 29 to win off 10.
It's one of those that just falls into the gap down towards the third. Wasn't intentionally placed by Grace Hall, but doesn't matter how these runs come.
Hey, look, every club cricketer across the world has used that shot many times at some points, some more than others. Yeah, they all count, it's 4 in the book. At this point in particular, Yorkshire will not care how. And Hall keep the dream alive. The first professional innings of the season. She's looking very good. She's got at least one out to deep cover. She's going to take on the second and has managed to make it back. 27 to win off 9.
Yeah, just needed a slightly better throw there towards Southby. Keeper, full stretch, or just did enough to make her ground.
One thing that has been a bit of an unfortunate theme of the season for Yorkshire, I mentioned it before, those collapses: 6 for 69 against Somerset, 8 for 70 against Surrey, 6 for 45 against Lancashire, 6 for 62 against Durham before that last wicket partnership recovered them to get a tie, 6 for 56 in the defeat against Essex. Well, credit to Hall and Langston, because they've said not on our watch. Giving Hampshire a right old go. Is that a slow ball full toss? It's got that all wrong, Gibb. And they want to this time, but Langston, the more experienced of the two, just puts her hand up and says, no, Grace, I can't that time. And I think it was a good decision. I think that one really would have been a definite run out.
Oh, 100%. At this stage, though, Langston just needs to throw the bat at everything. 26 required from 8.
To have kept things alive for Yorkshire. They've already added 30 for the 9th. And that will grow even more here. Oh, down the ground towards Wellington. And Hall wanted to, but Langston said no. I think Hall would have made it there at the danger end, albeit the game does always look easy from the commentary box up here. 8 for 8, 25 to win off 7. And quietly, Langston and Hall are making this very, very interesting. A few of the Hampshire hierarchy away to my right who were sweating a little more than they were 15 minutes ago. Slower ball from Gibb. Dumped out to deep square leg. It will be 1, and 1 is all it will be. So Hall will keep the strike. It's a very good over for Yorkshire. I mean, of course, in a literal sense, they need even more. But 10 off the over at least keeps them just about in the contest going to the last. They'd have loved another boundary just to pull it a little closer. It's 24 to win from 6 deliveries. And who are you going to call in a situation like that? Ghostbusters aren't available.
You beat me to it.
You're going to call Georgia Adams. Give me some stump to stump. I know it might not turn a million miles, but it doesn't need to. Ball to your field. Wicket to wicket. She's done this so many times before. And she do it again.
We have got a bit of an update from Southport. Warwickshire require 10 runs off 16 balls with 4 wickets remaining. So that could be a very big victory for the Bears as Adams bowls here. Up first to Grace Hall on the reverse. He's slowing down a little bit down towards the deep third boundary. Will just be 2.
Yeah, that sodden outfield has not been Yorkshire's friend. While the weather looks glorious now, it was so poor earlier on that it has made things turn quite a few 4s into 2s. 22 to get off 5. Hall has batted magnificently for her 19 so far. It's her best in a Yorkshire shirt. She's going to get more runs here, but it's straight at long on. It will only be a single, 21 off 4. And despite this pair's superb efforts for the 9th wicket, it's just steadily slipping away from Yorkshire. Down the track, Langston, and has managed to get that slightly wide of long off. They want 2. They're in a bit of confusion. They don't come back for the second in the end. Langston makes her ground, but it's only 1. And it's 20 to win off 3. So now Georgia Adams just has to bowl 3 legitimate deliveries. And Hampshire will be home. And they will head to Trent Bridge on Friday with 5 wins from 6 completed games. Of course, that no result at Warwickshire as well. He just has to keep her composure. Makes room. Straight to short, fine leg, though. Throw was a little bit errant from Tyson, but backing up is fine. 19 to win from 2. Bar something pretty astonishing. Hampshire have seen this one out. On track comes Langston. Moves this straight to deep mid wicket. They are going to come back for 2, and they make it home. So it's 17 to win from the last. I think it's worth saying no matter what happens off this last ball, a massive credit goes to Hampshire for how well they fought back from Yorkshire being 62 without loss, but also to this pair who've put on an unbroken stand of 39 for the last wicket. So here is the last ball, and it is a legitimate delivery. Langston has managed to make her ground. Southby looks frustrated she hasn't got the stumping. And it is ultimately the end of the game. It's 196 for 8 that Yorkshire finish on. Southby looks frustrated that she hasn't got the stumping, but it is given as not out. Hampshire take the points. They stay on Blaze's toes in second in the Metrobank One Day Cup. They've played 7, they've won 5. 1 loss, 1 no result. Disappointment for Yorkshire, 2 wins and a tie from 7 for them now. A really intriguing game of cricket, Aaron Viles, but ultimately Hampshire just turned the screw at the right moments, and it's why they've taken victory.
They did. It was that collapse, wasn't it? From 62 for none to 86 for 3. Just almost buckled the knees of Yorkshire today, but has been a really, really good day of cricket. Thankful that the weather did not play spoil sport, and look, Hampshire, the worthy victors. So Yorkshire will look to bounce back on Saturday, the 16th of May against Warwickshire. A reminder as well, it is County Cricket Day, so there is not any charge on the ticket admission. It is free entry to North Marine Road, so if you're in the area on Saturday, please do join us. But yeah, as for today, Hampshire continue in their fine form. Yorkshire need a result on the weekend.
Yeah, all the more reason to get along to Scarbados if you can, but for now, from here at York, from yours truly, Michael McCann, from Aaron Viles, from Dr. Jane Powell, who was along earlier on, from Nathan, Adrian, and all the hard-working streaming team behind the scenes. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage behind the scenes. We'll be looking forward to being with you on Saturday for that game against Warwickshire at Scarborough. We'll see if Yorkshire can bounce back then. But for now, here on Yorkshire TV, from a now thankfully sunny York, after a day where we got a great game of cricket and eventually, despite the rain, it's goodbye.